The World This Week. Politics.
Tariq Rahman was sworn in as Bangladesh's new Prime Minister after his Bangladesh Nationalist Party won 2/3 of the seats at a general election, the first since Sheikh Hasina was ousted from power in 2024. The Islamist Jamaat-e-Islami took 68 seats in the 300-member parliament, its most ever. Mr. Rahman, the son of a former Prime Minister, now faces the task of restoring economic credibility and political stability. Voters also backed a series of constitutional reforms in a referendum held the same day as the election. The Taliban government in Afghanistan released 3 soldiers from Pakistan who had been captured during last October's border clashes. Their release was brokered by Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, 11 security personnel and a child were killed by a car bomb in northwest Pakistan. The Pakistani Taliban claimed responsibility. The Pakistani government claims that Afghanistan shelters the militant group. In South Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, who was impeached as president after imposing martial law in 2024, was sentenced to life in prison after being found guilty of insurrection. Prosecutors had wanted the death penalty. Sara Duterte, the vice president of the Philippines, confirmed that she will stand for president in 2028. Ms. Duterte has been at odds with the president, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., ever since their election in 2022. The president and vice president are elected separately, and Mr. Marcos cannot run again. Palestinian officials claimed that Israeli airstrikes killed 12 people in Gaza, which Israel said were a response to Hamas violating the ceasefire. Meanwhile, Israel approved a plan to designate areas of the occupied West Bank as state property, which has been criticized as de facto annexation. And Donald Trump prepared to host the first meeting of his Board of Peace in Washington. Iran and America held a second round of talks in Geneva. Abbas Araghchi, Iran's foreign minister, suggested the two sides had reached an understanding on the principles. But as America's military build-up in the region continued, Iran temporarily shut parts of the Strait of Hormuz so that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps could conduct naval drills. Satellite imagery suggested that Iran has been fortifying an underground complex at one of its nuclear sites. Lebanon's cabinet backed a 4-month time frame for the army to implement the second phase of a plan to disarm Hezbollah, a Shia militia. Hezbollah rejected the decision, complaining that it served Israel. The African Union refused to recognize a parallel government in Sudan, led by the Rapid Support Forces, a paramilitary group that is fighting Sudan's army in a civil war. Mr. Trump's chief envoy in Africa, Masad Boulos, has hinted that an American-led peace plan may be close, though neither side looks ready to make peace. Russia rejected an intelligence report compiled by Britain, France, Germany, the Netherlands and Sweden, which found that Alexei Navalny had been killed by toxin from poisoned dart frogs in 2024. Navalny, the most prominent critic of the Putin regime at the time, was found dead at the Arctic penal colony he had been sent to following a sham trial. The report said samples taken from his body proved conclusively that he had been poisoned and that Russia had the means to carry out the attack. The Russian Foreign Ministry called for the test results to be published. With the 4th anniversary looming of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, both sides held another round of peace talks in Geneva. No progress was made on the conflict's substantive issues, though the Russian negotiator said more talks would take place without giving a date. In France, 11 people were arrested in connection with the beating to death of a right-wing student in Lyon. The student was helping to provide security for an anti-immigration feminist group at a protest. A parliamentary assistant for the left-wing France Unbowed party was one of those arrested. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew, was arrested by police in Britain on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The latest release of Jeffrey Epstein documents appear to show that during his time as a British trade envoy, Mr. Mountbatten-Windsor shared sensitive details with the sex offender. For many years he has denied allegations of wrongdoing linked with Epstein. Sir Keir Starmer, Britain's embattled Prime Minister, was forced into another U-turn. His Labour government withdrew a proposal to postpone 30 local council elections ahead of a court challenge by Reform UK, a populist right party. Labour is anticipating heavy losses at the elections. Reform, meanwhile, promoted Robert Jenrick, a prominent defector from the Conservatives, to the job of finance spokesman. Another Conservative MP defected to the Liberals in Canada, taking the party closer to a governing majority in Parliament. Matt Genereux said he had been inspired by the performance of Mark Carney as Prime Minister. The Liberals haven't held a governing majority since 2019. General Francis Donovan, who heads the United States military operations in South America and the Caribbean, visited Venezuela for a meeting with Delcy Rodriguez, the interim president. They discussed security and the implementation of Mr. Trump's three-point plan for the country. The acting head of America's Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency said that 2 of its officers had been placed on leave for apparently lying about the shooting and wounding of a Venezuelan man in Minneapolis in January. The government has now dropped charges against the man for allegedly assaulting officers. Meanwhile, Minnesota's state investigation agency expressed concern about the unprecedented lack of cooperation from the FBI into the fatal shooting of Alex Pretty by border agents during protests against immigration raids.
The World This Week. Business.
Mark Zuckerberg took the stand at a trial in Los Angeles that could determine whether social media companies create algorithms to make teenagers addicted to their content. The boss of Meta was questioned about whether he was doing enough to stop under-13s from using Instagram, which he admitted was challenging. He also said that Meta gets just 1% of its revenues from teens. Warner Bros. Discovery gave Paramount a week to come up with its best and final offer for the business, and at the same time recommended that Warner's shareholders accept Netflix's takeover deal for most of the company. It set March 20th for a shareholders' meeting to vote on Netflix's proposal. Warner has come under pressure from some investors to engage with Paramount about its higher bid, and is giving it one last chance to overcome the deficiencies in its offer. Bayer proposed a $7.25 billion settlement to resolve claims in America that Roundup weed killer caused users to develop non-Hodgkin lymphoma. Roundup was made by Monsanto, which Bayer acquired in 2016, exposing it to the claims. The conglomerate has already paid out billions after various court cases. Its proposed settlement covers present and future claimants, with funding for up to 21 years. Japan's GDP grew by just 0.2% at an annualized rate in the last 3 months of 2025, far below economists' estimates. The economy barely avoided recession, having shrunk by 2.3% in the previous quarter. Takeichi Sanae, the Prime Minister, held a meeting with Ueda Kazuo, the Governor of the Bank of Japan, amid speculation that the central bank will soon raise interest rates again to bolster the yen. The weak currency has caused prices to rise for imported goods, pushing up the cost of living. Mr. Ueda refused to divulge the details of his discussion with Ms. Takaichi. The first Japanese investments in America under last year's trade agreement were announced. The 3 deals will see Japan provide funding for a natural gas plant in Ohio, an oil export facility along the Gulf Coast, and a synthetic diamond factory in Georgia. The investments are worth $36 billion, $33 billion of which is for the plant in Ohio. Japan has pledged to spend $550 billion on American projects by 2029. Consumer prices in Britain rose in January at an annual rate of 3%, down from 3.4% in December, and the slowest pace in 10 months. The Bank of England has said it expects the inflation rate to drop to near its 2% target after April. Meanwhile, the unemployment rate reached 5.2%, the highest level in 5 years. Unemployment among 16 to 24-year-olds stood at 16.1% and is now above the EU average. Critics of the government contend that higher minimum wages are stopping employers from hiring unskilled youngsters. Speculation mounted about who the next president of the European Central Bank might be, amid reports that Christine Lagarde is considering stepping down before her term ends in October 2027. Ms. Lagarde wants a successor to be announced before the French presidential election in April 2027, for which the populist Right National Rally is currently the front-runner. Boosted by increased spending by governments on defence, BAE Systems reported that its order backlog grew to a record £83.6 billion. That's $113 billion in 2025, its best-ever year for sales. An agreement to build 20 Typhoon aircraft for Turkey and a contract to provide the US Space Force with space-based missile tracking capabilities were among the deals highlighted by the defence company. Others in the industry, including Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman and RTX, have also produced stellar earnings reports recently. The chief executive of Intercontinental Hotels Group said that this year's World Cup should lead to a rise in tourism to the United States. IHG, which operates 4,000 hotels in the US, including under the Holiday Inn brand, cited lower tourism as a factor behind a drop in revenue per room in the latter months of 2025. International visitors to the US fell by 4.2% in 2025, according to the government.
Leaders. The Robinhood State. Governments are trying to fix their budgets by soaking the rich. It will not work.
America's top 1% enjoy a fifth of the economy's income and pay nearly a third of its federal taxes. Many politicians think they should cough up much more. Zohran Mamdani, New York's mayor, wants a new 2% city levy on incomes over $1 million. Virginia, Rhode Island and Washington State are weighing up similar measures. Californians are likely this year to vote on a one-time 5% levy on billionaires' wealth. In Europe, too, there is a similar clamour to target the wealthy. France has seen a popular campaign for a wealth tax. And with Sir Keir Starmer weakened or doomed as Prime Minister, the left wing of Britain's Labour Party may implement one of its own. The Robinhood State, which takes from the rich to give to the poor, has obvious appeal. Governments across the developed world are strapped for cash. Budgets are burdened by legacy debts, ageing populations, and the need to spend more on defence. But few politicians will countenance raising broad-based taxes at a time when voters scarred by the high inflation of the early 2020s are worried about affordability. Booming stock markets, meanwhile, have reinforced the idea that inequality is too high. And it always sounds good to say someone else will foot the bill. Yet plans to fill budgetary gaps by raising levies on the rich are flawed. Taxes are one way governments can redistribute income from the rich to the poor, but that is not their only function. They must also raise revenue without distorting the economy. The system today is failing on all counts. Arguments that high earners do not pay their fair share are mostly empty, and squeezing the rich further will raise trifling sums of money while causing real economic damage. Consider revenues first. There are simply not enough fat cats to fund welfare states by themselves. The proposed wealth tax in California would raise about 2% of the state's annual output, not much for a swinging one-time levy in the place with one of the world's greatest concentrations of billionaires. The figure for Mr. Mamdani's proposal is around 0.25% of output annually. The limited revenue-raising power of the rich is why European governments have to fund their big spending with broad-based levies, such as taxes on consumption. By contrast, America, with its low overall tax burden, can get by with one of the world's most progressive tax systems. Loopholes benefiting the very wealthy should certainly be closed. The biggest problem in the American tax system is at the very top. The resetting of the basis for capital gains tax upon death allows billionaires who hold on to assets borrowing against them to fund spending to avoid the levy entirely. The dodge is outrageous, yet ending it would yield only a tiny amount of money, probably less than 0.1% of GDP annually. The same goes for raising inheritance tax, a good tax that has never generated much money. Another problem with increasing taxes on the rich is that it damages the economy. True, it would take a lot to stop bankers and lawyers turning up for work, yet in New York they already face a combined federal, state and local top tax rate of 52%. And the cumulative impact of such levies on risk-taking, enterprise and innovation, the lifeblood of economic growth, may cause real harm. Recent research finds that facing a 1 percentage point higher income tax rate reduces the likelihood that someone will file a patent in the following 3 years by 0.6 percentage points. This loss of entrepreneurial effort hurts society more than it hurts innovators, who by one estimate captured just 2% of the value they generate. You might think that the one unassailable argument for taxing the rich would be fairness, but even that idea is dubious. The presumption that governments have failed to ensure taxes on the rich keep up with their income is mostly wrong. The rich world does more redistribution than ever. In Britain, France and Japan, income inequality has fallen after taxes and spending. Since 1990, America has offset much of the rise in pre-tax inequality with more redistribution. Taxes on the top 1% are higher, and spending on the poor, such as on healthcare, has grown. Besides, fairness is not just about making incomes equal. A fair system would also respect property rights, be reasonably predictable, and allow people to reap the rewards of their efforts and risk-taking. Of all the proposals, California's most dramatically fails these tests. It looks more like the arbitrary seizure of property than progressive taxation. No one should expect the promise that it is a one-off levy to be honoured. It is a safe bet that the left will raid the same billionaires again the next time they have a programme to fund. Broad-based taxes do not only raise much more money, they are also politically healthier. A society where the many pay tax and benefit from spending is stronger than one where the few have to pay for the many. If progress on artificial intelligence concentrates incomes at the top, as almost everyone in Silicon Valley expects, then the tax system will require fresh thinking. But that world, if it comes at all, is some way off. Today, polls and experiments show that voters pay woefully little attention to the nasty side effects taxes have on the economy. Without a personal stake in keeping taxes low, they are less likely to keep hare-brained public schemes in check. Only by exposing voters to both sides of the ledger can you expect them to pay heed to the benefits and costs of government spending rather than always favouring more handouts. At a time of rising public spending, it is
Leaders. Ukraine. Putin's forever war. Russia's president cannot win the war, but fears peace.
You would have thought that after 4 bloody years, a war which neither side can win would have burnt itself out. But not the war in Ukraine, and the blame lies with one man. Vladimir Putin is caught in a vice of his own making. The chances are waning that his armies in Ukraine will produce something he can call a victory. Many people expect peace talks, continuing in Geneva this week, to give him a way out, because President Donald Trump will force Ukraine to cede territory. In fact, that escape route is becoming less likely. And even if a peace deal were concluded, the aftershocks inside Russia would risk economic and political instability, wrecking Mr. Putin's plans of being ranked among history's greatest czars. The first problem for Russia's president is the battlefield. In the Great Patriotic War, from June 1941 to May 1945, the Red Army advanced 1,600 kilometers from Moscow to Berlin. In this longer war, Russian forces in Donetsk, the main focus, have advanced just 60 kilometers, the distance from Washington to Baltimore. Russia has been unable to generate enough combat strength to break through Ukrainian lines. In the 10 to 30 kilometer kill zone around the front line, vulnerable to drones and their all-seeing operators, soldiers and equipment cannot mass without becoming targets. Even if Russian forces breach Ukrainian lines, they struggle to exploit their success. On today's trajectory, Mr. Putin will not be able to change this. In the first 3 years, Russia was building up its army. By the end of last year, it was losing more men than it could recruit. They are poorly trained, morale is low, and desertion rates are higher than ever. Starlink has cut off Russian forces from the smuggled terminals on which they depended for targeting. Their own government has cut off Telegram, which they used to communicate on the front lines. Mr. Putin will struggle to increase the number and quality of recruits. Russia relies on money, not patriotism, to enlist soldiers. The probability of death or injury, the neglect of veterans, and the state's attempts to wriggle out of paying coffin money to the families of fallen soldiers are all raising the cost of recruitment. Since June 2025, according to Russia, a think tank, the average sign-on bonus has increased by 0.5 million rubles to 2.43 million rubles. That's $32,000. Money is getting harder to find. The 5.1 trillion ruble a year bill for all this is equivalent to 90% of the federal budget deficit. The rest of the economy is shrinking. Debt payments are increasing. The outlook for oil revenues is poor. Russia's war effort is not about to collapse. Mr. Putin can strike Ukrainian cities and power grids to destroy morale and the economy, but aerial attacks alone are unlikely to lead to capitulation. He may believe that Europe will desert Ukraine, but European support increased last year. His greatest hope may be that Ukraine, suffering grave manpower and equipment shortages of its own, will undergo a political crisis or begin to run out of fighters and weapons before Russia does. Yet Mr. Putin's bet on a Ukrainian collapse has been a losing one for the past 4 years, and the odds are lengthening. Why then does he not agree to peace? If Mr. Putin could bank Russia's gains and regroup, he could always attack Ukraine again at some point in the future. In fact, any peace plan is unlikely to satisfy Russia. The talks have a Potemkin quality, illustrated by the preposterous promise of a $12 trillion peace dividend, much of it to be shared between Russia and America. They are also unlikely to give Mr. Putin the territory he has been unable to take by force and which he wants in order to declare victory. For Ukraine to surrender its best defended ground would be a strategic disaster, and although Mr. Trump still has leverage, his ability to bounce Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president, into a bad deal has passed its peak. True, America still sells vital weapons to Europe, which passes them to Ukraine, but Ukraine is now less dependent on American intelligence than it was, and America has reduced its financing of the war by 99%. If, as seems likely, any peace deal involves American security guarantees to Ukraine that are enshrined in a treaty, the Senate will have to ratify it. That will also help protect against a one-sided settlement. Another reason for Mr. Putin to be cautious about a deal is that peace itself could trigger a crisis in Russia. As our guest column explains, Russia has diverted so many resources to defence, which now accounts for 8% of GDP, that the rest of the economy is ailing. The regime's lawlessness and the prospect of renewed hostilities will deter new investors. The challenge of redeploying resources from war-making to peace, including finding work for soldiers returning from the front, could induce a deep recession. The politics would be ugly too. Disgruntled veterans destabilise regimes, especially in Russia, as before the revolution in 1917 and after its war with Afghanistan in the 1980s. Polls suggest that Russians would initially welcome the end of the fighting, but questions would surely follow over the bungled campaign, the squandering of lives and treasure, and Russia's humiliating dependence on China for financial and military support in the name of saving its own civilization. That might limit Mr. Putin's ability to restart the war. It could even pose a threat to his power. Mr. Putin cannot give up the war, but the cost of carrying it on is rising. If his attempts to generate more combat strength only hollow out Russia further, that could lead to a crisis. If it doesn't, Ukraine and Russia will be trapped in conflict. Can anything be done to end it? Pursuing Russia's shadow fleet and activating a Senate
Leaders. Saudi Arabia versus the Emirates. A dangerous gulf. America's neglect is allowing an unwelcome tension to fester between two of its allies.
Many outsiders would put Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, or UAE, in the same category. Both monarchies have grown fabulously wealthy thanks to oil and gas. Both are close American allies, and as the most powerful members of the six-state Gulf Cooperation Council, the two should be natural collaborators. Instead, a rift between them, based on personal, political and economic rivalry, is deepening. Its consequences could stretch far beyond the Gulf. As in business, healthy competition is no bad thing in international relations. Governments in Riyadh and Abu Dhabi may naturally pursue divergent goals, but the foreign policy conducted by each side today is troubling. Some in Saudi Arabia talk of the UAE being a handmaiden for Israeli interests. Emirati commentators retort that Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, has fallen in thrall to Islamists. The UAE strives to fight them back. Where the two once cooperated in Yemen, battling together against Iran-backed Houthis, their interests have sharply diverged. In December, the Saudis bombed an Emirati weapons shipment there. Divisions are growing elsewhere. One problem is that too much policy in both countries is determined in secret by a handful of people. Opaque policies help spread uncertainty and suspicion. A second problem is a tendency to conduct policy through proxies. The UAE, unlike Saudi Arabia, often teams up with separatists. This has fueled the civil war in Sudan. Trouble may follow in shaky places elsewhere in the Horn of Africa, in Gaza, or in Syria. The Gulf has witnessed such tensions before. In 2017, Saudi Arabia and the UAE joined others in imposing a blockade on Qatar, the most serious clash in decades. This time, no one is severing economic or diplomatic ties, but a quarrel between the Arab world's largest economies and most influential diplomatic actors could prove more consequential. Much is at stake. Both the Saudis and the Emiratis benefit from calm in the Gulf. The UAE sells itself to the rest of the world as a stable hub where anyone can do good business. The Saudis would like to be able to make the same claim. Diversifying away from extractive economies and developing tourism and services investment requires stability. Trade between the pair is also substantial, with a value of around $31 billion a year. But investors fret over even small signs of politically motivated disruption, difficulties in getting visas, say, or seeing borders closed to traders. The two sides should remember it is easier to de-escalate early on. To do so, they should most urgently stop fueling others' wars. The Saudis have some noxious partners. Even more deplorable is the Emiratis' support for militias, including one accused of genocide, a charge the UAE denies, which has prolonged and worsened conflicts and weakened fragile states. Proxies are rarely under the full control of their backers. Ideally, the Saudis and the Emiratis would use their leverage to promote ceasefires. They are all the more
Leaders. Betting. Better informed than sorry. Why insider trading on prediction markets isn't always bad.
Long a curiosity beloved mainly by economists, prediction markets, peer-to-peer platforms where people bet on elections, sports, the weather and more, have entered the financial mainstream. On Kalshi, the biggest American site, total trading volume last year rose 12-fold to $24 billion. Such growth means theoretical concerns about these markets are becoming real. Chief among them is informed trading, in which some participants know something about an event that the public does not. after several examples in which the prices of correct outcomes surged above 90% just before official news broke, implying that some traders already knew the result, one case has turned criminal. On February 12th, Israel said it had arrested 2 men accused of using classified information to make about $150,000 betting on the timing of its attack on Iran. Such cases look like notorious insider trading scandals, such as those of Ivan Boesky and Raj Rajaratnam, but that is a flawed comparison. In prediction markets, informed trading is not a crime or an injustice, it is a valuable service. There are big differences between stocks and futures. Equity markets exist for the public to provide savings to companies. If insiders can trade on material non-public information, MNPI, ordinary investors lacking such knowledge will stay out of the market, depriving firms of capital. Because society benefits from this financing, most countries ban such activity. Futures, by contrast, are built for industry members such as wheat farmers or oil drillers to hedge their exposure to market prices. There is little broader benefit from mass participation and thus no reason to ban trading on MNPI. As a result, American law permits informed trading of futures, including on prediction markets. The exception is violation of another duty, as when employees front-run their firm's transactions. Moreover, prediction markets are beneficial because everyone else gains from their price discovery without having to pay. Cinemas can check which films are likely to win Oscars and reap a surge in attendance. American importers might delay shipments upon seeing the chances that courts will throw out President Donald Trump's tariffs. After the September 11th attacks, America tried to set up a prediction market on political events in the Middle East, including coups and assassinations. Nonetheless, in 2 circumstances, regulators should worry about informed trading. One is contracts, where disclosure is harmful. This is most apparent with looming military action, but occurs more often in markets involving publicly traded firms, such as the current contract on whether Paramount or Netflix will acquire Warner Bros. Discovery. If MNPI leaks into such markets, the ban on insider trading of shares would become a dead letter. The other case is when traders can affect the outcomes on which they bet. Polymarket recently withdrew a market on the Artemis II crewed moon rocket exploding because it created a financial reward for sabotage. Laws already prohibit this type of activity, and although prediction markets may create new incentives to commit such offences, transparency could both deter criminals and help bring to light wrongdoing that would happen anyway. Regulators already require prediction markets to verify users' identities and to maintain market surveillance systems that hunt for suspicious activity.
Leaders. American democracy. Putting the house in order. The job of a congressman is miserable. That needs fixing.
Voters view their lawmakers in Washington with disdain. According to Gallup polling, 80% of Americans disapprove of the way Congress is doing its job. 25 years ago, approval ratings were typically above 50%. For honesty and ethics, just 8% of Americans rate members of Congress highly, on a par with advertisers and above only lobbyists and car salesmen. The Congress has cheerfully ceded its powers to the President and passed fewer laws than any since the mid-19th century. When it acts, it is often to stop things working via government shutdowns or, as now, a partial shutdown. Yet it is worth taking a closer look at the life of a lawmaker. You may be surprised to see quite what a miserable job it has become, and, who knows, you may even experience an unexpected tinge of sympathy. Legislators' lives involve not just endless fundraising and weekly flights between the capital and their home district, with committees weak, individual members snarl and vamp for the cameras, hoping for social media virality. Then there are the threats to members' physical safety, which have risen starkly, in contrast to their pay, which has not risen for 17 years. No wonder congressmen are quitting in droves. So far, 60 have said they are stepping down after the midterm elections, the largest ever number at this stage of the cycle. Many of the trends that have made the job so dreadful are long-term and deep-seated. The partisanship that helps create gridlock is ever more entrenched. The relentless demands of social media will only grow. The fundraising frenzy will go on. There is no quick or easy fix for any of this. Who cares? Many Americans will have little time for lawmakers' laments, reckoning, not unreasonably, that members of Congress have only themselves to blame for standing in the first place. But voters should spare a thought for the state of their democracy. A constant refrain is that Congress is no longer fulfilling its role as the third co-equal branch of government. It is not passing laws or guarding the public purse. Instead of indulging in schadenfreude, Americans should think about how to make life in their legislature less awful. One hope is that the incoming batch will have a livelier time of it. If, as many pundits expect, the Democrats win back control of the House of Representatives in November, the Capitol will become an energized place. Once again, subpoenas will multiply. Committees will seek to hold the administration to account. There could be an effort to impeach Donald Trump for the third time. The job could even seem to matter again. Yet this will not bring about lasting change. For that, congressmen should help themselves. If Congress is organized, it already has the power to take back responsibilities from the executive and make itself relevant. It should do so. For propriety's sake, Congress should bar members from buying or trading individual stocks. Members profiting from policies they shape damages public trust in their institution.
Letters.
On the effects of AI in the workplace, French electricity, marriage, sad songs, and management doublespeak.
Refocus AI investments.
From Sander van Noordende, Chief Executive Officer, Randstad, Diemen, Netherlands. The Cyborg Workplace, article January 31st, looked into the reasons why artificial intelligence won't wipe out white-collar jobs and rightly concluded that AI is reshaping professional work rather than erasing it. This reflects what we have found. AI is amplifying human capability, not replacing it. However, your article, like much of the broader AI debate, focused on white-collar workers who make up only a minority of the global labor force. That framing risks missing the more consequential implications of this new technology in the workplace. Across advanced economies, employers are already struggling to fill blue-collar and skilled trade roles. In America's manufacturing industry alone, an estimated 1.9 million roles could go unfilled by 2033 as skill gaps widen. Yet AI investment remains skewed towards knowledge work. 75% of IT services companies invested in AI in the past year, compared with just 37% of healthcare firms. This imbalance means AI is being underused precisely where it could relieve the greatest pressure. If the AI debate stays focused on optimizing white-collar productivity, it will miss the more urgent opportunity, using AI to support, sustain, and elevate the people that our economies need and increasingly can't find.
From Ilya Zaritsky, Tarzana, California. I think your optimism about the future for white-collar jobs is wrong. You lean on the idea that AI has to match the full complexity of a role before it threatens that job. But jobs are bundles of tasks, and you don't have to automate the whole bundle to wreck the economics. I run a business. The last time I wrote code was in high school, sometime around 2000. And yet, in the past few months, puttering around in my spare time, I have used Claude to build software that replaced a contractor we had been paying to produce our advertising media. The work is done and looks good, and I didn't need a computer degree to get there. Then my home air conditioning broke. I used ChatGPT to go through the diagnostics, figured out the problem, and fixed it myself for $35 in parts. A repairman would have charged me around $500, so he didn't get the work. I'm even using Claude right now to help me write this letter, and that's sort of the whole point. I am not a programmer, I am not a writer, and I am not an appliance repairman. But with these tools, I was able to do passable work in all three areas in my spare time. If a guy like me can do all this while barely trying, I genuinely wonder what someone with real skill and more free time is pulling off. That should unsettle people more than you think.
French energy commitments.
From Laurent Queigny, Director of Energy, French Ministry for the Economy, Finance and Industrial and Digital Sovereignty, Paris. Charlemagne, article February 7th, suggested that France is scuppering electric interconnectors to shield its state-owned utility. France is, in fact, the second most interconnected country in Europe, with 37 links, and posted a record 92.3 terawatt-hours net export balance in 2025, a big contribution to Europe's grid stability. Not exactly the behavior of a country shielding itself from the single market. The Spanish border is often invoked as a case in point. Yet the Bay of Biscay interconnector will double capacity to over 5 gigawatts by 2028 and is designed to avoid more than 7 terawatt-hours of low-carbon electricity losses annually. As for the next Trans-Pyrenean link, the challenge is not French reluctance, but the massive grid reinforcements required on both sides of the border. Experts from both our transmission system operators are currently performing a peer review of respective constraints to ensure that the final schedule balances ambition with operational realism. France will continue to support deeper market integration, as it always has. France is also happy to host energy highways for the transit of Spanish electricity to the rest of Europe, as proposed in the European Commission's grid package. It is worth recalling, however, that in France, highways charge tolls.
Spurious spouse statistic.
From Ira Sohn, New York. I was astonished to learn that researchers are still studying marriage data about the age difference of spouses. Article, To Have and Too Old, January 31st. I had a letter published in your newspaper more than 40 years ago, February 2nd, 1985, on the same topic. The equation in that letter, as set out below, appears to be as compelling as the laws of supply and demand or the law of comparative advantage in economics. B equals G over 2 plus 7, where B and G correspond to the age of the bride and groom, respectively, at the time of marriage. To highlight the predictive power of this law, I employed a random sample of 1, using the ages of the current occupants of the White House when they married in January 2005. At that time, Donald Trump was 58, so the law's predicted value was 36 for Melania Knauss, as she was then. The future First Lady was 34, almost perfectly aligned with the predicted age.
Everybody hurts.
From Adam Guy, Durham. Please don't feel blue about pop songs becoming increasingly gloomy. Article Whistle an Unhappy Tune, January 24th. In America, the first ever #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 was Poor Little Fool by Ricky Nelson in 1958, a song of sadness from being messed around by a girl. The first ever #1 in Britain was Here in My Heart by Al Martino, a song from 1952 of yearning for someone's love. Thus, sad songs have been popular from the start, or to misquote Sir Elton John, sad songs have always sold so much.
Positive thinking.
Briefing.
Wartime Russia. No escape. How 4 years of war have reshaped life in Russia.
A middle-aged man in camouflage gets on a bus in central Moscow. He is holding a plastic bag that contains a bottle of vodka and a can of beer. Slightly swaying, his eyes blurred, he sips alternately from each container. He surveys the other passengers and says to no one in particular, "Keeping up the defence, keeping up the defence." The passengers look away. They are keen to avoid eye contact with the protagonist of Russia's special military operation in Ukraine. Many Russians try to ignore the war, which began 4 years ago this week, but that is getting harder. There is no sign of an impending breakdown, political or economic. But even Vladimir Putin's repressive regime cannot paper over the many ways in which the war impinges on everyday life. Simply moving about the country, the reminders are frequent. Defence systems intended to foil Ukrainian drone attacks also confuse the sat-navs of cars in Moscow and other cities. This spoofing can make GPS devices think they are 50 kilometres from their actual location. Drivers must study routes in advance, use paper maps or ask for directions. Air travel is another headache. Fears of drones and other military concerns prompted more than 500 airport closures last year. Sanctions prevent the import of spare parts for planes made by Airbus and Boeing, which account for 90% of passenger flights. Last year there were 800 breakdowns, more than triple the tally of the year before. Some airlines are refurbishing old Russian-made jets, although these also often suffer breakdowns. Even moving from street level to the upper stories of buildings can be a challenge, for similar reasons. Many lifts are made abroad and spare parts are hard to find. When some Muscovites, angered by frequent breakdowns in their apartment block, recently started interrogating the lift repairmen about the shoddiness of their work, they retort by looking up as if towards an invisible overseer and saying, "You're asking the wrong people." The implication was that lasting repairs are impossible while the authorities prioritise the war over more quotidian concerns. Communications are becoming harder by the day. After months of restrictions, YouTube and WhatsApp are now completely blocked. Telegram, a message app and one of the main sources of information not controlled by the state, is being throttled, prompting complaints even from members of the Duma, Russia's supine parliament. People are being pushed to use a state-backed rival, Max, which comes pre-installed on all new smartphones and tablets and is presumed to facilitate government surveillance. In theory, access to many Western websites remains possible, but in practice, internet service providers allow only a useless sliver of their data to load. Top 10 VPN, a VPN review service, counted 58 regional or national suspensions of the internet last year, with an average duration of 25 days. The economy has held up surprisingly well. In late 2021, before the war began, economists reckoned that Russia would grow by about 2% a year in 2022 to 24. In the event, it grew slightly faster than this, despite the conflict and severe Western sanctions as oil exports boomed and the government opened the fiscal taps. In 2025, growth slowed sharply to perhaps 0.6%. Yet unemployment remains extremely low at 2%. Consumer confidence, meanwhile, remains near an all-time high, according to data from Levada, an independent pollster. The aggregate numbers, however, obscure the fact that the economy has fundamentally changed. Joblessness is so low in large part because Russia's war machine has sucked up manpower and hundreds of thousands of Russians have fled the country. Growth in 2023 and 2024 was heavily reliant on largesse from the state, not only in terms of spending on the military, but also on infrastructure and welfare. Cities like Izhevsk in the Ural Mountains, home to the Kalashnikov Group, a big arms manufacturer, are booming. Property prices are rising and new restaurants are opening up. Other parts of the economy are doing less well. Russia, filled with brainy nerds, had hoped to compete in the AI race between America and China. In practice, it is nowhere to be seen. Sanctions have restricted access to cutting-edge chips, while many of the country's best scientists have left. Who has heard of GigaChat, an AI chatbot developed by Sberbank, Russia's largest bank? The civilian economy shows signs of malaise. The number of new businesses registered last year was the lowest in 14 years and fully 20% lower than in 2024. Wage arrears have doubled over the past year to 2.2 billion rubles, that's $29 million, much of them in the construction industry. Samolyot, a giant property developer, is struggling to service its debt and has asked the government for a rescue. Avtovaz, Russia's biggest car maker, is operating its factories only 4 days a week. Even those with means are not immune to the economic upheaval. Because of sanctions, goods that used to be imported from the European Union or made by Russian joint ventures with Western firms have been replaced by Chinese substitutes. The result is shuttered factories and less choice for consumers. There are plenty of drags on the private sector, such as a big rise in corporate tax last year. But a big disincentive to invest has been a wave of expropriations that has gathered strength as the war has dragged on. It started with foreign firms that left Russia at the start of the war. Their assets were quickly seized and redistributed. For example, the Russian operations of Danone, a French yogurt maker, were sold for a song to a nephew of Ramzan Kadyrov, a militia leader and Kremlin crony. The asset grab soon expanded to Russian business. The latest case is Moscow's Domodedovo airport, which was once valued at $5 billion. The authorities confiscated it from its owner and sold it at auction for less than $1 billion, half the asking price, to a subsidiary of Sheremetyevo Airport, which is linked to Arkady Rotenberg, one of Mr. Putin's cronies. Even unluckier is Vadim Moshkovich, one of Russia's richest men and owner of Rusagro, an agricultural conglomerate that is a tempting target for kleptocrats. Russian court rulings forced him to re-domicile the firm from Cyprus to Russia. Last year he was jailed for fraud. The company is being eyed for an entity headed by Dmitry Patrushev, the Minister of Agriculture and son of Nikolai Patrushev, a former intelligence chief and member of Mr. Putin's inner circle. Why would I invest and expand if it will be taken from me tomorrow, an entrepreneur asks. In the 2010s, Russian prosecutors filed no more than one expropriation petition a year. Since the start of the war, more than 500 firms had been expropriated, most of them Russian-owned. They include hotels, shopping centres, pasta factories and distilleries. A year ago, Igor Krasnov, the Prosecutor General, boasted to Mr. Putin that he had recovered 2.4 trillion rubles for the benefit of the state. A few months later, Mr. Krasnov was appointed the Chief Justice of Russia's Supreme Court. The war has deformed the legal system in many ways. People who join the army are routinely cleared of past crimes, no matter how depraved. Vestka, an online media outlet, has counted 1,112 court cases, including prosecutions for murder and rape that have been suspended or dropped because the accused have signed military contracts. As part of the standard benefits package for new recruits, Mr. Putin has granted soldiers immunity from prosecution while in service for relatively serious crimes, including theft and battery. Some soldiers remain violent after returning home. Over the past 4 years, around 1,000 people have been killed or injured by participants in the war, according to Vestka. Half of the murders were committed by ex-convicts recruited to the army from prisons. Although such offenders are usually tried and returned to prison, they often receive lenient sentences. More than 150 men from Revda, a 60,000-person suburb of the city of Yekaterinburg in the Urals, have died in the war. Last year, 2 sisters aged 9 and 7 were run over and killed outside a supermarket after a car skidded off a slippery road and ploughed into the store. The driver was a 37-year-old corporal, drunk and on drugs, who had recently returned home from the front. He had had his licence revoked 3 times in the past, but all the associated penalties had been annulled owing to his participation in the war. Killing has also been sanctified by the Russian Orthodox Church, which has proclaimed the invasion of Ukraine a holy war and sent thousands of priests to the front, both to rally the troops and in some cases to fight themselves. At least 300 priests are believed to have signed a contract with the Ministry of Defence, receiving the same privileges as veterans. From the start of the war, Kirill, the Church's patriarch, has promised that sacrificing one's life in it will wash away all sin, even for the unrepentant. In contrast, an anti-war protester who displayed a sign reading, "Thou shalt not kill," was detained and fined for discrediting the Russian army. Alexei Uminsky, a parish priest who left Russia after being defrocked for praying for peace instead of victory, told the media the patriarch has removed responsibility for killing in the war. In spite of the Church's enthusiasm, enlisting new recruits is getting ever harder. Many are men in their late 30s and 40s from small towns or villages in remote parts of the country with few skills or prospects. They saw the special military operation as a way to catch up with their more socially advanced compatriots in terms of living standards, explains Vladimir Zvanovsky, a sociologist from Samara. A signing-up bonus that reached 2.5 million rubles in 2024 in some parts of the country, regions competed to please Mr. Putin by providing lots of recruits, could be used as a deposit for a mortgage. Wages of 200,000 rubles a month was 5 times their average salary. It seemed a rational choice, often made together by a family. Yet this calculus is looking ever less appealing. For one thing, many soldiers say they signed a contract for a year without realizing that Mr. Putin had approved a decree giving the army the authority to extend such contracts until the end of the war. They also did not expect to fight on the front line. Meanwhile, their income has been less bountiful than they had hoped, both because of years of high inflation and because survival often involves paying officers hefty bribes to avoid the most hazardous operations. If they are lucky enough to return home, they are shunned, not fated as the propaganda had promised. "I've been screwed" is a common refrain. Resentment is also building among relatives of new recruits. "While our men are being destroyed there, we're being squeezed here," a woman says. "Every day brings new fines, bans, taxes and laws voiding property rights. Prices go up constantly. We collect humanitarian aid for the front while officials throw parties. The apparent ineptitude of Russia's generals does not help. A country with a normal army would have wrapped this up in 1 or 3 months, not dragged it out for 3.5 years. He, Mr. Putin, fucked everything up completely. The result is a shortage of recruits, despite huge spending. According to Russia, a network of analysts with its headquarters in Vienna, the army's bill for manpower has gone up from 3 trillion rubles in 2024 to more than 4 trillion in 2025, around 2% of GDP. Nearly 40% of that is payments for deaths in service. Yet Russian casualties, thought to be some 1,000 men a day, may exceed the army's intake. It is hard to be sure about the death toll and the labour market, since the government has become extremely secretive about demographic data, a sure indicator of grim news it is determined to conceal. In 2024, Mr. Putin suspended official government population surveys until 2029. Alexei Raksha, a demographer who raised the alarm about the blackout, has been declared a foreign agent. Presumably the death of many Russian men in Ukraine and the flight of many others abroad to escape military service has exacerbated the decades-long shrinkage of the workforce. At any rate, the government is recruiting foreign workers to alleviate Russia's labour shortage. It has made this task harder for itself by dragooning lots of existing migrant workers from former Soviet states such as Tajikistan to fight in Ukraine. An attack by Tajik terrorists on a shopping centre in Moscow in 2024 and the harassment of migrants that followed has further deterred flows from Russia's near abroad. Instead, the authorities are importing labour from Cuba, India, North Korea and Sri Lanka. Last year, it issued 240,000 work permits to foreigners. The war is also likely to be accelerating the decline in Russia's birth rate. In 2023, before Mr. Putin halted the release of data, the fertility rate, meaning the number of children a typical woman would have over her lifetime, fell to 1.3, the lowest level since 2006. According to a survey by Russia's Higher School of Economics conducted that year, nearly a third of Russians have decided to postpone or completely abandon plans to have a baby because of the war in Ukraine and the worsening economic situation. To help sustain the birth rate, the Duma in 2024 banned the promotion of childlessness. A zealous regional governor, eager to satisfy Mr. Putin's call for more babies, offered money to school-age girls if they got pregnant. Several regions are restricting abortions in private clinics. School-sponsored public forums on VK, Russia's main social media network, are being flooded with natalist slogans like "Want to start a new life?" "Just have a baby," and "Student years are a window for reproduction." Just as the Russian Orthodox Church has blessed the war, its priests have been enjoined, along with bureaucrats, to denounce abortion and promote pregnancy. Ordinary Russians are not passive in the face of this onslaught. Many have downloaded VPNs, for instance, to escape digital censorship. But they are getting gloomier. Some 60% expect this year to be harder than last, pollsters say. According to Russia's official statistics, diagnosed cases of anxiety and depression rose 21% from 2020 to 2024. Prescriptions of antidepressants were up 18% year-on-year in January. Last year, many Russians had hoped that Donald Trump's return to office would bring the war to a swift end. People started to think about what they would do when the war stopped, says Elena Panfilova, a columnist for Novaya Gazeta, a much-harassed online media outlet. That optimism has ebbed away. Everything has frozen and turned into a grey, viscous paste consisting of bombing and shooting, bargaining and lying, restrictions and repressions. As another woman puts it, I feel like an insect stuck in amber. Life goes on outside, but your own lifetime is frozen. People now
by invitation. Alexandra Prokopenko. Russia's economy has entered what climbers know as the death zone. Alexandra Prokopenko is a fellow at the Carnegie Russia Eurasia Center and the author of From Sovereigns to Servants: How the War Against Ukraine Reshaped Russia's Elite. Forthcoming.
As Russia's war against Ukraine enters its 5th year, the economy that sustains it has been transformed in ways that will be difficult, perhaps impossible to reverse without another crisis. Westerners keep waiting for the Russian economy to collapse. It won't. But nor will it recover. It has entered what mountaineers call the death zone, the altitude above 8,000 meters at which the human body consumes itself faster than it can be repaired. The Russian economy is stuck in what might be described as negative equilibrium, holding itself together while steadily destroying its own future capacity. Export revenues are falling, and economic weakness means budget gaps cannot be filled with additional tax revenues. The economy expanded by just 1% in 2025. The forecast for this year is worse. Over the past 4 years, the Russian economy has bifurcated into 2 distinct metabolic systems. The first comprises military and military-adjacent industries, the vital organs that receive priority blood flow. These sectors are hiring and investing. They get first access to labour, capital and imports. The second system contains everything else: private enterprise, small businesses, consumer industries. These are the extremities left in the cold. The most dangerous feature of this new structure is the fuel it burns. Russia's economy now runs on military rent, budget transfers to defence enterprises that generate wages and economic activity. Functionally, this resembles the oil windfalls of the 2000s. But there is a difference. Oil rent came from outside the system, foreigners paying for a tradable asset, and the money circulated through the economy with real multiplier effects. Military rent is internal redistribution towards assets designed for destruction. The body is metabolizing its own muscle tissue for energy. This is not a cyclical downturn that monetary or fiscal policy can fix. A recession is like fatigue. Rest and you recover. Russia's condition is like altitude sickness. The longer you stay, the worse it gets, regardless of how much rest you get. Consider the arithmetics of descent. Russia's defense sector now accounts for 8% of GDP. Demobilizing without falling into a crisis would require 5 conditions to be met simultaneously. Credible security guarantees that satisfy the Kremlin's threat perceptions, mass demobilization with effective retraining, sanctions relief for technology access, a defense procurement revolution that prioritizes efficiency over budget absorption, and a healthy ecosystem of smaller firms capable of absorbing reallocated resources. The probability of all 5 converging is near zero. Meanwhile, the fiscal oxygen is thinning. The budget deficit has widened rapidly to 2.6% of GDP for 2025, the largest since the pandemic. Interest payments on government debt this year will exceed spending on education and healthcare combined. Oil prices are increasing the pressure. With Urals crude, Russia's main grade, trading at a discount of 25 to 30% to Brent, Russia's export revenues are heading towards their lowest level since 2020. But energy price weakness is not primarily a Russian story. It reflects China's deflationary slowdown, Europe's stagnation, and America's trade wars. The thin air at altitude is a global condition. Russia suffers disproportionately, but so do other petro-states. This global context creates perverse incentives. Standard economic theory suggests that deteriorating conditions should push the Kremlin towards talks on ending the war. A rational actor facing rising costs seeks an exit. But Vladimir Putin is not only watching his own oxygen gauge, he is watching the other climbers. What Mr. Putin sees is this: Europe struggling with its own structural crisis, politically fragmented and unable to agree on strategic issues, including Russia. Ukraine exhausted and dependent on Western support that wavers with each election cycle. A global economy in which many are short of breath, anticipating a crisis triggered by lofty debt and the weaponization of trade. If your competitors are also weakening, and if you believe you can tolerate the pain longer than they can, the calculus flips. Economic pressure that should drive compromise instead reinforces the logic of persistence. There is a deeper layer still. Across Russia's elites, not just the Kremlin, there is near universal conviction that regardless of how this war ends, the West's ultimate goal is Russia's permanent strategic containment and perhaps the killing of its development potential. This belief has become hard to debunk. Western policymakers openly discuss plans for containing Russia. 4 years of confrontation have created path dependence on both sides. If both sides expect permanent confrontation, they act accordingly, and confrontation becomes the only stable outcome. Russia's revealed preference, continuing the war despite mounting costs, is rational under these expectations. It makes sense to keep fighting and hope something changes, that the Western coalition fractures, that Ukraine exhausts itself, that President Donald Trump's priorities shift. Russia can probably continue waging war for the foreseeable future, but no climber can survive the death zone indefinitely, and not all climbers who attempt the descent survive it. For the
United States.
Healthcare. Concepts of a plan. Trump care will have big consequences for Americans' health and politics.
Care Resource in Midtown Miami exudes the city's vibe. The non-profit clinic is bright and adorned with street art. Staff discuss the difference between Cuban and Colombian Spanish. A Bentley is parked on the street outside. But for all its glamour, it is a safety net doctor's office. Keeping it open requires putting together a quilt of grants, insurance and pharmacy income, says Karen Saby, the clinic's boss. In 2024, over half of patients did not have health insurance. That is set to grow. Last year, about a third of nearby Miamians bought insurance through the Affordable Care Act, or ACA, marketplace. With the end of pandemic-era subsidies, many will be priced out. Any change in the system could be catastrophic, Ms. Saby says. It's a house of cards. Donald Trump's second term has roiled medical care in America. With cuts to Medicaid, drug pricing deals, the sudden ubiquity of Make America Healthy Again, and the end of extra marketplace subsidies, few areas of healthcare will be left untouched. The result will be a lasting impact on Americans' health. The greatest change is coming to Medicaid, the government health program for the poor, which covers almost 77 million Americans. To help pay for tax cuts in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, or BBB, over $900 billion will be cut from the insurance scheme over the next decade, estimates the Congressional Budget Office, or CBO, a non-partisan scorekeeper. Although this is a small slice of the $8 trillion of federal spending to come by 2035, the cuts will inflict a staggering amount of harm on individuals, says Zach Cooper, a health economist at Yale University. The administration calls the introduction of work requirements to qualify for Medicaid common sense for able-bodied individuals. Only 8% of Medicaid enrollees do not work or have an exemption. More are likely to lose their coverage in a morass of paperwork. The end of extra subsidies for the insurance marketplace has led to a rise of 114% in the average premium, estimates KFF, a health research outfit. Defenders of Trump care point out that so far just 5% fewer people have signed up for health insurance, a far smaller drop-off than many expected. But the number will probably rise in the short term as auto enrollees notice bigger bills, and in the long term as healthier people opt out, worsening the risk pool. Brian Blaze, who has advised Donald Trump on healthcare, calls the changes fiscally responsible and a welcome respite from the Biden era of profligacy. Extending the gassed-up ACA subsidies until 2035 would have cost $350 billion, according to the CBO. But these savings are not cost-free. The CBO reckons that as a result of all of this, as many as 14 million people could become uninsured by 2034. Researchers at the University of Pennsylvania and Yale have calculated that this many people losing coverage, plus other changes in the BBB, could mean an additional 51,000 deaths a year. Officials call such claims deranged. There will be ripple effects as hospitals and clinics, such as Care Resource, absorb the cost of unpaid care. Beyond insurance, Mr. Trump has taken a keen interest in medicine prices. The push for deals with pharmaceutical companies comes directly from the president, says one White House official. That is why you've seen such a primary focus on that. He clearly thinks about it quite a bit. The result is a prescription drug website called Trump RX, where several dozen medicines are listed at low prices. Mr. Trump hails it as one of the most transformative healthcare initiatives of all time. Analysts scoff. It sounds really impactful for patients, says Stacy Dzetsina, a health policy professor at Vanderbilt University. In reality, it will help only a very small number of people. The site is useful only for patients paying cash, and often generic medicines are available elsewhere for less. The banner on the website is the world's lowest prices, she says. In fact, it's not even the US's lowest. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Mr. Trump's health secretary, has overseen rapid public health reforms across his Health and Human Services, or HHS, department. The clearest impact has been on vaccines, where he has altered recommendations. Mr. Kennedy has also upended the food pyramid. Some changes are sensible, like an emphasis on avoiding processed foods, and some odder, like an embrace of artery-clogging saturated fats. Other ideas are outlined in the Great Healthcare Plan, a one-page grab bag of reforms. It includes sending subsidies directly to eligible people, to whom or how much is unclear. The effort, which is unlikely to go far in Congress, is an attempt to wrest back some momentum on healthcare from Democrats, who have long held a polling advantage on the issue. According to a KFF poll in January, 2/3 of Americans say they worry about paying for healthcare, more than worry about paying for utilities, food or housing. Cutting costs for patients is the North Star for healthcare policy, says the White House official. Nevertheless, those going uninsured will still feel the pain. Republicans cling to the view that Medicaid doesn't really have political effects for them, says Yuval Levin of the American Enterprise Institute, a conservative think tank. Republicans in Congress know, as a matter of fact, that that's not true, but they still operate as if it were. Their voters will notice their cut.
United States.
Childhood vaccine mandates. Revealing Wheeling. West Virginia has become a front line.
On a highway that cuts through Wheeling, West Virginia, an old coal mining town on the Ohio River, a billboard advertises a black lung clinic. It is a reminder of the damage wrought on Appalachian men from years underground. This is the familiar story of West Virginia: back-breaking labour, rural poverty, and one of the sickest populations in the country. But on one health measure, Wheeling and West Virginia, more broadly, stand apart for the better. Across the river in neighbouring Ohio counties, childhood vaccination rates against measles, mumps and rubella, or MMR, hover around 93%, just below the threshold needed for herd immunity against the highly contagious viruses. By contrast, in West Virginia, vaccination is nearly universal. In 2025, as measles crept through each of its bordering states, it reported no cases. The reason is simple. West Virginia has one of the strictest childhood vaccine mandates in the country. It is one of just 5 states, and the lone Republican-led one, that permit only medical exemptions to school vaccine requirements. That distinction is now in jeopardy. This summer, the state Supreme Court will probably rule on whether the Republican governor's executive order expanding exemptions to include religious objections to vaccines can stand. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the health secretary, has thrown his weight behind the effort, turning West Virginia into an early test of how the administration might influence states' vaccine policies. A decade ago, anti-vaccine beliefs were held fairly evenly across the political spectrum. That is no longer the case. Since the pandemic, vaccine hesitancy has surged among Republicans. Exemptions to public school vaccination requirements based on religious or philosophical objections have roughly doubled. The increase has been 2.6 times steeper in states that voted for Mr. Trump in 2024 than in those that voted for Kamala Harris. The effort to bring West Virginia into that fold intensified last year. On his second day in office, the Republican governor, Patrick Morrisey, signed an executive order directing state health officials and school administrators to recognize religious exemptions to vaccines under the state's Religious Freedom Statute. Many parents seized the moment. Requests for non-medical exemptions rose from none to a chunky 697 by the 2025 to 26 school year, according to data provided to The Economist by the state's health department. The governor's directive was swiftly challenged. The state Supreme Court issued a stay on religious exemptions while it hears a case that pits the state's Board of Education and school officials against 3 mothers seeking exemptions for their children. The fate of West Virginia's vaccine mandate now rests with 5 justices. What distinguishes this fight is the federal government's intervention. Over the summer, the Federal Health Department sent a letter to West Virginia's public health authorities endorsing the governor's order and warning that restricting religious exemptions could jeopardize the state's funding under the Vaccines for Children program, or VFC, which provides free immunizations to poor children. In West Virginia, roughly half of children are eligible. It's unprecedented for the federal government to sanction states based on federal interpretation of state law, says Dorrit Rice, a law professor at the University of California. In September, the Health Department expanded this effort. Its Office for Civil Rights dispatched letters to the states, echoing the warnings sent to West Virginia about how VFC funding could hinge on permitting religious exemptions. Aaron Seary, a lawyer specializing in anti-vaccine cases, is both a lead counsel in the case before the West Virginia Supreme Court and was an advisor to Mr. Kennedy's presidential campaign, as well as his personal lawyer. In December, he appeared before a federal vaccine advisory committee, which Mr. Kennedy had earlier reconstituted, replacing its members with vaccine skeptics. Mr. Seary said that to depoliticize vaccines, you have to end mandates. The consequences in West Virginia would be swift. Its vaccination rates are among the country's lowest for children under 5. By 13 months of age, roughly half of children in West Virginia have received their first dose of the MMR vaccine, compared with 3/4 in Massachusetts. Yet by kindergarten, West Virginia's vaccination
United States.
Greenhouse gases. Hey presto! How dangerous is Donald Trump's endangerment decision?
It was the single largest deregulatory action in US history, claimed Lee Zeldin, the head of America's Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA. The decision is now endangering all of us, lamented the Environmental Defense Fund, or EDF, a green NGO. On February 12th, President Donald Trump announced the termination of the endangerment finding, a piece of legalese that underpins American greenhouse gas regulation. Adopted in 2009, the EPA's endangerment finding concluded that emissions of 6 greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide, methane and HFCs, posed a threat to human health and well-being. Backed by reams and years of scientific evidence, the finding became the keystone on which many of America's federal climate regulations rest. This is because the Clean Air Act requires the EPA to regulate pollutants that pose a threat to human health. Thus, the endangerment finding compelled the agency to introduce vehicle emissions standards and limits on greenhouse gas emissions from oil and gas infrastructure. By denying the threat to human health, hey presto, Mr. Trump has made the mandate to regulate greenhouse gases disappear. Lawsuits may block the change temporarily. The case could reach the Supreme Court, where 2 previous rulings may come into tension. In 2022, in West Virginia versus EPA, the court struck down President Barack Obama's Clean Power Plan, reasoning that a federal agency cannot claim sweeping powers without clear authorization from Congress. This principle, the major questions doctrine, is often cited by those such as the Trump administration who think the EPA has exceeded its legal powers in its efforts to fight climate change. However, the Supreme Court has also ruled in 2007 that greenhouse gases are pollutants that fall under the EPA's regulatory mandate. This ruling, Massachusetts versus EPA, set the wheels in motion for the endangerment finding. Having been told that greenhouse gases fell within its purview, the agency then had to determine whether they posed a threat to human health. The EPA says repealing the endangerment finding will save Americans more than $1.3 trillion, without specifying over what period, by easing the burden on fossil fuel burning industries and reducing Americans' need to buy electric cars. Critics object that the EPA fails to take proper account of the costs, such as more spent on petrol for cars and trucks, as much as $1.7 trillion more by 2035 by one estimate. American lungs will also suffer. Greenhouse gases raise air pollution by fostering more frequent and intense wildfires, and by accelerating the formation of ground-level ozone. The EDF estimates that repealing the endangerment finding will result in tens of thousands of extra premature deaths by mid-century. American carmakers began shifting their portfolios back to combustion engine vehicles in the second half of last year in anticipation of the repeal. There is no longer a support system for electric vehicles in America, says Philippe Houchois, an analyst with Jefferies, an investment firm. He notes that EV sales in America began dropping in September 2025.
United States.
Protesters or terrorists. Anti-Antifa. The Trump administration wants to put Antifa on trial.
Precisely what happened outside the Prairieland Immigration Detention Facility in Alvarado, Texas, on the night of July 4, 2025, is still hazy. No one disputes the violence, that a protester shot and injured a police officer. Everything else, why he did it, and, crucially, whether he had help, is contested. The other protesters that night maintain they came to light fireworks and yell nice things into a megaphone in Spanish to cheer up the detainees. The government accuses them of a coordinated, premeditated ambush. On February 23rd, it will put 9 of them on trial for, among other charges, supporting terrorism. Elsewhere, Donald Trump's effort to tar protesters as guerrilla agitators has flopped. The 2 shot dead by federal agents in Minneapolis were a mother and a nurse. That officials in the administration rushed to label them terrorists was galling, and it backfired. Across the country, prosecutors have downgraded or dropped charges against protesters accused of impeding immigration agents. In one case in Chicago, they charged a woman with assault, only to recant after footage showed Border Patrol ramming her with a car and shooting her 5 times. What were once rare and embarrassing setbacks for prosecutors are now commonplace. The trial in Fort Worth will be different. The 9 defendants deny the charges. But they may well stick. A cop was shot and government property was vandalized. The Trump administration wants to extract as much political juice from the case as it can. The Department of Justice, or DOJ, contends that the protesters belong to an Antifa cell, part of a larger militant enterprise. Though only 1 person fired a gun at Prairieland, at least 19 were arrested, some of whom did not attend the protest at all. One defendant is charged with evidence tampering for moving a box of anarchist zines out from under the eyes of police. The initial complaint in July alleged crimes such as attempted murder, but made no mention of Antifa or terrorism. Then Charlie Kirk was assassinated in September, and Mr. Trump, vowing retribution, ordered law enforcement to train its might at Antifa. Terrorism charges against the Prairieland defendants followed in October. Kash Patel, head of the FBI, went on Fox News to argue that Antifa is a terrorist organization, not an amorphous social movement, which is how practically everyone else understands it. He cited the DOJ's own charging document. "We're treating them as terrorists, just as we do ISIS or Al-Qaeda." Thomas Berzowski, an ex-DOJ hand, calls this breathing life into a construct that they've created. To secure convictions on the terrorism charges, prosecutors will need to prove that even the defendants who didn't shoot intended to help murder an officer or vandalize property. This is not the type of folks we're talking about, says Patrick McLean, a lawyer for one of them. They are people who want to stand up for people they have empathy for. Defense lawyers will have to square that with some of the evidence. 2 defendants allegedly scoped out the facility before the protest to log security cameras and police presence. Others packed guns and body armor in their cars. The protesters allegedly communicated on messaging apps
United States.
Rage against the machines. Food for thoughtlessness. Americans are unleashing their anger on food delivery bots.
On the pavement of a busy Atlanta street, Deja, Jiwon, Mu, Niska and Pelin stand at attention. Their eyes blink slowly as they look straight ahead. Inside Gusto, the salads and wraps restaurant they face, workers take notice. "It feels like we're being watched," says one. At any moment, the platoon will break into action, trundling away to pick up and deliver late-night munchies to college kids studying in dorms, or sushi dinners to finance bros. These are no ordinary couriers, they are machines. Thousands of cooler-sized food delivery robots now roam American streets. At the start of last year, Serve Robotics, the maker of Deja's Posse, had only 100 bots. It has since deployed 2,000 to 20 cities. Coco has a fleet of 1,000, and Starship Technologies has 2,000. The machines map their surroundings, using the same cameras and sensors as self-driving cars. Artificial intelligence then helps them decide how to cross the road, dodge runners, and scale snowbanks. Thanks to contracts with Uber Eats, DoorDash, and Grubhub, they're among the most visible examples of AI taking human jobs. The bots promise efficiency. Moving a 2-pound burrito in a 2-ton car doesn't make a lot of sense, says Ali Kashani, the boss of Serve. Roughly a quarter of American car trips, he notes, are last-mile errands and shopping runs. These journeys not only clog streets, but are pricey. Why should moving a good from Chinatown cost $10 when shipping it from China might cost $2? Small robots ferrying more takeaways could also help lift local economies. And Thunder Said Energy, a consultancy, found that a Starship bot is 100 times more energy efficient than a motorcycle. The only snag? People seem to hate them. Social media videos of pedestrians assaulting them have gone viral. Some seem to be shaking them down for pad thai, others are releasing rage by tipping the poor things over. In one clip, a Miami man tries to chuck a bot off a bridge. The anger is translating into activism. In Chicago, 3,300 residents have signed a petition asking their city to ban the bots. The editorial board at the University of Notre Dame called on students to boycott them. Why should we tolerate mechanized Grubhub robots terrorizing our walkways? This disdain for robots is not new, especially in America. In 2014 to 2015, Hitchbot, a full-body robot, successfully hitchhiked across Canada, Germany and the Netherlands. 2 weeks into its American trek, however, it was found stripped, dismembered, and decapitated in Philadelphia. Years later, a security robot patrolling San Francisco's Mission District was discovered besmirched by barbecue sauce and befouled by feces, according to a news report. A recent survey by Pew Research Center found that Americans are far more concerned about AI intruding on daily life than people in other rich countries. To mitigate the backlash, Serve has given its machines names, and puppy dog
United States.
Life as a legislator. Bleak house. The crummiest job in Washington, congressman, is getting worse.
I just felt ground down, sighs Don Bacon, a Republican congressman from Nebraska. I'm tired of doing elections every 2 years. I'm tired of raising 6 to 7 million every 2 years. It's a 12 to 14-hour daily grind. Mr. Bacon is one of 60 members of Congress who say they will step down after the midterms, a record number so early in an election year. Some are old. Some genuinely want to spend more time with their families. Many, however, have grown frustrated with a job that involves longer hours, lower pay, more danger, and less power than in the past. A typical week for a lawmaker starts with a red-eye flight to Washington, just in time for a vote on a bill you have not had time to read. Party leaders whip you to back or oppose it. Between 15 and 25 hours a week are spent with a minder in a dingy building, phoning donors to fund your re-election campaign. Then you must attend several committee hearings, all scheduled at the same time, so you appear before each just long enough to craft a video clip. On Thursday, after your final vote, you dash to make your flight home for your weekend duties, a series of ribbon cuttings and listening to constituents whinge. This grind might be easier to tolerate if it yielded results. But in its most recent full term, from 2023 to 2025, Congress passed just 274 laws, fewer than in any other Congress since the Civil War. Many were trivial, from renaming post offices to mandating that American flags be American-made. More substantial bills are gridlocked. Small wonder that, according to Gallup, just 17% of Americans approve of how Congress is doing its job. Despite their dwindling relevance, lawmakers are not safe. Last year, the Capitol Police investigated 14,938 threats directed at members of Congress, their families and staff, a 58% rise from 2024. In 2022, the then Speaker's husband was bludgeoned with a hammer. On January 6, 2021, a mob ransacked the Capitol while lawmakers cowered under desks. The rioters were later pardoned by the president. Lawmakers are better paid than nurses, but the gap is shrinking. The salary of $174,000 has not changed in 17 years. After inflation, it has slid by a third. Dozens camp in their offices to save rent. How did it become such a crummy job? One reason is that partisanship has stripped lawmakers of much of their agency. Another is that they have divested themselves of the resources needed to do the job properly. Begin with partisanship. The parties in Congress are more ideologically distant than at any point in the past 80 years. Data from DW Nominate, a computer program that analyzes voting records, shows that today there is no overlap between Republican and Democratic lawmakers. Anyone who bucks the party line risks ejection by their own party in a primary. I think it's the worst it's probably ever been, says Julia Brownlee, a congresswoman from California who is stepping down this year. In the past, lawmakers might get onto an interesting committee, where members on both sides haggled over new laws. But since the mid-1990s, power has been hoarded in the offices of the Speaker of the House and the Senate leader. To get around partisan gridlock, congressional leaders try to cram all their priorities into a single omnibus budget bill, which is negotiated in secret and passed, largely unread, by their rank and file. Committee power has been pulled away, complains a recently retired Democratic congressman. And you say to yourself, what am I doing here if I can't make my own decisions? Hearings have become marbled sets for brand building. For the ambitious, it's all about getting that viral moment, says the ex-congressman. Members want to land their attack and then package it up into a 30-second viral clip for social media. As the scope of government has expanded, the machinery of Congress has failed to keep up. The House has fewer committee staff than in the 1980s. A typical lawmaker's office on Capitol Hill employs just 3 or 4 haggard 20-somethings to work on policy. If they are good, they often quit to earn more in the private sector. Congressional staffers left in near-record numbers last year, according to Legistorm, a congressional database. Many congressmen, too pressed to think for themselves, end up relying on lobbyists. Congress no longer has the expertise to do its job, warns Michael Thorning of the Bipartisan Policy Center, a think tank. Andrew Hall of Stanford University warns that the toxic environment deters moderates from running for office. In their place, partisans who enjoy politics as a blood sport have filled the ranks. Things could improve. Historically, when enough law
United States.
Lexington. The theocrats. Christians with very different ideas about their faith are dividing Republicans over Israel.
Donald Trump's MAGA movement has a way of combining superficial wackiness with the backhoe excavation of old combustible ideas and grievances. So it was that a right-wing social media influencer and former Miss California, named by Mr. Trump to a commission on religious liberty, chose to pin an ornament of the Palestinian and American flags to her lapel, and then upend the commission's most recent hearing. The meeting on February 9th was meant to spotlight anti-Semitism, with testimony in part about leftist protests against Israel. But in confronting a panel of Jewish leaders and activists, the commissioner, Carrie Prejean-Bowler, rejected any connection between opposition to Zionism and anti-Semitism, arguing that America must not make loyalty to a particular theology about Israel a litmus test for protected speech or moral legitimacy. When a panelist argued that anti-Zionism was indeed anti-Semitism, she shot back, "I'm a Catholic, and Catholics do not embrace Zionism, just so you know. So are all Catholics anti-Semites, according to you?" Ms. Bowler became a Catholic less than a year ago, which may explain her weak grasp of theology. The Catholic Church supports Israel's right to exist, the essence of Zionism. It also supports a state for Palestinians. And Catholics, like other people, have a range of views. But Ms. Bowler clearly understands politics, or what matters more, political theatre, performed via social media. After the Commission's chairman tried to remove her on February 11th, she called him a Zionist supremacist on X, where her follower count rapidly rose. Insisting that only Mr. Trump could dismiss her, she said she would attend the Commission's next meeting. She demanded support from 3 Catholics who want to be president in 2028, Vice President J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, and Ron DeSantis, the Governor of Florida. Are they Israel first or America first, she wrote. A question she also asked about Mr. Trump. None has commented on her dismissal. The left is having its own reckoning over Israel, replete with claims of complicity in genocide and apartheid, and counter-accusations of anti-Semitism. On the right, as Mr. Trump's grip on the party loosens in the months and years ahead, the reckoning may prove even more toxic, because Republican support for Israel has, across decades, braided together not just Cold War ideology and power politics, but Christian faith. While theology remains a reason for many on the Christian right to embrace Israel, it is also becoming for some a rallying cry to reject Israel's right to exist. William F. Buckley, the impresario of modern conservatism, and, as it happens, a Catholic, was initially no supporter of Israel. He was raised in the isolationist America First republicanism of the 1930s by a father who despised Jews with an intensity he made no effort to conceal, wrote Mr. Buckley's biographer, Sam Tannenhouse. In 1956, Buckley's magazine, National Review, called Israel the first racist state in modern history, in line with the left's harshest criticism today. The Six-Day War in 1967, when Israel defeated Arab states backed by the Soviet Union, changed Buckley's mind. In the 1980s, as Ronald Reagan integrated the evangelical movement into the Republican Party, a particular theology, to borrow Ms. Bowler's words, became a pillar of Republican support for Israel. Christian Zionists held that the return of Jews to Palestine was required for the second coming of Christ. Republican support for Israel became rock solid. When a Republican presidential candidate, Pat Buchanan, also a Catholic, revived the America First message in the 1990s and combined it with a pro-Labour politics, previewing Mr. Trump's own populism, Buckley wrote that Mr. Buchanan's anti-Israel fulminations amounted to anti-Semitism. And when in the 2000s President George W. Bush proposed a roadmap for peace that involved Israel yielding land for an eventual Palestinian state, evangelicals joined with right-wing Israelis to resist him. Mr. Trump has often cast himself as Israel's best friend ever in the White House, but his own revival of America First politics has prompted many in his movement to question America's commitment to the Jewish state, and amidst that debate, ancient tropes are resurfacing. At this month's hearing of the Religious Liberty Commission, Seth Dillon, who runs a conservative Christian satirical news site, the Babylon Bee, testified that anti-Semitic agitators were persuading young men on the right that hidden Jewish power was subjugating them. When he named the commentators Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, Ms. Bowler objected, saying that Ms. Owens just doesn't support Zionism. "I don't know why you keep bringing her up, and Tucker," Ms. Bowler said. "Well," Mr. Dillon replied calmly, "because they're the two most famous anti-Semites." Ms. Bowler later reposted an emission from Ms. Owens, another recent convert to Catholicism, which claimed that Zionists are naturally hostile to Catholics because we refuse to support the mass slaughter and rape of innocent children for occult Baal worshippers. Mr. Trump and Mr. Vance, usually not shy to denounce those they disagree with, have yet to display Mr. Dillon's forthrightness about such commentary. At Benedictine College in Atchison,
The Americas.
Nicaragua. The third regime. In Donald Trump's hemisphere, the grubby Nicaraguan regime is dodging the fate of Cuba and Venezuela.
Nicaragua is sometimes called the tropical North Korea. Even by the standards of Latin American autocracies, it feels tense in Managua, the capital. Any political talk is hushed for fear that informers may be hovering. Television stations spout propaganda, religion, or bland entertainment. Church sermons are hollow. Rubbish lines the road, the smell of its incineration hanging in the air. This is a ship sinking more every year because there is no change, just the regime's twisted ideas, says a resident. In 2025, the United Nations estimated that nearly a fifth of the population was hungry. The regime expelled UN representatives in response. Daniel Ortega became president in 2007 after winning an election. The former Marxist-Leninist guerrilla had ruled from 1979 to 1990 after overthrowing the dynasty that had run Nicaragua for 4 decades. He soon turned to repression. In 2018, the government used lethal force to put down widespread anti-government protests, killing at least 355 people. By 2021, he had locked up the main opposition candidates and secured re-election through a sham vote. In 2024, he overhauled the constitution, elevating his wife, Rosario Murillo, to co-president. That paved the way for Ms. Murillo, who is 74 and had previously been his vice-president, to succeed her husband, who is 80. The new constitution reduced the courts and legislature to mere organs of the state. The pair increased their control of the army and the police. Their sons took important posts in government. Cultural life has been squashed unless it celebrates Rubén Darío, a long-dead poet, or Ms. Murillo herself, who has published multiple volumes of poetry. Take Granada, once a cultural hub, which used to host an annual poetry festival. It was cancelled after 2018, when police fired on protesters at the festival. The regime has also smothered civil society, shutting more than 5,500 NGOs. Almost 300 journalists have fled the country since 2018. University independence has been eliminated. In a devout country, even the Catholic Church has come under attack. Since 2022, more than 200 clergy have been jailed or forced to leave Nicaragua, including 18 nuns from Mother Teresa's charity. Some 800,000 Nicaraguans have left since 2019, says Manuel Orozco of the Inter-American Dialogue, a think tank in Washington, more than 10% of the 7 million population. In 2023, the government began stripping critics of citizenship and confiscating their property. Some immigrants discover they cannot return or renew their passports. Their entire life is systematically dismantled, notes a UN report. Even out of the country, Nicaraguans are not safe. In June, Roberto Sancam, a retired army major and outspoken critic, was shot dead at his home in San Jose, Costa Rica's capital. NGOs have linked his killing to the Ortega regime. They came to our door. The repression has no borders, says Claudia Vargas, his widow. At least 6 others have suffered a similar fate since 2018. The regime has shifted away from the Cuban model of an authoritarian system cloaked in revolutionary rhetoric to a still authoritarian one focused on the welfare of the Ortega-Murillo clan. Its sole objective is for the family to stay in power, says Eliseo Núñez, a former opposition legislator. There is little effort to inspire. Limp posters that bear an unflattering photograph of the pair, along with the slogan "Avanzando la Revolución," are the only visible propaganda on the streets. The clan now dominates the economy too. Allies control ports, energy and telecommunications. Growth has been solid at 3 to 4% a year since 2022, but rests on narrow foundations. Remittances, mostly from the United States, account for 30% of GDP, among the highest shares in the world. Exports, another big source of income, are also dependent on the United States. The regime has drawn closer to China in an effort to reduce this dependence. Huge Chinese-built shopping centres are everywhere. After the United States put sanctions on the state mining company, Minas, the government rewrote concession rules. Chinese firms displaced Western ones and now hold concessions covering about 8% of the country's land. That has boosted gold exports, generating dollars and helping to evade sanctions. Ms. Murillo has taken control of the ruling duo. Repression has increased. In 2025, the regime turned on fellow Sandinistas, the Marxist-Leninist-inspired guerrillas with whom Mr. Ortega overthrew the previous dictatorship. Among them was Bayardo Arce, a former Sandinista commander and longtime economic advisor, who was placed under house arrest before being convicted of money laundering and fraud. If you'd told me a year ago they would do this, I would never have believed it, says Oscar René Vargas, a Sandinista intellectual who once saved Mr. Ortega's life. Despite increasing repression and cozying up to China, even as the United States takes a closer interest in the left-wing autocracies in its region, the consequences for the Ortega-Murillo regime have been limited. That may be because Nicaragua lacks both oil and strategic value. Yet Donald Trump's rhetoric about American control of the Western Hemisphere has increased uncertainty. Marco Rubio, his Secretary of State, has repeatedly denounced the Nicaraguan regime alongside those in Venezuela and Cuba. The United States has the power to depose Mr. Ortega, as it did Nicolás Maduro, Venezuela's dictator, in January. By leaving Mr. Maduro's deputy in charge, says Mr. Vargas, Mr. Trump showed Nicaraguan regime insiders that there is political life for them after the first family is forced out. Ricardo Zúñiga, who oversaw Central America policy under President Joe Biden, says this chimes with his aim at the time to make clear that the United States would work with anyone but Ms. Murillo. The United States has increased diplomatic pressure. On January 30th, the State Department called Ms. Murillo's position illegitimate. Yet it has stopped short of harsher measures, such as curbing American oil exports to the regime or severing banking ties. In January, it declined to expel Nicaragua from the Central American Free Trade Agreement, though it will gradually impose tariffs on Nicaraguan exports not covered by the agreement, reaching rates of 15% by 2028. The regime has long proved adept at conceding just enough to ease pressure, says Mr. Zúñiga. On February 8th, it ended visa-free entry for Cubans, which had facilitated migration northward towards the United States. That followed the limited release of some political prisoners in January, even as others were detained. Mr. Núñez argues that succession also poses a risk to the regime. Ms. Murillo lacks her husband's revolutionary credentials. She is widely disliked and seen as divisive within the regime, in part because she is an eccentric. Her belief in mysticism is well documented and has
The Americas.
Politics in Peru. Happy New Year. Peru ousts yet another president.
The Chinese Year of the Firehorse ostensibly heralds disruptive change. Peru could not wait to get started. On February 17th, as dragon dancers performed in the Chinatown district of Lima, the capital, Peru's Congress voted to impeach interim President José Herrí, the country's 8th president in a decade. Mr. Herrí held office for just 4 months after presiding over his predecessor's impeachment. The 39-year-old styled himself as tough on crime. He enjoyed some legislative support, but that evaporated after clandestine meetings with a Chinese businessman became public. Questions about conflicts of interest followed. He left the presidential palace to shouts of "thief." He denies wrongdoing. The ramifications run beyond domestic politics. Chifa Gate, as the scandal became known, after Chifa, the local term for a Chinese restaurant, in one of which the meetings took place, was drawing new levels of scrutiny to Chinese influence in Peru at a time when Donald Trump is eager to assert the dominance of the United States over the region. Mr. Herrí had been trying to outrun that scrutiny. He had ditched plans for a Chinese naval vessel to visit Peru. In February, his government backed away from a decision to buy 24 Gripen jets from Sweden's Saab, signalling its intention to buy much more expensive F-16s from the United States instead. Last week, Mr. Herrí dined on cheeseburgers with the new American ambassador to Peru, Bernie Navarro, who shared a selfie of the pair, declaring a change of menu. Mr. Herrí's replacement,
The Americas.
Connected cats. Saving the skull crushers. Efforts to conserve South America's jaguars are enjoying some success.
The jeep is squelching through the marsh when the guide calls for a hush. A gentle beep emanates from his handheld receiver, which he sweeps around him to pinpoint the signal. 9 o'clock, he whispers, and the car creeps off through the long paludal grass. There, squatting by an island of wild cashew trees, is a pair of jaguars, mother and son, feasting on the carcass of a 9-banded armadillo. They briefly raise their heads, find the jeep uninteresting, and resume munching. The scene at the Cayman Reserve in Brazil's Pantanal, an area of tropical wetlands, offers hope. After years of indifference, governments and some landowners across the Americas are trying to preserve the region's biggest cat. They face wildlife traffickers and farmers who torch tracts of pristine forest where the jaguars live. But they have an ally, the growing masses of tourists who want to see the wild beasts and will pay great sums to do so. Before the Americas were densely inhabited by humans, the hemisphere was the jaguar's playground. Where leopards, their distant cousins, had to compete with tigers and lions in Asia and Africa, jaguars were the undisputed apex predator. Indigenous people considered them sacred and mostly left them alone. The abundance of prey in lush jungles helped them to grow large heads, muscly bodies, and powerful legs. They developed the strongest bite of all cats. Unlike most felines, which asphyxiate their prey by latching onto the throat. Jaguars kill by sinking their teeth through their victims' skulls. Deforestation has more than halved the jaguar's original range. What remains is disappearing fast. At around 9 million square kilometres, that's 3.5 million square miles, it is a quarter smaller than it was in 2000. The cats are considered extinct in Uruguay, El Salvador, and the United States, where they used to pad through the woods of New Mexico and Arizona. They are threatened in Bolivia and Suriname, where traffickers poach them for their fangs, which are used as a substitute for tiger in traditional Chinese medicine. About half of the world's remaining jaguars are in Brazil, mostly deep in the Amazon. The rest are often isolated in patches of undisturbed forest that are surrounded by degraded land. This fragmentation is a problem because of the jaguar's Game of Thrones lifestyle, says Lucas Morgado, a biologist at On Safari, the jaguar research group at the Cayman Reserve. Inbreeding is the norm. As a result, evolution has instilled male jaguars with an instinct to leave their family territory after adolescence to search for new land hundreds of kilometres away. Human expansion prevents jaguars from roaming, increasing genetic diseases and eventually prompting population collapse. So international organisations and governments want to create corridors across Latin America to connect cats that live in fragmented territories. This effort started in 2018, when organisations such as the Worldwide Fund for Nature and the UN Development Programme began looking for suitable land. 16 Latin American countries have signed up. In September, they launched a regional plan, which involves adopting standardised methodologies to monitor jaguar populations and defuse conflict with landowners. Yara Barros, who runs jaguar conservation in one of the national parks that houses the Iguazu Falls, the vast system of waterfalls on the borders of Argentina, Brazil and Paraguay, says conflict can be mitigated. In 1990, the parks held perhaps 800 jaguars. By 2005, there were only 40. Surrounding towns had expanded, building roads and raising forest. Landowners shot jaguars when they preyed on their cattle. Ms. Barros's organisation visited thousands of farms as well as schools to teach locals how to deal with jaguars. Her team put electric fences around farmland, helped make chicken coops secure, and advised ranchers not to leave cow carcasses lying around. Jaguar shootings plummeted. Today, more than 100 roam the park. Other efforts in Brazil show that coexistence is possible. The Mamirawa Institute, a charity, teamed up with the government to create 2 reserves that straddle 35,000 square kilometres of land in the Amazon. People living in villages inside the reserve still occasionally kill jaguars out of fear, for sport, or even for food. Yet the jaguar population is stable at around 1,000. Conservation is not about not touching nature, says Emiliano Hamaliu of the Institute. It's about protecting it so that even if you use natural resources, those resources will be able to replenish themselves. Tourism can help foot the bill. Cowboys in the Pantanal used to slaughter jaguars. But in the mid-2000s, tourists began paying guides to take them out in boats to spot the elusive cats, who like frolicking in water. Wildlife charities taught locals how to collect data for scientists. The sons of the cowboys started realizing there was more value in keeping a jaguar alive than dead, says Rogério Cunha de Paula of the Chico Mendes Institute for Biodiversity Conservation in Brasilia. In 2017, researchers found that Jaguar tourism netted the area's guest houses almost $7 million in annual revenues, while a tax on cattle cost just $120.
Asia.
India's AI summit. Artificially inflated. Despite hosting a global summit this week, India is not an AI superpower.
Small slights matter when you want to be a big power. Take a recent exchange on a panel at Davos, an elite salon in which the boss of the IMF appeared to dismiss India as a second-rate AI power. A few seats along, Ashwini Vaishnaw, the country's IT minister, bristled. Then he launched a salvo citing Indian prowess from chips to apps. In patriotic, tech-mad India, the clip went viral. There was lots of such talk this week as world leaders and AI barons gathered in Delhi. India is the first developing country to host the annual summit, following Britain, South Korea and France. What began as an earnest discussion of risks has morphed into something like a giant trade show. Safety has been replaced with impact in its title. The backdrop this time is buzz about the new models released by OpenAI and Anthropic, two American companies. Even so, India is using the event to hype itself as an emerging AI superpower alongside America and China. In many ways that is fanciful. India has little aptitude in advanced manufacturing and cannot produce the chips on which AI depends. Although a government-backed semiconductor mission has made some progress, success in the coming years would, at the most, mean India being able to produce some lower-grade chips while continuing to import whizzier ones. On compute, it lags too, though that is starting to change thanks to a data center boom. Like the rest of the world, it is a bystander in the two-horse race to develop frontier models. Mr. Vaishnaw cited a Stanford study that puts India third in the imaginative category of AI vibrancy, behind America and China, but ahead of the likes of Britain and Japan. That ranking gives weight to India's large tech workforce, growing number of startups and digital infrastructure. Yet other measures do not even put it in the top 10. In private, insiders admit that India's AI ecosystem remains small. A partner at a venture capital firm says the country has lots of engineers but fewer than 300 skilled AI researchers, far fewer than Britain or France. The government spends a paltry 0.7% of GDP on research and development. Risk capital remains scarce. The summit aimed to show off India's abilities as a global convener. Things got off to a bad start, with delegates complaining about long queues and poor Wi-Fi, but India did draw in the industry's biggest names. On February 19th, Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, stood on stage with Sam Altman and Dario Amodei, the bosses of OpenAI and Anthropic, who declined to link arms. The summit declaration is likely to focus on ensuring affordable access to AI, a priority for developing countries. Despite its weaknesses, India does have attributes that will give it an important role in shaping AI adoption. For starters, it has 900 million internet users who spend on average 7 hours a day online. That makes it an unignorable market for AI companies looking to hoover up data on which to train models. OpenAI, Anthropic and Google are all competing for Indian custom. On February 16th, Anthropic, whose second biggest market is India, opened an office in Bangalore. And when India played Pakistan a day earlier in the T20 Cricket World Cup, South Asia's nearest equivalent to the Super Bowl, with an audience of 450 million, the prime advertising slots were taken by ChatGPT. Indian companies and consumers are also embracing the technology enthusiastically. One survey found that almost 90% of Indian firms are using AI versus 62% globally. The country is genuinely world-leading in voice-driven AI, which is how most Indians use the technology. One company that delegates will hear much about is Sarvam AI, which has adapted open-source models by training them on local voice and language data. There had been skepticism about whether it would outperform general-purpose models, but recent benchmark data shows it now does so for certain, albeit niche, tasks, such as reading documents in Indian languages. At the summit, India's political and tech leaders will promote this distinctive approach. We are not trying to burn millions of GPUs building artificial general intelligence, says Abhishek Singh, the boss of India AI, a government agency. To become the world's adoption capital is India's goal. We think it's not just about LLMs and 4 companies running the world, says Rudra Chowdhury of ORF, a think tank, which is a very expensive approach to building AI. India's approach is bottom-up. It's not the model, it's the use case that you have to build around. That leads towards a focus on applications. Several Indian startups have attracted global interest and investment in areas such as cloud computing and customer service. Others focus on applying AI to problems that are urgent in the developing world. Supernova, which aims to make English tuition affordable to all Indians, many of whom lack access to decent schools, has 1 million monthly users and is growing at a clip. Telemedicine and AI triage chatbots are expanding in a country in which healthcare remains limited. One question, given the way in which frontier models are galloping along, is whether such indigenous apps will prove most effective in the long run. Another is cost. Many users will not require expensive, bleeding-edge models, argues Mr. Chowdhury. A positive spin on limited capital and revenue streams is that Indian companies will be forced to work out how to apply AI frugally. Rajan Anandan of Peak 15, a venture capital firm, thinks the country will be a pioneer of ultra-affordability. He predicts a mini DeepSeek moment at the summit, with an Indian company set to launch a video generation model that costs 1/5 as much to build as its nearest Chinese competitor. The biggest challenge for India may be holding on to talent. It has a huge tech workforce and engineers all
Asia.
Bangladesh. Rahman's return. Can Bangladesh's old guard build a new democracy?
Like in America, beamed one freshly minted minister. His new boss, Tariq Rahman, had just been sworn in as Prime Minister of Bangladesh in an open-air ceremony. This new gesture of transparency came 5 days after an election on February 12th, when the centre-right Bangladesh Nationalist Party, the BNP, mopped up over 2/3 of the 300-seat parliament. Bangladesh had voted in its first competitive election since 2008. It did so mostly peacefully, despite earlier fears of mass violence. To future-proof a fragile democracy, close to 70% of voters also backed yes in a constitutional referendum that arms the country with sturdier checks and balances. For 15 years, the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina Wajid's Awami League, or AL, orchestrated sham elections, jailed and killed its opponents, and stacked state institutions with sycophants. Then came the student-led Monsoon Revolution, which in August 2024 toppled the regime at the cost of 1,400 lives. For the past 18 months, an interim government has answered to Muhammad Yunus, an octogenarian Nobel Peace Prize laureate. But for all the talk of new beginnings, voters put their faith in a party of the old guard. Old habits may die hard from the BNP's last stint in office in the early 2000s. For 5 years in a row, Bangladesh then had the dubious honour of being ranked the world's most corrupt country by Transparency International, a non-profit organisation. Mr. Rahman, scion of a political dynasty, was no stranger to allegations of corruption, which he denies. Mr. Rahman must now prove that he heads a more honest party. He has had a 17-year self-exile in London suburbs to think about it. Ahead of the vote, the BNP's headquarters was teeming with returnees from Britain, and the prodigal son waxed eloquent on anti-corruption matters. But the true test now begins. The first part is democratic renewal. For that to work, everyone must somehow be brought along, from the disheartened Gen Z protesters who only won 6 seats to the Islamists who've made their debut as the main opposition. And what of AL supporters? A middling turnout rate of about 60% suggests that many took the interim government's ban on their party as an invitation to stay at home. The BNP insists, unpersuasively, that courts alone can decide when and under what conditions the AL might return. The referendum set out much-needed democratic guardrails, from prime ministerial term limits to the creation of a new upper house, with powers to check the lower one. But the BNP is all too aware that as the party in power, these checks and balances would now constrain itself. Little wonder that it quietly dispatched operatives to campaign for a no, and that it is already finding excuses to cherry-pick. The second challenge is economic. Bangladesh is set to leave the group of least developed countries in November. This means losing many trade and loan privileges, just as the government is busy chasing down the fortunes smuggled out of the country by cronies, to the tune of $16 billion annually, according to the interim government. The new Finance Minister, Amir Khazru Mahmood Chowdhury, says his to-do list includes trimming red tape, upping the country's abysmal 7% tax-to-GDP ratio, working on the cost and ease of doing business, and charming fund managers from Hong Kong to New York. Finally, Bangladesh wants a reset with India, its mighty neighbour. Its diplomats have a new go-to word. Dignity must return to the relationship. Until August 2024, Bangladesh was almost like a client of India.
Asia.
After martial law. Guilty, but still charged. South Korean conservatives are divided over their disgraced ex-president.
Yoon Suk-yeol's imposition of martial law in late 2024 lasted only a few hours. Those implicated in the South Korean ex-president's plot will pay the price over many years. His Prime Minister received a 23-year prison sentence for his role in the debacle last month. On February 19th, a court sentenced Mr. Yoon to life imprisonment for leading an insurrection. While opting against the prosecutor's request for the death penalty, the presiding judge still chastised Mr. Yoon for resorting to violent means to undermine democratic norms. The case against Mr. Yoon appears to be clear-cut, yet his actions created deep cleavages on the South Korean right. His former right-of-centre party, the People Power Party, or PPP, has split into two warring factions. Defenders of the disgraced standard-bearer insist that given obstructionism by the opposition in Parliament, he was within his rights to impose martial law and send troops to seize the National Assembly and raid the Election Commission. These self-proclaimed Yoon-again forces seek to make such beliefs a litmus test for PPP leaders. Others argue that martial law is fundamentally unacceptable in a rich democracy with a painful history of military dictatorships. This faction, one might call them the Yoon Never Again group, wants to cut off all ties with the former president. The divide amounts to an identity crisis within the country's conservative movement, and the fissures within it appeared from the start of the episode. On the night of the martial law declaration, the then leader of the PPP, Han Dong-hoon, broke with the president and rushed to Parliament to help block him. "I thought this was anti-democratic and must be stopped," Mr. Han recalls. Yet most PPP parliamentarians boycotted a vote to overturn martial law and refused to impeach the president. When it came time to select a candidate for snap presidential elections last June, the PPP opted not for Mr. Han, but for Kim Moon-soo, a minister in Mr. Yoon's government who had refused to apologise for martial law. Mr. Kim lost decisively to Lee Jae-myung of the left-leaning Democratic Party, or DP. Following the defeat, the PPP's leader in Parliament resigned, calling for a reset of the party. The Yoon Again faction has nonetheless maintained the upper hand. The PPP's current leader, Jang Dong-hyuk, has been a staunch defender of the ex-president, even as the party's standing with the public has plummeted, with its support wallowing below 25%. Leaders of the Yoon Never Again wing have come under attack as traitors. Mr. Han was recently expelled from the party. Many people are trapped in partisan frameworks, prioritising political battles over safeguarding democracy, he told The Economist before his expulsion. Far-right online commentators have fuelled the Yoon Again movement. John Han-gil, a former history teacher, exploited his massive YouTube following to become a conservative kingmaker. After Mr. Jang hinted at changing course slightly, Mr. John issued an ultimatum. The party leader felt obliged to back down. Such figures blend conspiracy theories about election fraud, anti-communist rhetoric aimed at China and North Korea, and evangelical Christianity. Their followers, who gather for regular protests in downtown Seoul, have adopted the iconography of Donald Trump's MAGA movement, donning hats emblazoned with "Make Korea Great Again" and chanting "Stop the Steal." Yoon Never Again conservatives see pandering to an ever more extreme base as a surefire way to alienate the broader public. How could Yoon Again be the future? Mr. Han laments. More than 60% of South Koreans believe the declaration of martial law amounted to insurrection. Continuing to stand by the disgraced president after the court ruling will not help. A similar share of the electorate thinks the PPP should not embrace supporters of Mr. Yoon. Renaming itself as the PPP plans to next month is unlikely to hoodwink voters. The first electoral verdict will come during local elections in June, when the country chooses its governors, mayors, and municipal legislators. Until
Asia.
Banyan. Smoke and mirrors. India's appalling pollution is becoming an economic roadblock.
Around this time each year, Delhi experiences a brief but magical spell. Spring arrives, gardens erupt in blossom, and for a week or two the sky even turns blue. The city's 30 million people stop obsessing over the toxic pollution, believing that the air is breathable-ish once more. It is not. Delhi's air pollution is a year-round problem. In 2024, the last year for which official data are available, the city did not record a single day in the good air category, and just 65 in what the government calls satisfactory. The problem is expanding geographically too. Indians outside the north may soothe themselves with the notion that at least the air is not as bad as in Delhi. But that is like taking Afghanistan as a baseline for women's rights. In Kolkata, in the east, the famed Howrah Bridge is often invisible. In Mumbai, on the western coast, the skyline vanishes behind the haze. Even in the south, where the air is typically cleaner, particulate matter blocks the sun and, quite literally, clogs the arteries. The reasons for India's widening air pollution crisis are many. A big one is the growing ownership of motor vehicles. Poor traffic management causes stop-and-start gridlock, exacerbating emissions. Never-ending road building and a nationwide construction boom produce enormous quantities of dust. Brick kilns feeding this boom from the edges of cities add to the smoke. The costs are adding up. Some 1.7 million people in India die annually from causes related to bad air, according to The Lancet, an appalling figure. At Davos last month, Geeta Gopinath of Harvard noted that the economic impact of pollution is far more consequential than that of American tariffs. She is right. In 2019, a report by Dahlberg, a consultancy, estimated the annual economic loss attributed to air pollution at 3% of GDP. Donald Trump's tariffs of 50%, briefly imposed but now relaxed, in contrast lowered India's GDP by 0.6%, according to Goldman Sachs, a bank. Yet tariffs spark immediate policy responses. Pollution does not. Instead, the government plays down the problem. A junior health minister recently told Parliament that there is no conclusive data linking pollution to death and disease, instead suggesting that the health effects of air pollution are a synergistic manifestation of factors. The latest budget, delivered on February 1st, cut funding for pollution control. Smoking provides a useful analogy. Smokers know about long-term health risks. They know too that it is an expensive habit, but these are abstract concerns. Unseen economic losses are likewise easy to ignore. Fixing the pollution problem is too difficult, its advantages too far in the future, its electoral benefit too amorphous. Yet there are plenty of signs that abstract economic concerns are becoming concrete business ones. In a recent filing, Shoppers Stop, a chain of department stores, blamed pollution for reduced consumer mobility and discretionary spending in the last quarter of 2025. The CEO of Vishal Mega Mart, a supermarket chain, said in an earnings call that the air quality issue in North India had affected consumption growth in the same quarter. Many countries now issue travel advisories warning their citizens about the hazard of pollution in India, which is affecting tourist arrivals. Hundreds of flights are cancelled across North India each winter as pollution causes visibility to plummet. Businesses are finding it harder to attract and keep talent. In December, an Indian executive at a pharmaceutical firm resigned because of Delhi's pollution. Foreign executives declined jobs in India for the same reason. Last year, Brian Johnson, a visiting venture capitalist, walked out of a podcast recording citing poor air quality. It's all getting embarrassing. In December, a cricket match between India and South Africa was called off because smog made it impossible to see the ball. In January, one of the world's top badminton players pulled out of the India Open in Delhi, citing the bad air, getting a $5,000 fine.
Asia.
Australia. Right rising. One nation is on a roll.
Australia once seemed immune to the rise seen in much of the rest of the democratic world of right-wing populism. No longer. In late January, polls showed One Nation, the movement of the anti-immigration firebrand Pauline Hanson, had overtaken the parties in Australia's centre-right opposition coalition for the first time. Now attracting over 20% support, One Nation is running not far behind the incumbent Labour Party, and if current trends continue, could yet overtake it. One Nation's rise has engendered panic among traditional Conservative parties. On February 13th, the Liberal Party, which leads the coalition, ousted its leader, Susan Ley, after less than 9 months in the job. In pushing her out, her successor, Angus Taylor, warned that the Liberal Party is now in its worst position in its history. That is no hyperbole. At the most recent election in May, the party suffered its deepest rout since it first ran in 1946. Polls suggest it will fall even further at the next election, due by mid-2028. What is under threat is the coalition that the Liberals have led since the end of the Second World War. The Liberals have scored best in the cities and suburbs, while the National Party has held rural Australia. Liberal voters have tended to be more affluent and more centrist on social issues, while national voters favour a bigger state and cultural conservatism. That long produced a successful arrangement. The two parties have governed together for nearly 2/3 of the period since the war and worked together in opposition for the rest. The Nationals are most threatened by One Nation. Both vie for the same rural voters, and polls now suggest the Nationals could be wiped out. Feeling dragged down by the Liberals' more centrist brand, they have twice quit the coalition since last year's election. Each time they rejoined it days later, but these attempts at distancing seem not to have worked. The Nationals are still dropping in the polls. Mr Taylor, the Liberal Party's new leader, who hails from its Conservative wing, is signalling a forthcoming shift to the right on immigration. This, his supporters hope, will ease tensions in the coalition and slow the bleeding of supporters to One Nation. But the Liberals will run a different risk by lurching to the right, as they are shedding more progressive supporters in the cities. Since 2018, they have been defeated in 8 of their one-time urban strongholds by independent candidates, mostly espousing traditional liberal policies on the economy. While the Liberals' colour is blue, these independents have become known for their use of the colour teal. The Teal Rebellion has presented a shocking challenge to the Liberals' identity. The Tony suburbs overlooking Sydney Harbour have been held by Liberals almost uninterruptedly for generations. They have produced 2 of the party's most recent Prime Ministers. Malcolm Turnbull, a former Liberal Prime Minister whose Sydney electorate is now represented in Parliament by a Teal, says that Australian elections are won and lost in the centre. "You cannot out-Hanson Pauline Hanson," Mr Turnbull told The Economist at his harbourside home, a reference to the One Nation leader's 30-year opposition to immigration. "And if you then say this is the big issue, people will say, oh, I'd rather vote for the real deal." It is hard to see how the Liberals can get out of this rut. Some strategists, close to the Labour government of Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, gloat that it will not happen this decade. Although Mr Albanese's approval ratings took a hit following the terrorist attack on Hanukkah,
Asia.
Struth sharks. Biting back. A bad year for shark attacks. So far.
Nico Antic, a 12-year-old boy, was jumping off rocks into Sydney Harbour last month when he was attacked, sustaining injuries to both legs that later led to his death in hospital. Officials said the injuries were consistent with the bites of a bull shark. It was one of 4 attacks in and around Sydney over 48 hours last month, leading to the mass closure of beaches in the area. Tony Abbott, a former Prime Minister who is also an enthusiastic swimmer and surfer known for his trademark red Speedos, argued there are too many sharks. "It's way past time to reintroduce the shark fishery," he declared. Australia's reputation for shark attacks is well deserved. The creatures thrive in the continent's warm, nutrient-rich waters. It has the second highest number of shark bites globally after America, with an average of 22 per year between 2010 and 2022. Most attacks are not fatal, but a record 8 people died at the jaws of Australian sharks in 2020. Yet, unlike Mr Abbott, not many scientists reckon that putting more shark meat on menus is the solution. This year, so far, has been a particularly bad one. I've never seen a cluster that was so close together in location and so close together in time, and I've been doing this research for 20 years, says Chris Pepineff, an expert on shark bite policy at the University of Sydney. Shortly before the January attacks, Sydney experienced its wettest day since 1988. Rain washes nutrients, sewage and other debris into waterways, both attracting prey, bait fish, and creating murky conditions in which it is more difficult for hungry sharks to identify food. Shark nets can be, and often are, installed at low-energy beaches across Australia, such as those in Sydney Harbour. But that approach is not foolproof and does not work for high-energy beaches where nets are moved or destroyed by ocean
China.
Chinese cash abroad. Dubai's heady heights. Scrutinised at home and in the West, Chinese money is moving into the Gulf.
Lee Hsien Loong, Singapore's former Prime Minister, recently gave some advice to foreigners in the city-state. Please keep the bling down. Mr. Lee counselled rich incomers not to go popping expensive champagne or driving Ferraris loudly at night. Such excess may grate on locals. Happily, social mores are different in Dubai, reckons Li Guo, a transplant to the Gulf city and owner of an Italian sports car. Mr. Lee is one of many wealthy Chinese who are moving with their cash to Dubai. A stagnant economy at home and America's use of financial sanctions is pushing some to diversify their holdings. Many private investors are looking beyond Singapore, long favoured by China's rich listers, in search of another sunny, safe and low-tax jurisdiction. Chinese firms facing low-spending consumers at home also seek rich, growing markets beyond America and Europe. For both groups, Dubai holds promise. By China's own estimates, 370,000 of its citizens live in the UAE, while 15,000 of its firms operate there. Both figures have roughly doubled since 2019. Chinese investors are part of a larger migration of private wealth to the UAE, according to Henley & Partners, an advisory firm that tracks the minted and mobile. It reckons that the UAE saw a net inflow of nearly $10,000 millionaires in 2025. Singapore, on the other hand, saw its annual net intake halve to around 1,600. More than 1,250 private investment vehicles, including family offices, now operate in Dubai's offshore financial centre, up from 800 at the end of 2024. Though Emirati authorities do not provide details of the nationalities of family offices, wealth advisors say Chinese capital explains a disproportionately large share of recent growth. China's expats in Dubai can live much as they would at home. The city offers not just a scattering of Chinese restaurants, but entire supply chains tailored to their tastes. Shoppers browse familiar brands at Weimart, the main Chinese supermarket there, while leafy greens are grown in desert greenhouses. Since 2020, children have been able to attend the Chinese School Dubai, a state-run institution that teaches China's curriculum with affordable fees. There is even a Chinese hospital. The Chinese community is mostly self-contained, one arrival from China explains. The investment wave includes more than just familial wealth. Chinese businesses are planting the flag. The Dubai Multi-Commodity Centre, a free trade zone, has more than 1,000 Chinese firms, says Ferial Ahmadi, its deputy chief executive. They are just 4% of the zone's total enterprises, but their overall number has grown each year by as much as a quarter for the past 3 years. Across Dubai, Chinese firms range from all 4 of the big state banks and the biggest state oil company to tech startups such as WeRide, a self-driving car company. Hong Kong and Singapore remain the largest hubs for Chinese cash, helped by shared languages and those cities' access to sophisticated capital markets, says Cameron Harvey of Landmark Family Office, a Hong Kong-based advisory firm which is expanding to Dubai. The Gulf city's appeal is growing for 3 main reasons: its neutrality, its openness, and the opportunities it presents Chinese newcomers to enrich themselves further. Dubai's main advantage is its pragmatic approach to foreign affairs. The city's expat population has grown in response to geopolitical events. In 2022, Western sanctions pushed rich Russians out of the world's financial capitals. Many had their assets abroad frozen, but Dubai welcomed those who had been shown the door elsewhere, including in Singapore. Some were dismayed when Switzerland, for example, excluded those who were under sanctions from its banks, says a property investor from Hangzhou, now in Dubai. For globe-trotting Chinese, the lesson is clear. Nowhere is entirely safe from Western sanctions, but Dubai is a safer place than most. The UAE's ecumenical approach to global politics is reflected at home. It takes wealthy foreigners of all sorts, whereas Switzerland and Singapore can make it difficult for outsiders to obtain residency. In Dubai, it is more straightforward. For an investment of 2 million dirhams, that's $545,000, in, say, a waterfront flat, newcomers can qualify for a long-term visa. Dubai issued 158,000 such residency permits in 2023, the last year for which data are available, double the tally in 2022. That figure may have grown since. Getting money out of China can require street smarts, given strict capital controls, but getting cash into Dubai is easier than in many other places. Singapore's authorities, for example, have been combing over the books of foreign investors after a series of scandals in recent years related to family offices. They have also been reining in the crypto sector, which is often used to move illicit funds across borders. The mood is more laid back in Dubai. Many crypto firms are heading there, says Luin Lee, an entrepreneur in the city. Socially, Dubai's permissiveness appeals to China's rich. In China, even if you are super rich, you cannot drive a Lamborghini, says Li Guo. In keeping with the Communist Party's expectations, businessmen like him these days keep it low-key at home, he says. But in Dubai, you can drive anything. No one will touch you. For those who want to fly the flag, Hongqi, which produces limousines for the party's bigwigs, has a showroom near the downtown area. Richard Zhang, a luxury watch dealer near Dubai's Grand Souk, says people from all over the world favour the entrepot as a place where they can enjoy their wealth without bother. Dubai also offers opportunities to make more money. Chinese have piled into Dubai's property market, one of the world's hottest. Residential property prices in Dubai grew by 12% in 2025, albeit slower than the 16.5% increase in 2024. That contrasts with China's depressed property sector, where sales have slowed sharply. Alice Liu imports Chinese solar panels to Dubai, then exports them to the region. But sensing interest from Chinese buyers, Ms. Liu has qualified as an estate agent. She markets properties to investors from China. Her clients are more interested in rental yields than hot tubs, she says. Chinese startups see gold in the desert. Like China, Dubai's regulators welcome experiments in new technologies such as artificial intelligence and autonomous robots. But Dubai also has an abundance of patient capital and rich customers. As The Economist and Eric Dong, WeRide's capital markets boss, glide through Dubai in one of the firm's self-driving taxis one February morning, he says his business is far more profitable in Dubai than it would be in China. At home, users pay about 30 cents per kilometre for a taxi. In Dubai, riders fork over roughly 3 times as much. All 3 of China's big autonomous taxi firms are on Dubai's roads. Will the city stay so welcoming? The arrival of bad actors is one complication. For example, after China began cracking down on scam centres run by its nationals in Southeast Asia, some cashed-up cybercriminals shifted to Dubai. They brought along hundreds of indentured workers, many of whom lived before a crackdown in a run-down Chinese community on Dubai's outskirts. Several expats report being questioned by authorities when leaving China about their businesses in Dubai, which seemed to be an attempt to stop human trafficking. 2 other risks exist.
China.
Currency valuations. The renminbi referee. The IMF's newest report finds that the yuan is 16% undervalued.
The yuan is China's currency, but the world's problem. It is troublesome not just because it is difficult to pronounce. Yuan is closer to the mark than yuan, but if you say yuan, no one will know what you're talking about. Nor is it because Xi Jinping, China's leader, wants the yuan to become a powerful currency that could eventually offer an alternative to the dollar. The problem is more immediate. The exchange rate that would stabilize China's economy is out of whack with the rate that would balance the world economy. That is the verdict of the IMF's annual health check for China's economy, released on February 18th. In currency disputes, the fund is the closest thing the world has to a referee. Its new report concludes that the yuan is undervalued by about 16%. That is the biggest misalignment since 2011, when a similar calculation suggested an undervaluation of 23%. The root of the problem lies in China's property bust over 4 years ago. The economy's weak recovery since has left its firms scrambling. Industrial prices paid to producers have declined for 40 months in a row. Wage growth is weak and inflation is uncomfortably low, points out Sonali Janchandra of the IMF. Falling prices at home have made Chinese goods fiercely competitive abroad. This edge is reflected in China's real exchange rate, which is adjusted for international differences in inflation. On this measure, the yuan was 15% cheaper at the end of last year than it was 4 years before. The cheap yuan has contributed to China's export boom, cushioning its economy. But it has also unbalanced global commerce and alarmed China's trading partners. China is monitored by America's Treasury Department for evidence of currency manipulation. The European Union also complains of unfair competition. In July, it will impose a levy of €3, that's $3.54, on parcels worth less than €150, many of which originate from Chinese e-commerce sites. This trade tension poses a threat to China's future growth. One obvious sign that the yuan is too cheap is the size of China's current account surplus, which includes its trade balance as well as the income it earns on its foreign assets. A country like China, with a middle-aged population, would be expected to run a modest surplus of 0.9% of GDP, according to the IMF's models. But China's surplus last year was 3.7% of GDP. Part of the gap reflects the cyclical weakness of the economy, but the rest is evidence of a misaligned currency. The country's surplus was also bigger than the fund expected when it finalised its report. Had it known the true figure, it would probably have judged the currency to be undervalued by about 19%, not 16%. Some economists think China's true surplus is even bigger than official figures suggest. The income China earns on its vast holdings of foreign assets, including government bonds, loans and foreign direct investments, has stagnated since 2021, despite the rise in global interest rates since then. That looks odd. The implied yield on China's foreign assets has fallen, even as it has risen for every other big economy. China is either understating its earnings or revealing itself to be a hapless overseas investor, according to Brad Setzer of the Council on Foreign Relations, an American think tank. China's government says it will soon report the income from direct investments, such as large ownership stakes in foreign companies, separately. That will help us verify or not some of the hypotheses we had about what could be driving this apparent inconsistency, says Ms. Jane Chandra. As things stand, China's exchange rate, adjusted for inflation, would have to move a lot to correct its undervaluation. But if the yuan were to rise too much too soon on the currency markets, the loss of competitiveness would jeopardize China's economic recovery and deepen deflationary trends. The IMF proposes an alternative way out. It argues that China's government should spend less on industrial subsidies and more on rural pensions, healthcare, poverty alleviation, and shoring up the property market. The extra spending would help stimulate the economy directly, and by improving confidence in China's social safety net, it might also help indirectly by unlocking some of its high household savings. We are calling for an urgent and significant fiscal package, says Ms. Jane Chandra, because we're worried about deflation getting entrenched. China's government may not share that urgency. It has talked a lot about boosting consumption and introduced a variety of helpful schemes, but it has not put enough money where its mouth is. It seems willing to tolerate deflation as long as growth remains on target. The stimulus the IMF proposes would strengthen China's economy, coupled with
China.
Luxury foods. In very good taste. China is a leading producer of caviar, foie gras, and truffles.
Made in China might soon be a label that gets taste buds tingling. The country is eating into the market for fancy foods traditionally associated with Western gastronomy. Already the world's largest exporter of sturgeon, caviar and truffles, it is rapidly expanding into the production of foie gras, olive oil, matcha and fine wines. Domestic appetites for such delicacies are growing alongside international ones. Caviar is a case study in how innovation at scale can improve efficiency. China began farming sturgeon at the turn of the century and now makes more than 2/5 of global caviar output. Kaluga Queen, a big Chinese firm, began production in 2006 in an artificial lake nearly twice the size of Malta. It keeps the water temperature below 5 degrees Celsius, allowing it to produce caviar year-round. A network of pipes delivers feed to roughly 200,000 sturgeon every day. Drones keep count of them. Traditional methods required 3 years to determine the gender of fish. Kaluga knows how to do it in 6 months. The company supplied 150 tons of roe in 2015, making it the world's single largest producer. In 2024, its output reached 260 tons. Another reason for China's rapid success is its varied geography. Sunny Gansu province is home to a glistening olive oil industry, and the mountainous Ningxia region next door makes impressive wines. Meanwhile, Guizhou in the southwest uses its combination of altitude, humidity and limited sunlight to plant tea for matcha. This challenges Japan, the world's largest producer of the green tea powder. Traditional purveyors of luxury foods are fighting to keep their share of a market worth almost $500 billion globally, according to Mordor Intelligence, a market research firm. French producers have lobbied for the olfactory qualities of their truffles to be better codified. Japan has promoted an official Wagyu mark to counter foreign production of the marbled beef. Such moves make it more difficult for China to overcome the perception
China.
Chagwan. The Honor Guard Offensive. American allies are flocking to see Xi Jinping in Beijing.
One of the first things that impressed Richard Nixon on his historic trip to Beijing in 1972 was the honor guard of tall soldiers. Each man turned his head slowly as I passed, creating an almost hypnotic sense of movement in the massed ranks, he later recalled. It was a projection of power and coordination, one that remains identical for visiting foreign leaders today, though the soldiers are now even taller and include women in their ranks. Recent months have been especially busy for China's honor guard. Since December's start, Emmanuel Macron, Mark Carney, Sir Keir Starmer and at least 5 other foreign leaders have trooped to Beijing. This month, Friedrich Merz, Germany's Chancellor, will follow. Most remarkable about this parade of leaders is not their quantity but their identity. China, a diplomatic omnivore, rolls out the red carpet for the head of any country, no matter how big or small, rich or poor. But 6 recent visitors from France, Canada, Britain, Finland, South Korea and Germany share one crucial trait. They all lead formal allies of America. The significance scarcely needs spelling out. In a world roiled by Donald Trump, America's partners are tending to other relationships, including with China, America's chief rival. To them, this looks like eminently sensible diversification. From Beijing's vantage, it is a bigger breakthrough. For most of the past decade, discussions from Seoul to Ottawa were about decoupling, or at least de-risking from China. Now this drive is losing momentum. Chinese officials are jubilant, says a Western executive who recently met several of them. Inevitably, this re-engagement has caused a backlash. Leaders have returned home from Beijing to critics who say their visits yielded precious few gains, while only deepening reliance on China. Nevertheless, for all the accusations of capitulation, the actual substance of the various bilateral meetings has been thin. Consider the trade deal between Canada and China, one that Mr. Trump warns will destroy Canada. The main Canadian concession was a sharp reduction in tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles, but a quota will strictly limit the number of Chinese cars at the lower rate. Britain's big kowtow, as opponents there call it, was to allow China to build a giant new embassy. But British security services are sanguine about the threat. As for European countries, they are standing firm, more or less. China had floated the idea of resuming negotiations on a trade deal. Instead, as one Chinese advisor puts it, China is getting nowhere with the European Commission and not much further with national governments. It is also striking how the bonhomie in Beijing can swiftly revert to sniping. A few days after returning from China, Mr. Macron warned that if China fails to rein in its huge trade surplus, the European Union might hit it with fresh tariffs. There has also been some discord between Britain and China. Barely a week after Sir Keir's visit, China sentenced Jimmy Lai, a British Hong Kong business tycoon, to 20 years in jail for his pro-democracy activities. Britain, in turn, created an easier pathway to visas for thousands in Hong Kong, which Chinese officials call despicable. Meanwhile, diplomats who attended leaders' meetings in Beijing say that China has emphasized what it brands as Japan's return to the evil path of militarism. But that message is falling flat, not only in Western capitals, but also in Asian countries that suffered under Japan during the Second World War. Days after visiting Beijing, South Korea's president, Lee Jae-myung, was jamming on the drums with the woman who is currently China's public enemy number 1, Takaichi Sanae, Japan's prime minister. If China has a strong geopolitical hand to play now, why is it not demanding more concessions from visiting leaders? In part, it is because symbolism is enough. The bilateral visits send a powerful message at home and abroad about China's great power status and America's diminished reliability. Just stabilizing relations with countries that previously hoped to cut out Chinese products from supply chains is also a material improvement. It affords China space and time to develop its technological capabilities, which will give it more leverage in the future. At the same time, China's world-class green tech companies, among others, hope to build assembly sites in the West as a hedge against tariff wars. Many Chinese thinkers are also almost touching in their faith that China, if patient, will eventually persuade the rest of the world that, unlike America, it offers them stability and prosperity. Yet consider how long China's relative restraint will last. Chinese leaders are now well aware of their tremendous economic clout. They forced Mr. Trump to back down from his most extreme trade war tactics. They know, too, how to make life difficult for smaller countries that misbehave. Some Chinese voices, especially at the hawkish end of the spectrum, suggest China should be pushing harder for what it wants. A recent editorial by China's ambassador to Australia has caught the attention of diplomats in Beijing. He warned that it was unacceptable to seek benefits from China while disregarding its core interests. Read literally, this sounds like a new kind of threat, telling foreign leaders to support China's position on unification with Taiwan or face economic
Middle East and Africa.
Saudi Arabia versus the UAE. Not so brotherly. A feud between Saudi Arabia and the UAE will have far-reaching consequences.
The language of diplomats is polite. That is especially true for those who speak Arabic, a tongue inclined towards courtesies and honorifics. In December, the Saudi Foreign Ministry issued a 5-paragraph statement that used the term shakika, or brotherly, 4 times in reference to the United Arab Emirates, or UAE. The fraternal tone was rather at odds with the subject matter. The kingdom had just bombed an Emirati weapons shipment in Yemen and was accusing the UAE of threatening its national security. Almost 2 months later, no one is bothering with such niceties. The Gulf's biggest powers are mired in a worsening spat. Top officials barely speak. State-backed propagandists have been unleashed to attack each other. The feud has reshaped the war in Yemen and complicated cross-border business. Diplomats and executives are nervous about what comes next. Some fear an echo of the Qatar crisis in 2017, when Gulf countries, including Saudi Arabia and the UAE, imposed an embargo on the tiny emirate over its support for Islamists. Things are unlikely to deteriorate that far, but even a lesser quarrel may have far-reaching consequences. Saudi Arabia and the UAE have been close allies for decades. Both are leading members of the Gulf Cooperation Council, or GCC, a club of petro-monarchies, and of the OPEC cartel. They fought together for years in Yemen against the Houthis, an Iran-backed militia that seized much of the country in 2014. The UAE is Saudi Arabia's 5th largest export market for goods. Saudi Arabia ranks 9th for the UAE. Bilateral trade is worth $31 billion a year. Flights between Dubai and Riyadh are the world's 7th busiest international route. Like all allies, they have had their troubles. Their interests in Yemen began to diverge in 2018. A dispute over oil production quotas paralysed OPEC for several months in 2021. But their leaders saw their partnership as the bedrock of Gulf security and tried to limit disagreements. A turning point came in 2023 when Sudan tipped into civil war. The Saudis backed Sudan's army. The UAE sent money and arms to the Rapid Support Forces, a militia accused of genocide. The UAE acknowledges providing some early support, but denies it is still doing so. The Saudis saw this as dangerous meddling in a war just 200 kilometres across the Red Sea. The Emiratis said the army was dominated by Islamists. Then came the quarrel in Yemen in December, when the Southern Transitional Council, or STC, Emirati-backed secessionists, unexpectedly seized a large chunk of territory from Saudi-backed forces. The Saudis forced the STC to retreat and expelled the UAE from Yemen. As ever in the Gulf, the feud is a mix of the political and the personal. Saudi Arabia resents the UAE's support for separatists and rebels in Somalia, Sudan, Yemen and elsewhere, which it sees as destabilizing. Emirati officials counter that many of these are states in name only, better to ally with strong separatists than a failed central government. The Emiratis despise political Islam, while the Saudis are willing to tolerate Islamist groups. They also disagree when it comes to Israel, which the UAE recognised in 2020. Saudi Arabia has the GCC's largest population by far, with 20 million citizens to the UAE's 1 million. A G20 economy and the home of Islam's holiest sites, it sees itself as primus inter pares in the Gulf. Last month, a commentator close to the royals described the UAE as a rebellious younger sibling. Such talk annoys the Emiratis, whose economy is more diversified and army more capable if smaller. They no longer want to follow the kingdom on foreign policy. Their dispute has turned into a battle of narratives. Commentators in Saudi Arabia accuse the UAE of being a handmaiden for Israeli interests, while their opposite numbers allege that Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, has fallen in thrall to Islamists. A few months ago, anyone posting such comments might have earned a summons from the police. In normal times, Gulf monarchs do not tolerate criticism of one another. Today, both governments seem to be encouraging the vitriol. Diplomats from 4 Western countries have heard complaints from UAE-based firms who say they are facing new bureaucratic obstacles in the kingdom. Lorries have been held up at the border. Employees cannot get Saudi business visas. Meanwhile, Emirati firms pulled out of a big defence expo in Riyadh this month. Bosses are drawing up contingency plans. Few expect a Qatar-style embargo. Economic ties are probably too deep, but they still worry. Business is not the only concern. Another anxiety is that competition between Saudi Arabia and the UAE will exacerbate other conflicts. That could happen in the Horn of Africa, where Ethiopia, an Emirati ally, and Eritrea, a Saudi partner, seem close to war. The Saudis are also concerned about Syria, where the Emiratis remain sceptical of Ahmed al-Sharaa, the ex-jihadist who took power in 2024 after Bashar al-Assad's regime collapsed. Saudi officials say the feud will end if the UAE stops backing regional rebels. It is less clear what the Emiratis want. They did not respond to multiple requests for comment, but they are unlikely to yield to the kingdom's demands. In an amusing twist, Qatar is now trying to mediate between its former blockaders. On February 4th, its emir met with Khalid bin Salman, the Saudi defense minister, and the crown prince's brother. 10 days later, he flew to Abu Dhabi to see Mohammed bin Zayed, the UAE's president. Bahrain, Egypt and Turkey are also trying to help with diplomacy. So far, though, these meetings seem to have made little progress. A nudge from America might help. Never doubtful of himself, Donald Trump thinks he could end the crisis. "I can settle it very easily," he told reporters on February 16th. Yet diplomats in the region say the president is trying not to wade into a dispute between two allies who have enriched his family. The UAE has stepped up its lobbying in Washington, where its alignment with Israel is a source of support. "Knock it off, Saudi Arabia," said Lindsay.
Middle East and Africa.
Libya. No good options. Saif al-Islam Gaddafi was Libya's most popular figure. That mostly points to the scale of Libya's decline.
No other Libyan funeral could have drawn such crowds. From every part of the country they travelled to Bani Walid in the northwest to bury Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, a son of Libya's late dictator Muammar Gaddafi. Many wore green, the colour of the fallen regime, and waved its flags. Some vowed revenge for Saif's killing on February 3rd, when gunmen reportedly shot him at his home in the mountain town of Zintan. "It will only strengthen our determination to liberate Libya," said one mourner, wrapped in an emerald scarf. Libya's threadbare opinion polls suggest that Saif was the country's most popular public figure. For many, he embodied nostalgia for a time when Libya was united, its state apparatus working, its sovereign wealth fund flush, and its welfare system intact. Today, predatory militias roam, rival governments squabble, and public services decay. His calls for elections resonated with millions weary of the warlords and kleptocrats who have pillaged what ought to be Africa's richest country. That some should mourn a man indicted by the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity speaks less to his virtues than to the bleakness of post-2011 Libya. It is 15 years since the uprising that toppled his father, but the anniversary on February 17th passed in silent remorse. The Greens, as Libyans call them, still have many government jobs, particularly in the security forces in the east, where Khalifa Haftar, the head of the Haftar clan, and a strong man, dominates. Students in green hoodies stage sit-ins at universities. Some brides even bedeck their wedding cars with green ribbons. Yet popularity without power is of scant consequence. For all his talk of a third way, Saif commanded none of the instruments required to seize power. He was released from captivity a decade ago, but he never secured territory, money, arms, or loyal fighters. He could not have marched on Tripoli to dislodge Abdul Hamid Dbeibeh, the Prime Minister, still less challenged the Haftars. Neither seemed overly upset by the killing. Mr. Dbeibeh expressed dutiful sorrow and ordered his Attorney General to investigate Saif's death. Saddam Haftar, the strongman's son, whose security forces have been known to bump off his foes, barred the burial in Sirte, the Gaddafi's hometown. Some say they see Saddam's hallmarks in the killing. 4 masked men are said to have disabled security cameras before shooting Saif 19 times. An associate of the purported assailant surfaced online, claiming he acted on Saddam's orders. Nor do obvious successors exist. 4 of Muammar Gaddafi's biological sons are dead. Several surviving offspring prefer the safety of exile. Saadi is probably in Istanbul. Hannibal just emerged from a Lebanese prison. Mohammed was never political, and Aisha has retreated to Oman. No other contender has the family's name recognition, nor, in the vast, thinly populated country, more than a local or tribal base. For nearly a decade, Mr. Dbeibeh and the Haftars have obstructed elections and muzzled civil society that might have opened the field. Meanwhile, the state withers. On paper, oil production in 2025 was steady, yet analysts say that last year, $8 billion of more than $30 billion in expected oil revenues vanished. The country's two power brokers have captured oil fields, eroding the National Oil Corporation's monopoly on production and sales, and they have cajoled the central bank to release the diminishing revenues as letters of credit. Liquidity is scarce. Banks restrict withdrawals. The dinar slides on the black market, and the cost of staples climbs. The Dbeibehs and Haftars are the beneficiaries of Libya's disorder. They failed to reconcile formally after the Haftars' abortive siege of Tripoli in 2020. But today the Dbeibehs and Haftars remain joined at the hip, as Jalal Harshawi, a Libya watcher, puts it. In January, their representatives in Paris met a senior American intermediary and pledged to keep splitting the spoils. Soon after, they announced
Middle East and Africa.
Intellectual life in Syria. Of books and freedom. A book fair in Damascus is a window onto the country's transformation.
It is hard to know if the presence of copies in English of Charles Darwin's On the Origin of Species at the Damascus International Book Fair this month was an oversight by the country's new authorities or evidence of a genuine spirit of tolerance. Either way, they sat alongside titles by Stephen Hawking, a British cosmologist, and treatises on the failures of Islamist governance. Books by Sally Rooney, an Irish writer of steamy literary fiction, shared shelf space with tomes by Sayyid Qutb, a leading ideologue of the Muslim Brotherhood. For the thousands gathered at Damascus's International Convention Centre, the fair suggested Syria's new rulers are keen, or at least willing, to create intellectual space that did not exist under Bashar al-Assad. Ministers did the rounds. Jordanian and Saudi publishers set out their stalls. There was a dearth of big Western publishers, but that may change next year. Under Mr. Assad, publishing houses were regularly forced to pull books from their shelves. Intelligence agencies would rifle through new collections. Unflattering biographies of Bashar were not permitted. Strangely, George Orwell's 1984 never made the banned list. They were too thick to understand it, joked one dissident author. Among the crowds was Asa Khattab, a former journalist, who returned to Damascus after the fall of the Assad regime and is preparing to open a bookshop in the capital's old city. He recalls the frustration of growing up between Aleppo and Damascus and finding only Ba'athist propaganda, religious instruction, and self-help volumes in bookshops. He hopes that Al-Manhal, the shop he plans to open in April, will provoke critical thinking. Like any true bibliophile, his weakness was buying far more books than he had planned. He left the fair with more than 200. But sourcing books at the scale and breadth an independent bookshop requires is still not easy in Syria. Sanctions remain an impediment. Local publishing houses steer clear of controversial subjects. "I'm having to mobilize dozens of people to bring me books," said
Middle East and Africa.
Nigerian fashion. A more common thread. The country's flamboyant styles have become a global phenomenon.
The soundbite went viral before the full track had been released. "I'm going to marry a Nigerian and you're going to wear gele to my wedding," goes the line from Keys the Prince, a British-Nigerian rapper and producer. For the past few months, it has been used on TikTok to accompany videos of women, Nigerians and non-Nigerians alike, getting cinched into flamboyant outfits, complete with a perfectly pleated gele, or head tie. Nigeria's population is among the most fashion-forward in Africa. Its 230 million people may spend as much as $6 billion a year on apparel, mostly imports, according to one investment firm. For a long time, local styles did not travel beyond the country's shores. But thanks to its large and growing diaspora, Nigerian fashion has lately begun to spread around the world. Pop-up events in cities such as London and Houston, the appearance of Nigerian brands in the world's biggest department stores, and the burgeoning international interest in the fashion scene in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital, are all putting Nigerian styles on the map. In one sense, Nigerian fashion has always been global. For centuries, local artisans imported foreign techniques and materials and fused them with their own work. The colonial era brought British-mediated imports of silky threads used in woven fabrics like ashoke by the Yoruba people in the southwest. Akwete, another woven fabric made by the Igbo people in the southeast, shows signs of Indian influences. The damask used in women's head ties was originally Austrian, the priciest fabric still is. Delicate lace was usually French and Swiss, or more recently Chinese and Korean, but in the past few years the direction of travel has shifted. From beadwork by southern coastal communities to adire, cotton that is resistance-dyed with cassava starch and indigo by the Yorubas, Nigerian techniques and textiles are finding new markets in unlikely corners of the world. One reason is technology. Social media has made marketing easier, improving the visibility of once niche cultural practices. Innovation in textiles and styles has made them easier to sell. Damasks used to be stiff, perfect for the corset of a 16th century Habsburg bride, but heavy on the head when tied in a gele. Today's versions are also softer and more flexible. They have also changed shape thanks to a certain Dupi Sago, who became known for importing longer, narrower rectangular sheets from the Austrians, which are easier to tie than the traditional square yard. Many damask head ties are called sago in her honour. Autogele, a pre-tied version quickly fastened on the head, and pre-made wrappers help those who struggle. Chinese-made machines can mass-produce the illusion of resistance dye on fabrics and mimic beadwork once only done by hand. The result is more eyes on Nigeria's vibrant fashion scene. More people fly in for the Fashion Week in Lagos, which welcomed thousands of people last October. American celebrities who have never visited Nigeria are sporting clothes from the country's top designers on the red carpet. Teenagers are wearing Nigerian designers to prom. A single designer in the southwestern city of Ibadan claims to have had 1,500 prom dress orders from America last year. At least one Nigerian tannery says it sells hides and skins from the country's north to suppliers of luxury brands such as Gucci and Ferragamo. Nigerian-based commercial brands increasingly focus on enticing foreigners. Some shun local fashion weeks for foreign ones to amplify their exposure. Adebio Akalawal, for example, has showcased his orange culture label in Berlin for 2 years running. Many host pop-up shops in America, Britain and elsewhere where there are large wealthy diasporas in order to expand their reach and profit from stronger currencies. Kanyinsola Onalaja, an Italian-trained designer, says she finishes all the pieces from her Yoruba and Edo-inspired brand in Britain before stocking at Saks and Zalando. Internationalization has limits. The market for Nigerian fashion is still mostly other Nigerians, even if it now includes those outside the country. Asoebi, a term for the matching fabrics guests wear to Nigerian weddings, is Yoruba for cloth of the kin. It was also designed for close friends and family. Many Nigerians working in textiles and fashion are small-scale artisans who have no interest in scaling up. For some fabrics, the scale needed for mass production is hard to achieve. Asoebi, for example, is not very durable in its original form. Vintage asoebi is alive. You will see it mildew because it's made from silkworm, which is very expensive now. Even if you have the farm, you still need people's hands, says Ayatollah Oyedeji, a fashion enthusiast and descendant of 2 generations of fabric merchants. Natural dyes run, holes form as fabrics age. That may explain why the trend has not yet translated into serious economic gains for Nigerians. By one estimate, textiles and apparel make up a measly 0.5% of Nigeria's GDP.
Europe.
Ukraine's war anniversary. Against all odds. A handful of border guards helped stop a Russian armoured column. 4 years of war have changed them and their country.
The bombardment began just after 4 a.m. on February 24th, 2022. For the half-dozen border guards at the Vilcha checkpoint, 150 kilometres north of Kiev, the odds of surviving were not good. Rockets smashed their corrugated iron booths to pieces in an instant. Only quick thinking from Senior Lieutenant Sashko Buddy Suprun saved the men from annihilation. Hearing the incoming whir, he shouted to drop back, and they watched from dugouts a few metres away. Armed with little more than assault rifles, rocket-propelled grenades and a machine gun, they braced for the next attack, the 700-vehicle-strong armoured column heading their way. The guards were a close-knit family. For years, the men and women of the unit lived side by side in the village on the edge of the Chernobyl exclusion zone. They were friends, spouses, godparents to each other's children. Balu, the 23-year-old unit commander, had just celebrated the birth of his first child. Lieutenant Suprun, then 31, was a passionate cook who dreamed of opening a restaurant. Hasid, 35, who drove the armoured personnel carrier, had fought the Russians in several tours in occupied Donbass since 2014. Signalman Koshik, 33, the most seasoned, had served at Vilcha on and off since 2010. That winter morning changed their lives forever. Life turned upside down, says Balu. Before, I had plans, I had hopes. Across the country, Ukraine's border service paid the initial price of Russia's invasion. On the first day, 20 guards were killed, 59 injured and 85 taken prisoner. At the time, it was unclear what sort of country would survive Russia's aggression. That question remains, even if Vladimir Putin is far from his main objective of destroying Ukrainian statehood. In Vilcha, the tension had been building for weeks. The guards knew what was happening on the other side of the border thanks to Ukrainian and Belarusian lorry drivers who passed on dashcam footage showing the Russian build-up. They knew almost immediately when the first transporters with tanks arrived in January and where they were hiding in the Belarusian forest. Initially, they dared to hope that the armed forces would leave after completing exercises, but by February 23rd, they had few illusions. In the morning, they got intelligence that the Russians were painting tactical markings on vehicles and guns. In the evening, Ukraine's cabinet ordered the border crossings closed at 8 p.m. The guards drank tea and began a sleepless night. "All you can do is think about your family," says signalman Koshik. Commander Baloo knew his unit could not stop the enormous Russian column. Instead, he planned to slow it enough to be engaged by army units 20 kilometres down the road. "We knew the terrain better than they did." Bridges were mined and ambushes laid. On the morning of February 24th, during a break in the shelling, the border guards retreated to higher positions near the river Uz. "It was like a slow-motion movie," says Hasid, the last to leave in his armoured personnel carrier, 2 shells exploding right in front of my bonnet. As the Russians drove onto the bridge over the Uz, Ukrainian forces blew it up. That stopped the column for a while. The Vilcha guards scampered out on small side roads. Miraculously, all emerged alive. Today, the unit members are scattered across the country. Most of the guards are deployed in the hottest zones of Donetsk, Kharkiv and Sumy regions. Commander Baloo is part of an elite counter-espionage unit. "I can't say much about my work, other than that I'm now all about hunting enemies close to home," he says. Koshik, who transferred to another secret unit, is operating somewhere on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border. Hasid, who took part in several campaigns in eastern Ukraine, is now part of the garrison defending Kramatorsk and Donbass. As the war nears its 5th year, Ukraine is in a stronger position than many thought possible in those first days. Russia no longer risks conquering Kiev. Its assault was driven out by a patchwork of guerrilla-like defenders, including the Vilcha Guards. Later in 2022, Ukraine pushed the Russians back in the Kharkiv and Kherson regions. Hopes for a decisive victory ended with a failed counter-offensive in 2023, but Ukraine has stayed alive against an adversary with far more resources and in a new high-tech war nobody planned for. "Back in 2022, the scary thing was artillery," says Baloo. "By the end of 2023, we'd made it all about drones." Drone operators are front and centre in Ukraine's armed forces. In December and January, they claim to have killed or seriously wounded a staggering 65,000 Russian soldiers. Ukraine has its own problems. Conscripting soldiers is getting harder and requires more compulsion. The desertion rate among new recruits is above 30%. Those serving are kept on longer without rotation. They are exhausted and resent being kept from their families. "My kid is now 3 years old, but I've seen only a few months of that," says Hasid. Meanwhile, Russia's aerial attacks on energy infrastructure have crippled the economy. A vast corruption scandal and the impossibility of elections during wartime are fracturing political unity. President Volodymyr Zelensky, whose brave decision to stay in Kiev helped give Ukraine its chance, is no longer the unassailable leader he once was. Valery Zaluzhny, a popular former top general, now ambassador to Britain, waits in the wings. On February 18th, he spoke publicly for the first time of the disagreements that led to his dismissal in 2024. A peace process is underway and might yet stop the fighting, at least for a while, but it is steered by an unreliable, often hostile American president. Any settlement will include territorial concessions that Ukraine would once have rejected. That risks weakening national unity. "I don't want to give up our territory," says Commander Baloo, "but Russia is simply much bigger than us." He does not envy the politicians who have to make such choices. As for American or European promises to protect Ukraine should Russia violate a deal, the border guards say February 24th taught them a lesson. The only security guarantee worth anything is your own guns. "God forbid you ever face what we did," says Koshik. But if you do, remember it's on you. Save yourself, save your family, and save your colleagues, because no one else will do it for you. For the Wiltshire Guards, staying in touch is hard, though they manage phone calls and the occasional meeting. After exchanging news of spouses and children, the talk invariably returns to Buddy Supran, whose quick thinking
Europe.
German foreign policy. Made in Beijing, feared in Berlin. How Germany fell out of love with China.
When Friedrich Merz, Germany's Chancellor, takes off for Beijing on February 24th with 30 business chiefs in tow, the sight may seem familiar. On her frequent visits to China, Angela Merkel stuffed her planes with armadas of business folk. Olaf Scholz did the same during his brief stint in charge. Yet the fact that it has taken the Chancellor nearly 10 months to visit Germany's biggest trading partner, a delay that has been noticed in Beijing, is a sign that his approach will differ from his predecessors. For not only has China's market begun to dry up for Germany, big chunks of German industry now regard China as a direct threat to their interests. They will want the Chancellor to voice their concerns. Mr. Merz will head to Beijing, as well as Hangzhou, a tech spot, acknowledging that China has taken its place among the world's great powers. But his visit will be shaped by the darkening mood at home. His government believes Vladimir Putin will be unable to prosecute his war in Ukraine without China's help. Spooks increasingly speak out over Chinese cyber attacks and acts of espionage in Germany. The Chancellor will raise these topics with Xi Jinping, but does not expect to change minds. He will instead focus on de-risking Germany from dependencies on China. This starts with China's exploitation of choke points that hurt German manufacturers. Its imposition last year of controls on exports of rare earths and chips threatened to halt production lines. The subsequent drip feed of supplies has turned German importers into nervous wrecks. Expect Mr. Merz to push back. Then there is a trading relationship that, in German eyes, has grown wildly unbalanced. A motive of Mr. Merz's trip, says an aide, will be fair competition. Exports of German cars and other goods to China have fallen off a cliff, and surging imports from Chinese companies facing price pressure at home have driven the trade deficit to €90 billion. That's $105 billion, a head-spinning 2% of German GDP. With domestic demand subdued, Chinese exporters of cars and other goods are seizing market share from German rivals in third countries. Parts of German industry are crying foul over Chinese subsidies at a grossly undervalued yuan. Our companies are competing not only with Chinese rivals, but with Chinese state budget, says Oliver Richtberg, head of foreign trade at the VDMA, an association of mainly German machinery firms. Those sectors most exposed to Chinese competition have suffered especially. But everyone from cars to chemicals to pharma is feeling the competitive pressure, says Ferdinand Schaff at the Federation of German Industries. Family-owned Mittelstand firms that have ploughed the same industrial furrow for decades are seeing their business models upended. What many Germans call the China Shock 2.0 plays into fears that the country's industrial heart is being hollowed out. In Baden-Württemberg, a rich state that holds an election on March 8th, candidates are issuing dire prophecies about becoming the Detroit of Europe. Still, industry does not speak with one voice. Some multinationals like BASF, a chemicals giant, have doubled down on their investments in China. A growing number of German firms are localizing, using Chinese supply chains, developing products with local workers and reinvesting profits in China. Volkswagen, among others, is accelerating its plans to use China as an export hub to the rest of the world. Meanwhile, it is slashing jobs in Germany. For some, this in China, for China strategy is about avoiding tariffs, navigating Chinese regulation, or just maximizing market share. Others seek to hone their edge in the cutthroat Chinese market, staying close to the innovation action and relying on Chinese R&D. This is a completely new game, says Mikko Huatari of Merix, a Berlin-based China research outfit. On a recent visit, Mr. Huatari heard Chinese subsidiaries complain about being shackled to dozy German headquarters. Many wonder why the German government should look out for the interests of Chinese branches of German firms. The bosses on the Chancellor's plane have been selected to represent this split in German industry. But the government is also divided. Liberals hope to keep trade barriers low. Officials eyeing Germany's climate goals want Chinese green tech. Securocrats wish to foreground China's support for Europe's adversaries. Mr. Merz has not made his own stance clear. As a result, says Sander Tordois of the Centre for European Reform, a think tank, Germany's China policy is neither here nor there. Mr. Merz's China jaunt will make news, but the central front of our China policy is at home in Europe, says Torsten Benner, head of the Global Public Policy Institute, another think tank. Tougher investment screening is one element. Last year, a German wind project ditched Mingyang, a Chinese turbine maker, in favour of Siemens Gamesa, after the Defence Ministry raised security concerns. The company said its choice was made on commercial grounds. Mr. Merz vows to bar Chinese firms from Germany's 6G mobile network. Inside the EU, Germany has warmed to Buy Europe content requirements in procurement and subsidy programmes, albeit not to the degree pushed by French protectionists. Some fear too restrictive a stance would lock out partners such as South Korea and Canada that could help the EU decarbonise. The European Commission is navigating bitter disagreements between governments as it drafts legislation, but the rows are over details, not principle. Officials acknowledge that a tougher approach to China risks blowback. As a big exporter, Germany is exposed. The rare earth episode was a sharp reminder that it has left itself vulnerable to blackmail. Going tit for tat with a Leninist one-party state is hard, sighs an official. But some think
Europe.
Poland. Exasperated ally. Poles have split and soured on America.
To judge by the video that Thomas Rose, America's ambassador to Poland, shared on X on February 13th, the partnership between the two countries has never been stronger. The clip featured Donald Trump atop a memorial in Krakow to Tadeusz Kościuszko, a Polish nobleman who fought in America's War of Independence. America's president waved and shook hands with Karol Nawrocki, his Polish counterpart, as fighter jets streaked overhead. It was a deep fake, and the message was misleading. Poles were for decades America's loudest cheerleaders in Europe, but that was before Mr. Trump's second term. Last April, CBOS, a research organisation, found that just 31% of Poles think the country's relations are good, the lowest share measured since 1988, when Poland was a communist ally of the Soviet Union. Unusually for Europeans, Poles still think relations with America are more important than European autonomy, according to surveys by YouGov. But this month, SW, another pollster, found only 30% of them consider America is a reliable ally. Mr. Rose is not helping. On February 5th, he said that America was suspending contact with the Speaker of Poland's Parliament, Włodzimierz Cimoszewicz, over his outrageous and unprovoked insults against Mr. Trump. Mr. Cimoszewicz's offence was to have stated that Mr. Trump did not deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. Some thought the Speaker had picked a fight to boost his image. His new Left Party has just 18 of the 460 seats in Parliament, but it is part of the governing coalition, and Donald Tusk, the centre-right Prime Minister, rallied to his defence. For the most part, Mr. Tusk maintains good relations with Mr. Trump. American officials celebrate Poland as a model ally, especially after the country ramped up defence spending to 4.5% of GDP last year, the highest level in NATO. Poland has mainly bought American kit, F-35s, tanks, attack helicopters, HIMARS rocket launchers and air defence systems. But cracks are increasingly showing, in part because of internal polarisation. Mr. Tusk is a liberal ex-head of the European Council who feels more at home in Brussels than Washington. Mr. Nawrocki is backed by law and justice. PiS, the MAGA-friendly populist right party that governed Poland in 2015 to 23. When Mr. Trump invited Poland to join his board of peace, Mr. Nawrocki wanted to take up the offer. On February 11th, Mr. Tusk said no, adding that although Poland is an American ally, we will not be anyone's vassal. A confrontation between the President and Prime Minister looms in March when a law enabling Poland to tap €43.7 billion, that's $51.5 billion in European Union defence loans, lands on Mr. Nawrocki's desk. PiS wants the President to veto the bill, claiming the programme, known as SAFE, could limit the scope for arms purchases from America. Mr. Nawrocki and PiS seem to think the strength of America's security guarantees depends on devotion to Mr. Trump. We don't have the luxury of giving in to public emotions, says Radoslav Fogel, a PiS member of Parliament. We need to prioritise Poland's security. The standoff between Mr. Tusk and Mr. Nawrocki has paralysed Polish politics. In his first 6 months in office, the new president has vetoed more bills, 25, than his predecessor, also a PiS man, did in a decade. Fearing a veto and squabbles with coalition partners, Mr. Tusk has shelved plans to relax a draconian abortion ban imposed under PiS. Attempts to clean up the judiciary, including the Constitutional Tribunal, which PiS packed with loyalists, have stalled as well. Mr. Tusk's fight with Mr. Nawrocki seems to be helping him politically. His civic coalition has opened up a healthy lead over PiS in the polls. The government has the economy to thank too. GDP grew by 3%.
Europe.
Serbia's protests. Running out of puff. Toppling a president takes stamina.
Pumpaj, pumpaj, chants the crowd of several thousand. Keep the pressure up. Serbia's student-led movement has been demonstrating against Aleksandar Vučić, the president, for 15 months, and it is becoming ever more difficult for them to maintain momentum and numbers. A year ago, many Serbs thought Mr. Vučić would soon fall. Instead, the country is set for a political war of attrition, says Ivan Vojvoda, a political analyst. The movement started in November 2024 when a canopy collapsed at a newly refurbished train station in Novi Sad, Serbia's second city, killing 16 people. Many blamed the substandard construction on corruption, and protests morphed into widespread opposition to Mr. Vučić. Universities were closed and hundreds of thousands joined the marchers. The latest demonstration, on February 15th in Kragujevac, 115 kilometres south of Belgrade, was much smaller. It marked the anniversary of the adoption of Serbia's first constitution there in 1835. Slobodan, a 67-year-old, carried a Ferrari flag, which, for cryptic reasons, became a symbol of the protests in the 1990s that ousted Slobodan Milosevic, then Serbia's leader. "My son said that when we protested against Milosevic, I carried him on my shoulders. Now he says I should carry you on mine." From Kragujevac, a convoy of cars went to nearby Orašac to continue the demonstration. Kristina Druganovic, an activist, said the students were not worried by falling numbers. They are focusing on elections. 10 local ones are scheduled this year, and Mr. Vučić says that there will be an early general election as well. But the students spurn collaboration with established opposition parties. They are discussing forming an electoral list of their own. Little unites protesters beyond opposition to Mr. Vučić. Some are pro-European, some pro-Russian. Religious flags are common, as are banners demanding the return of Serbian rule to Kosovo, a mostly ethnic Albanian former province. Divisions in the movement, once insignificant, seem increasingly important. Mr. Vučić has many advantages. Most of the media is under his sway. Universities have reopened and protests are less frequent, though students still clash with police and supporters of Mr. Vučić. Several academics, schoolteachers and officials have been fired for supporting the movement. Yet the president's system is starting to show cracks. A large proportion of Serbia's academic, cultural and sports elite have come out against him, including Novak Djokovic, Serbia's champion tennis player. Mr. Vučić recently appointed super loyalists to keep positions in the security services, perhaps fearing his control is slipping. Protesters are cheered by the trial of Nikola Selakovic, the culture minister, which began on February 4th. He and 3 others are accused of illegally changing the historical preservation status of Belgrade's former army headquarters, empty since 1999, when it was bombed during Serbia's war with NATO. The redesignation would have permitted its development as a luxury hotel. Jared Kushner, Donald Trump's son-in-law, was an investor in the project but pulled out in December. The defendants deny the charges. Slobodan Markovic, a historian, says the very fact that the case was brought is a striking change. Pockets of fearlessness are appearing everywhere. Ana Brnabić, the Speaker of Serbia's parliament, says the protests may be a colour revolution, by which she means one instigated by outsiders. Both Western countries and Russia might be funding it, she thinks, for different reasons. The strong powers want to have smaller countries with
Europe.
Charlemagne. That irritable feeling, for sure. France was right about the need for Europe to be more self-reliant. Nobody listened.
European leaders who gathered at the Munich Security Conference last weekend found some solace in the less caustic note struck by America. Whereas last year J.D. Vance, its vice president, had wounded and dismayed, this year Marco Rubio, its Secretary of State, was a more gracious critic. But a critic he was. And the Europeans left with the sense that in Trump world they are on their own. This is disconcerting enough, but while Donald Trump's capriciousness inspires deep anxiety among Europeans, they are also troubled by another uncomfortable idea, a scratchy sense that perhaps France was right after all. No other European country has been so consistently sceptical about the dependability of its transatlantic ally, nor displayed such a pesky determination to go it alone. Shortly after Charles de Gaulle became France's leader in 1958, he warned Konrad Adenauer, then German Chancellor, that the Americans were not reliable, not very solid, and understanding nothing about history or Europe. Musing about the shifting balance of world power, Le Général told an advisor, "Any day the most extraordinary events could happen. America could become a threat to peace." By 1966, de Gaulle had built a bomb, pulled out of NATO's integrated military command, and booted American soldiers off French soil. Emmanuel Macron misses no occasion to channel his inner de Gaulle. For nearly a decade, the president has badgered European leaders with his call for strategic autonomy. They have responded with eye-rolling or indifference. When Mr. Macron told The Economist in 2019 that NATO was experiencing brain death, his friends accused him of an attempt to shatter the transatlantic alliance. Last week he declared that Europe faces an openly hostile America that wants nothing less than its dismemberment, and that the moment is a profound geopolitical rupture. In more Atlantic-leaning European capitals, the prospect of standing alone without America has prompted distress. In Paris, which maintains a fully independent nuclear deterrent, sends its own satellites into space, supplies itself with nuclear energy, and builds its own fighter jets, it feels like vindication. Yet if France has had a point all along about greater European strategic independence, why did it not happen? The answers might loosely be grouped into three. France was right, but too soon. It was right, but not credible. And it was right, but got on everyone's nerves. If France made the call too early for its friends, it was because they correctly viewed the post-war Pax Americana not as a risk or an indignity, but as the guarantee that bound the West together. De Gaulle concluded, particularly after the Suez Crisis in 1956, that America could not be fully trusted. Britain, France's ally during Suez, drew the opposite conclusion, judging it could not act without the Americans' backing. It hugged them closer still. Distrust of America pushed France to diversify its alliances long before Mark Carney made it fashionable. But Britain saw America as an extension of itself, while Germany was unable to assert its own power after the war. They and other Europeans were most at ease snuggling under the American wing, and treated France's bid for independence as not only misguided, but dangerous, a move that could hasten American disengagement. Had France fully followed its own logic, it might have preempted some scepticism. Yet for decades, France, like others in Europe, pursued social policies that weakened its ability to build up strategic muscle. Even today, it spends over 6 times more on pensions each year than on defence, and borrows heavily to do so. How is this possible, critics ask, to assert strategic autonomy if you depend on the bond markets to pay your pensioners? Moreover, France's Buy European strategy has long been regarded by its American-equipped friends as a sales pitch for French kit. When France calls for more joint borrowing to rearm Europe, Its friends here. Get somebody else to pay. When France urges more spending on European defence, its friends here more contracts for French makers of fighter jets, missiles and engines. And then there is, how to put it, the tone. France considers itself a serious ally in Europe and NATO and does not understand why its ideas meet such resistance. Others find the haughty manner in which it tries to impose them insupportable. De Gaulle left his European chair in Brussels empty for 6 months, boycotting meetings in order to get his way in a spat over decision-making rules. Central and Eastern Europeans have not forgotten how Jacques Chirac, then president, told them that in backing America's war in Iraq, they had missed a good opportunity to shut up. When Mr. Macron donned aviator shades for a speech in Davos to mask a bloody eye, it was vintage France, defiant, chic, perhaps ridiculous, indisputably show-stopping. Some loved it, some didn't. France has made its share of mistakes for sure. De Gaulle's grandstanding towards America was in part an attempt to preserve the country's great power status, despite its often brutal mishandling of the retreat from empire. Its pretensions to post-imperial influence can go awry, as in the Sahel, where Russia has exploited resentment of France. France happily backs strengthening Europe when it suits and breezily opposes it, on the Mercosur trade deal, for example, when
Britain.
Niche excellence. IC does it. Britain leads on understanding AI's risks. Now it wants to lead on making AI useful.
Governments are getting plenty of reminders of the Janus face of artificial intelligence. On January 28th, DeepMind, Google's London-based AI arm, published a paper in Nature on Alpha Genome, a model that could transform understanding of DNA. That same week, Dario Amodei, the boss of Anthropic, an AI lab, published an essay urging humanity to wake up to AI's risks. This month, his lead safety researcher quit to study poetry, warning that the world was in peril. Britain was first to grapple with this tension. In 2023, its then Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, always a techno-optimist, now an advisor to Anthropic and Microsoft, convened the world's first major AI safety summit at Bletchley Park. It brought together America and China alongside experts. A successor summit began in India on February 16th. Out of Bletchley came the world's first AI Safety Institute, now the AI Security Institute, AC, a government body designed to understand the capabilities and impacts of advanced AI. It became a template for similar outfits in America, Japan, Singapore, and elsewhere. William Isaac, a principal scientist at DeepMind, has called Britain's AC the crown jewel of all of these safety institutes. It reflects the strengths of Britain's AI strategy, talent, technical skill, and diplomacy. It also exposes the country's limits. AC is an example of governance done right. It was modelled on the pandemic-era vaccine task force, which helped Britain become the first country to approve a clinically tested COVID-19 jab. Just as that task force was led by an outsider investor, Dame Kate Bingham, AC brought in a venture capitalist, Ian Hogarth, as its chair, pairing a start-up mentality with £100 million, that's $135 million, of upfront funding from the government. The Institute moved quickly, poaching top talent from DeepMind and from OpenAI, the firm behind ChatGPT. Today, some of the world's smartest nerds, a mix of ex-tech employees and academics, work at the Institute in London. They test what models can do in dangerous domains such as cybersecurity, biology and chemistry. Drawing on military wargaming, they also deploy red teams, which pose as adversaries, to see whether real rogues could bypass safety controls. In 2025, OpenAI reported that AC had uncovered more than a dozen vulnerabilities that could have enabled users to develop biological weapons. These were fixed before the model's launch. In some ways, AC understands risks better than firms do, one reason why it has secured access agreements with Anthropic, Google and OpenAI to test their models before release. Some commentators suggest AC is the closest thing the AI industry has to a weapons inspector. This is an imperfect analogy, not least because this is only part of what it does. The Institute instead sees itself as a technical research body, offering insights into fast-evolving systems whose capabilities are poorly understood. One recent AC study found that conversations with an AI chatbot were around 50% more persuasive at shifting political opinions than reading a static AI-generated message, highlighting the potential risks of AI propaganda. Another found that a third of British adults had used AI for emotional needs. The Institute's open-source platform, Inspect, allows firms, academics and governments to run standardized safety tests, making it easier to assess risks against a common yardstick. For a modest £66 million or so a year, AC gives the government vital knowledge, most obviously on national security. Its interim director, Adam Beaumont, comes from GCHQ, Britain's signals intelligence agency. In a speech last October, Ken McCallum, the head of MI5, the country's domestic intelligence agency, praised AC's groundbreaking work, noting that it was helping the security service plan for the risk that humans could lose control of autonomous AI systems. It also helps project soft power. Britain chairs a global network of AI safety institutes. Other governments come to learn what it got right. By working with labs pursuing artificial general intelligence, the Institute helps shape their internal practices. Yet, if AC shows how Britain can influence the world on AI, it also risks becoming a totem. It is no substitute for broader AI governance. It was never meant to be a regulator. Its work depends on voluntary access from frontier labs. Because leading AI labs such as OpenAI refuse to grant AC access to their models' weights, the numerical parameters that define them, its teams mostly evaluate models by asking them questions and seeing how they reply. But the need to regulate AI's harms is growing. Witness a recent furore over Grok, Elon Musk's AI chatbot, which spewed out nude deepfakes. Michael Birtwistle of the Ada Lovelace Institute, an AI research body, argues that the British government has made a series of retreats on AI legislation, abandoning a manifesto pledge to enact binding regulation to ensure the safe development and use of AI models. Officials point out that risks must be understood before they are constrained. Some harms, such as posting sexualized deepfakes of children or building a biological weapon, are covered by existing laws. Still, Britain may have built one of the world's fanciest smoke alarms, able to detect danger but powerless to act once it sounds. For all its pioneering work, Britain remains a junior partner to America. That was clear at last year's AI summit in Paris. America's Vice President, J.D. Vance, dismissed safety concerns as hand-wringing, framing it as focused on woke social and ethical issues like bias, discrimination and privacy, rather than on hard security like biorisks, cyber attacks and autonomous weapons. Within hours, AC removed references on its website to societal impacts and to risks such as inequality and harm to welfare. Within days, a minister announced that the institute would be renamed, the S no longer denoting safety but security. The changes were largely cosmetic, argues Professor Sean O'Hegarty of the University of Cambridge. AC's core focus had always been on security. Even so, the optics were poor, and the reality is that Britain lacks the capital and cheap energy needed to build its own frontier models. Its leading lab, DeepMind, had to sell itself to Google in 2014 to fund its research. In short, being a leader in AI safety doesn't make you a leader in AI, says Joshua Tan, an AI researcher at Public AI, a coalition which builds shared AI infrastructure. It's like calling yourself a major oil producer without producing any oil. Whatever AC's merits, on its own it clearly doesn't turn Britain into an AI powerhouse. Unable to build the foremost AI models, it is world-leading in testing them, an expertise it still hopes will lead to growth. Now it wants to become among the best at using AI models too. The aim is to be a country that actually makes AI useful for people, says Jade Leung, AC's chief technical officer and, more pertinently, the government's AI advisor. This means adopting AI at scale. In a speech on January 28th, the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, Liz Kendall, announced plans to open public datasets to researchers and firms, to pilot more AI tutors in schools, and to put millions of workers through AI training. A new Future of Work unit will monitor whether AI is displacing workers. Ms. Kendall also spoke of a turbulent world where AI supply chains are weaponized. We must not be over-reliant on other countries for access to technologies that underpin our future prosperity, she said. Yet if Britain wants to treat AI capacity as critical infrastructure, the sums behind the government rhetoric are small. So far, £100 million.
Britain.
Scottish borrowing. Don't look under the kilt. The Scottish Government's new bonds will waste taxpayers' money.
As wedding season approaches, Scotsmen face a choice: splash out on a kilt or wear a suit and risk being mistaken for a Sassenach. A kilt can get expensive, over £1,000. That's $1,350 for a tailored version in the family tartan. But for many, it is a price worth paying to assert national identity. The pro-independent Scottish National Party, or SNP, which runs Scotland's government, agrees. If re-elected in May, it plans to begin borrowing directly in the private market, issuing bonds dubbed kilts, a nod to British government gilts. These kilts will cost a pretty penny. Analysts reckon the bond market will charge 0.3 percentage points more for them than for gilts. The SNP argues that the costs are outweighed by the benefits, from greater borrowing flexibility to increased investor interest in Scotland. Look closer, though, and these benefits appear threadbare. The Scottish Government has a rather peculiar fiscal setup. Most of its budget, roughly £60 billion a year, comes via a block grant from Westminster. This redistributive system greatly benefits Scotland, giving it a quarter more funding per person than it gives England. The Scottish Government can then use its tax and borrowing powers to adjust its budget, though Westminster imposes a total cap on debt of £3 billion. So far, it has borrowed only from the British government, which lends at a rate of 0.11 percentage points above the gilt yield at any one time. The SNP claims that the British government's loans are too restrictive. It can secure loan lengths of only 10 to 25 years and must repay part of the principal each year, rather than at the loan's end as happens with most bonds. The SNP is right that issuing bonds directly would enable it to borrow for shorter or longer durations and allow for repayment to be deferred. But Mary Spowage, the director of the Fraser of Allender Institute, a Scottish think tank, calls these short-termist benefits. In the end, you are going to have to repay the bonds, she adds. On financial grounds alone, the Scottish Government's own analysis shows that these benefits are probably outweighed by the costs. The SNP wants to raise £1.5 billion over 5 years, starting in 2026 to 2027. In the median scenario, this will cost £90 million more in 2024 to 2025 prices than borrowing from the British government. These costs are driven by administration fees and the likely premium on kilts over gilts. As Nicholas Chatters of Aberdeen Investments notes, avoiding a kilt premium is very unlikely, if not impossible. The market would be new and less liquid than the vast £2.8 trillion gilt market, prompting investors to demand higher returns as compensation. The SNP also argues that kilts will boost investment in Scotland's wider economy by raising the country's profile. When Moody's and S&P Global gave the Scottish Government the same credit ratings for its kilts as for gilts in 2025, the SNP argued that this demonstrated the strength of Scotland's institutions and creditworthiness. But this is wishful thinking. Both agencies explicitly based their ratings on the government having Westminster's backing. S&P cited Scotland's uninterrupted access to funding from HM Treasury. Strip that away and the ratings would tumble. In any case, decisions about investment in Scotland will mostly depend on its economic fundamentals, not tweaks to government borrowing arrangements. Beneath the bluster, the SNP's real aim is political. The party thinks that issuing bonds will demonstrate Scotland's readiness for independence, but it should be careful what it wishes for. If independence becomes likely, bond investors will start fretting. They will worry about Scotland's
Britain.
Political regicide. How to oust a Prime Minister. History offers useful lessons for those still plotting to oust Sir Keir Starmer.
It is haunting season in Westminster. As ever, when the mood is mutinous, its denizens are on the lookout for a posse of phantom ministers, sometimes known as the men in grey suits. Rumour holds that in the coming months they may glide into number 10 and tell Sir Keir Starmer that his time is up. If the past is a guide, though, this ghostly group will not materialise. History offers lessons for Labour MPs still hoping to oust Sir Keir. They apply across parties and time, from the deferential era of yore to today, when British political leaders have the shelf life of smartphone models. A big takeaway for plotters concerns those men or women in grey suits. It is no use waiting for some spectral figure to do the dirty work discreetly. You have to grip the axe, openly and together. The first lesson for mutineers is pick the right moment. The wake of a chastening by-election, like that in Gorton and Denton on February 26th, could be propitious. More so, a humbling for the ruling party in local or regional elections, such as those on May 7th. But plotters must have an eye on the wider chronology. Deposing a leader in the middle of a parliament invites pressure to hold a general election, which a party in the doldrums may lose. Wait much longer, and it can seem too late to change the public's mind. The Goldilocks problem, as Philip Cowley of Queen Mary University of London terms it, applies to the state of the nation too. It makes no sense to ditch a leader if everything is tickety-boo. But assailing one in an emergency may look self-indulgent, unless, like Liz Truss, she obviously caused it. No time for a novice, proclaimed Gordon Brown, the embattled Labour Prime Minister during the financial crisis of 2007-9, a jibe partly directed at pretenders on his own side. Today, the jittery bond market discourages upheaval. Time their ambush wisely and insurgents enjoy natural advantages. For starters, prime ministers are distracted by the need to keep running the country. Facing a leadership challenge in 1990, Margaret Thatcher flew off to a summit that marked the end of the Cold War. Next, as both she and in 2022 Boris Johnson learned, leaders can be too cocooned or aloof to grasp their peril. They're hard-headed enough to know that their colleagues would all kill them if they could, says Vernon Bogdanor of King's College London. But they tend to think they're invulnerable, and that's what gets them in the end. As in other walks of life, only more so, every enmity a leader has aroused, each intended or inadvertent slight comes back to bite them in a showdown. All the MPs sacked from government jobs, demoted or overlooked, can avenge themselves. The older the government, the more has-beens and no-hopers it collects. Conservative MPs who loathed Mr Johnson's looseness and lies got the chance to punish them in 2022. Thatcher's imperiousness had irked lots of ministers. Conversely, like Mr Brown, but unlike Sir Keir, she could count on a Praetorian guard of acolytes. Helpfully for regicides, the fight isn't fair. Even if they scrape a majority, prime ministers can be mortally wounded by a leadership contest or confidence vote. As Sir Anthony Selden, a historian, puts it, you can be dead in the water even if technically you win. Thatcher beat her challenger Michael Heseltine in the Tories' first ballot in 1990, but not conclusively. Neville Chamberlain won the parliamentary vote in 1940 that led to his removal, but too many MPs deserted him. "I have friends in the House," Chamberlain rashly proclaimed, raising the stakes of that pivotal debate. When their strength is in doubt, shrewd leaders avoid testing it. The trigger for a crisis tends to be a high-level resignation, like that of Geoffrey Howe, a bigwig under Thatcher in 1990, or Rishi Sunak, who quit as Chancellor in 2022. The nerviest day in Mr Brown's plot-strewn tenure, says someone who used to work in Downing Street, was when James Purnell, the Welfare Secretary, resigned in 2009 and told Mr Brown to go too. Crucially, though, one walkout is unlikely to be enough. Like Anas Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader who suggested Sir Keir pack it in, Mr Purnell went over the top, only to find no one behind him. Then, as now, others sympathised but declined to strike. The men in grey suits proved elusive. By contrast, a stampede of resignations did for Mr Johnson. Thatcher gave up after a mass of senior ministers told her she was finished. "I had lost the cabinet support," she later wrote. It was the end. Meanwhile, cornered leaders have advantages of their own. As another veteran says, the Prime Minister retains control of the board, i.e. the number 10 machine, the bully pulpit and the lure of patronage, which lets him dangle fancy titles like Deputy Prime Minister. When Mr. Purnell walked, the first thought in Downing Street was, where is David Miliband? Get him on the line. The then Foreign Secretary was perceived as Mr. Brown's likeliest challenger. As Sir Keir's team did on February 9th, Brownites hit the phones to shore up support. In extremis, minders can be dispatched to keep tabs on waverers. Urgency can also help besieged leaders. Cabinet colleagues may have only minutes to choose between swearing allegiance and rebelling. Would-be assassins must instantly weigh the chance of success against the costs of failing. He who wields the knife, lamented Lord Heseltine after he lost out in 1990, never wears the crown. That is not quite right. Both Mr. Johnson and Mr. Sunak were handy with a dagger, but swinging and missing is a bad look. Loyalty can pay off better in the long term, or even the short one. Winston Churchill defended Chamberlain's government in 1940, but in doing so, observed an MP, showed by his brilliance that he really has nothing to do with this confused and timid gang. He took over 2 days later. A leader's main weapon is uncertainty. Say Sir Keir is dislodged by his rivals. None can know who will succeed him. They or an ally may triumph, but so might a foe. Crucially, notes Sir Vernon, both Labour and the Tories now choose leaders in a two-stage process. MPs narrow the field, but party members crown the winner. The resulting unpredictability heightens the jeopardy and cuts the incentive to act. And in an anti-political age, the public may be no fonder of a new overlord than of the old. No one can be sure what happens next, counsels Graham Brady, who, when he was chairman of the 1922 committee of Tory MPs, helped persuade a string of prime ministers that the game was up. You may be heading for an iceberg, Lord Brady says, but generally it's hard to see how throwing the captain overboard will lead to a better outcome. A party commits regicide, says this political angel of death, when it can't imagine any other way. History's final lesson is that in this scenario, when dread of defeat or of Nigel Farage outweighs fear of the unknown, when a party decides it still has a chance but its leader doesn't, the end for prime ministers can come in a rush. Howe resigned on November 1st, 1990. Thatcher
Britain.
Measles. Rash behaviour. Why are London's MMR vaccination rates so low?
Measles is one of the world's most contagious diseases. Hence, an outbreak in London with 61 cases so far this year is causing alarm. Vaccination rates across England have been falling for years, but coverage is particularly bad in London. Only 69% of 5-year-olds are fully vaccinated against measles, well below the 84% nationwide and 95% recommended. Misinformation is often blamed, but a report by the Royal College of Paediatrics in 2025 found that the impact of vaccine attitudes is often overstated and that access to services plays a bigger role. Many parents cite practical barriers like travel costs and limited availability of appointments. Such issues are compounded in poorer areas which have lower immunisation rates. The London outbreak seems to follow this pattern, with flare-ups in Enfield and Haringey concentrated in areas of deprivation, housing insecurity, and among some minorities. In a study of over 1 million children in 2021, just 65% of those born to mothers with a Caribbean background had got both
Britain.
Wales. Know your worth. Plaid Cymru is on the cusp of power.
Black and white footage from Carmarthen's Guildhall Square on the night of July 14th, 1966, shows a thronging crowd, singing, dancing and chanting. They were not, of course, celebrating England's progress towards its only Football World Cup, but rather the election of Plaid Cymru's first MP, Gwynfor Evans. 60 years later, the Welsh nationalists are favourites to take control of the country's devolved government when voters cast their ballots on May 7th. Rhun ap Iorwerth, the party's leader, would become First Minister, a position Labour has held since its creation 27 years ago. The rise of Plaid is about more than Welsh voters' dissatisfaction with the Labour government in Westminster. Recent polls suggest the party is competing with Reform UK to be the largest in the Senedd, Wales's parliament. Under the country's system of proportional representation, Plaid would probably form a coalition with Labour, the Greens or the Liberal Democrats, making a Reform First Minister unlikely, even if the right-wing populists win the most votes. I do think that Wales is still treated as somewhere where we're all a bit thick with tall hats, says Bobby, a retired teacher, standing in front of the bust of Evans in Guildhall Square. She plans to vote for Plaid. The sentiment that English people look down on Wales is common in the market town some 90 kilometres northwest of Cardiff. Ryland, an elderly shopper, bemoans that Welsh Labour is subservient to Westminster and launches into a tirade about journalists' inability to pronounce Welsh place names. Another passerby asks, "Ydych chi yn siarad Cymraeg?" Do you speak Welsh? Before declining to be interviewed in English. Plaid has long had a solid base of support among the country's 500,000 Welsh speakers, but the party is now also converting voters who identify primarily as Welsh. Just as in England and Scotland, national identity increasingly aligns with broader cultural and political values. At the time of the 2016 Senedd election, 31% of voters in Wales said they had a stronger Welsh identity than a British one, according to the Welsh Election Study. Of that group, 34% voted for Plaid. By 2025, these figures had grown to 41% of voters, 53% of whom planned to vote for Plaid. According to Jack Lana of Cardiff University, voters have split into a progressive Welsh-identifying bloc and a conservative British-identifying one. Plaid has wrested leadership of the progressive bloc from Labour. In the past, Labour has navigated the politics of national identity by offering a distinctively Welsh version of its politics. In the early 2000s, the First Minister, Rhodri Morgan, adopted a strategy of clear red water between Labour in Cardiff Bay and Tony Blair's Labour in Westminster. The party has argued for further devolution and embraced the Welsh language, but the unpopular Labour government in Downing Street has made this identity harder to maintain, and voters are increasingly attuned to the relevance of devolved policy-making to their lives. Wales continues to lag behind England on several economic metrics, and Welsh Labour's record on public services remains woeful. So, how would Mr ap Iorwerth govern? Health, cost of living, childcare and poverty, then economy, creating better jobs and education. The former journalist lists his priorities. He says he will not legislate for an independence referendum as First Minister. "I'm not shying away from independence," he emphasises. "What I'm doing is shying away from pushing for it because I'm a pragmatist." Still, it could pose a challenge for Westminster if, after May, all three First Ministers in Northern Ireland, Scotland and Wales want their territories to leave the Union. Among the party's headline policies are free childcare, the establishment of a national development agency and investment in preventative medicine to tackle waiting lists. But despite the ambitious rhetoric, much of Plaid's policy platform rests on going cap in hand to Westminster for more funding and powers. The party believes that the British government owes the Welsh government £4 billion, that's $5 billion, to make up for spending on the HS2 high-speed rail project in England. It wants to renegotiate.
International.
Redistribution. The Robinhood State. Tax systems in the rich world are more progressive than you think.
It is no secret that inequality grew in much of the rich world in the 1980s and 1990s, and has remained relatively high since. In 1980, the top 1% of Americans commanded 9% of pre-tax income, rising to 16% by 2022. Over the same period, Europe's top 1% increased their share from 8% to 12%. In fact, the increase in earnings inequality and its corollary, the stagnation of middle-class incomes, has been so noticeable and so widespread that it is often posited as a possible explanation for the rise of populism around the world. Yet there is a much less noticed countervailing trend. As pre-tax incomes have become more unequal, tax codes have become more progressive. The effect has more than outweighed the growth in inequality in much of the rich world, and almost kept pace with it, even in America. Today's taxman, it turns out, is less like the Sheriff of Nottingham and more like Robin Hood. He has largely stopped the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. But redistribution on such a scale is an inefficient process which generates lots of economic and political friction. And the further it proceeds, the greater the likelihood that the merry taxmen will run out of palanquins and carriages to rob. A simple measure of progressivity involves comparing the distribution of income both before and after tax. By this measure, America redistributes about twice as much today as in the 1960s. Germany and Japan, the next biggest rich economies, also redistribute a lot more than they used to. So do Britain and Canada. Indeed, by our estimate, 7 in 10 countries have more progressive tax and benefit systems than in 1990. The ones that have become less progressive tend to be dysfunctional: Belarus, Eritrea, Haiti, or were exceptionally redistributive to begin with: Norway, Sweden. Most of the increase in inequality within rich countries associated with the late 20th century occurred in the 1980s. Since then, governments have become much more interested in alleviating disparities. From 1990 to 2023, the average Gini coefficient, a measure of inequality, in the G7 increased by, on average, 4 percentage points. Yet, thanks to more redistribution, the average Gini coefficient of post-tax income across the G7 has fallen slightly. The vigour of the Robinhood State varies across countries. In America, more redistribution has merely offset rising pre-tax inequality. According to the Congressional Budget Office, for example, 2022, the most recent year for which detailed data are available, was the 4th most unequal year on record, as measured by the Gini coefficient of taxable income, behind only 2021, 2020 and 2012. But inequality after taxes and transfers was lower than in 2000, 2005 to 2007, 2012, 2014 and 2017 to 2018 and 2021. It was also only a shade higher than in 1986. Even as the share of America's taxable income going to the top 1% of earners has soared, their share of post-tax income has risen only slightly. Elsewhere in the G7, Robinhood is even more energetic. In Britain, France and Japan, the top 1% have seen little growth in post-tax income since the 2000s, even as the bottom 50% have benefited from hefty gains. In Britain, post-tax inequality, as measured by the Gini coefficient, has fallen by 3 percentage points since 1990. In France, it is down by 4 points. In Canada, the 1% have done terribly in recent years. In Italy, both plutocrats and average Joes have done pretty badly. Only in Germany have the rich clearly pulled away. It is hard to reconcile these trends with the popular history of tax policy. This says that the rise of neoliberalism destroyed the post-war settlement, in which marginal tax rates on the very rich were exceptionally high. There is a grain of truth to the story. For years, Britain's top income tax rate was 83% and 98% on unearned income, such as dividends. From 1951 to 1963, America's top income tax rate was at least 91%. In Sweden, in the 1970s, the marginal rate in effect exceeded 100% for some people. And across the rich world, inheritance and estate taxes were high. That sounds more Robin Hoodish than what exists today. In those days, however, the rich found ways not to pay. For instance, many billed personal expenses, such as food and transport, to their company, lowering their taxable income. This is why the protagonists of Mad Men, a television show about advertising executives in America in the 1960s, spend lavishly on the company card. During the progressive 1950s, the effective federal income tax rate on the top 1% of taxpayers, meaning the rate they actually paid, was around 20% and fell as low as 13.8% in the 1960s. Today, avoiding tax is much harder. The effective tax rate on high earners has risen markedly. In Britain, for the top 1%, it is now nearly 40%, up from 34% in the 2000s. Whisper it quietly, wrote the Institute for Fiscal Studies, or IFS, a British think tank, at the tail end of the Conservative government in 2024. But this Tory government has taken a serious chunk out of the incomes of the 1%. Trends are similar in Canada, where the top 1% now have an effective income tax rate, including provincial ones, of 39%. In Spain, over the past 20 years, the effective income tax rate levied on the 1% has risen from 30% to 34%. Italy and Japan levy a higher average effective tax rate on high earners, defined as earning 250% of their country's average wage, than they did a decade ago. Under Presidents Ronald Reagan, George W. Bush and Donald Trump, America has passed tax reforms that are widely seen as having benefited the rich. Yet the average federal income tax rate paid by the top 1% today, 27.6%, is not far off the historical high in 2000 of 28.9%. Far more dramatic has been the fall in corporate taxes. The benefit of such cuts is notoriously difficult to apportion between rich shareholders and poorer workers. Democrats say that it is company owners who benefit when taxes on companies fall. Republicans say that it is workers, because investment and wages both rise. Wonks tend to side with the Democrats on the matter, meaning that corporate tax cuts have acted as a big counter to the Robinhood State in America. All the same, a study in 2023 by Thomas Coleman and David Weisbach, both from the University of Chicago, found that America's tax system has become more progressive and more redistributive over the last several decades, with much of that change occurring in recent years. Another study by Thomas Piketty of the Paris School of Economics and his colleagues found that the reduction of inequality implied by redistribution is significant in France and the US and increased throughout the entire 20th century. Even the reduction, and in some cases abolition, of inheritance taxes has made less difference to inequality than you might think. Economists argue over the extent to which bequests increase or reduce inequality. Sometimes, after all, poor people inherit a lot of money. In addition, at no point in recent history have wealth transfers been sufficiently large to have much impact on income inequality. In 1990, the earliest year for which comparable data is available for the members of the OECD, a club mostly of rich countries, they raised 100 times more in income taxes than in estate, inheritance and gift taxes combined. We estimate that if America had kept the estate tax as high as it was in 1960, a rate of 77% on inheritances over $10 million, the overall tax burden on the 1% today would be 46.0%, not 45.3%. It is possible that the extremely rich, not the 1% or even the 0.1%, but the 0.01%, have escaped Robin Hood's ambush. Vastly wealthy people often earn a large fraction of their income as capital gains, which many governments tax at a lower rate than income. Some rich people borrow against their assets to fund consumption. This buy, borrow, die wheeze reduces tax bills because loans are not taxable as income. Others classify their earnings as profits rather than wages to take advantage of lower corporation tax rates. And those stretching the rules to minimize their tax are especially likely to get away with it at the moment, in America at least, since the current administration has made swinging cuts to the Enforcement Division of the Internal Revenue Service. A paper by Arun Advani of Warwick University and others suggests that in 2018, the very richest British people, those earning many millions of pounds a year, paid around 25% tax when income is measured broadly, compared with about 35% for the merely very wealthy. In other research, Akchan Balkar of the University of California, Berkeley, and his colleagues find similarly low effective tax rates for the 400 or so richest households in America. Shikgeki Kunieda of Chuo University looks at very wealthy Japanese people, finding that beyond an annual salary of about 100 million yen, roughly $650,000 to $700,000 a year, effective tax rates decline. Yet the literature on plutocrats' tax tricks is small and contested. In America, buy, borrow, die is a minority pursuit, find Edward Fox of the University of Michigan and Zachary Liskow of Yale University in a recent paper. Gerald Orton of the Treasury Department and David Splinter of the Joint Committee on Taxation, a non-partisan arm of Congress, recently published a study in the Journal of Political Economy that analysed the effective tax rates of different parts of the income distribution through a very broad lens that encompasses taxes on wages, profits, capital gains and bequests. In this work and updates to it, they find that the very richest Americans tend to pay the very highest shares of their income to the taxman. Someone in the top 0.01% pays about 50% tax overall, they conclude. In addition, the very richest people face higher effective tax rates today than did their counterparts in the 1960s or 1970s. This result chimes with another finding in Mr. Advani's paper, which, rather than focusing on effective tax rates in 2018, instead calculates an average from 2014 to 2018. Over this longer period, Britons earning many millions of pounds a year paid a similar rate to the merely rich. Their apparent windfall in 2018 stemmed from the difficulty of reflecting the complicated tax system for those selling business assets. In other work, Mr. Splinter makes a number of adjustments to Mr. Belker's methodology. He cites research that finds that the wealth of the top 400 earners is actually distributed among more than 2,000 adults, since the extremely rich tend to support several family members. Analyses that do not capture the tax paid by these relatives and instead look at only the main beneficiary of a family fortune tend to yield unrealistically low effective tax rates. Mr. Splinter finds that in America, the effective tax rate for the 400-odd richest taxpayers is in fact closer to 40%. Whether the rich are paying a reasonable rate or not, today's combination of higher pre-tax inequality and higher tax rates on top earners has left governments astonishingly dependent on the wealthiest for their revenue. Britain's 1% account for nearly 27% of the income tax take, up from 22% in 2000. In Australia, the 1% account for 17 to 20% of income tax, up from 16% in the early 2010s. A recent official report in South Korea created a stir when it revealed that the top 1% of taxpayers account for 40% of income tax, up slightly in recent years. In America, too, the 1% paid 40% of income tax in 2022, up from 33% in 2001. Governments are using the rich's riches to do a number of things. One is to cut taxes on everyone else. The average earner in the UK now has the lowest effective personal tax rate since 1975, boasted Jeremy Hunt, Britain's then Chancellor or Finance Minister, in 2024. The trends are similar elsewhere. The tax burden on America's bottom, second, third and fourth quintiles, 80% of the population, is far lower today than it was in the 1960s or 1970s. In particular, the expansion of the earned income tax credit for low earners in the 1990s made the system more progressive. At the same time, benefit payments to low and middle earners have boomed. Across the rich world, social transfers now account for about 22% of GDP, up from 18% of GDP in the mid-1990s. A lot of this is pensions. State support for the elderly is more generous than it was, even as the number of old people has increased. In the EU, for instance, the median state pension is now worth 60% of the earnings of a 50-something, up from 55% in 2010, when the data begin. Payments for working-age folk have grown too. More than half of working-age people in Britain now receive more in state spending, defined to include such perks as healthcare from the National Health Service, than they pay in tax, up from about a third in the 1990s, according to the official Statistics Office. In America, subsidies for health insurance were expanded during reforms under Presidents Bill Clinton, Barack Obama and Joe Biden. The subsidies offered by the Affordable Care Act were greatly expanded during the COVID-19 pandemic. Although that expansion, always intended to be temporary, has lapsed. Democrats last year forced a government shutdown in a failed attempt to extend it. They can be expected to try again, in keeping with Milton Friedman's dictum, nothing is so permanent as a temporary government programme. These days, an American in the bottom income quintile receives means-tested benefits worth 100% of their earned income, up from 50% in the late 1970s. Is the tax system now too progressive? As the pre-tax incomes of the rich grew, they were always going to pay a higher share of overall taxes. Keeping post-tax inequality steady, assuming that this is a legitimate goal, typically also requires governments to increase the effective tax rates that the rich pay too. Plenty of politicians are campaigning to raise taxes on the rich yet higher. Zoran Mamdani, New York's new mayor, wants a 2% additional tax on those earning more than $1 million a year. Rhode Island and Washington State are considering a similar tax. Britain recently changed the rules for wealthy foreigners, meaning that many now have to pay British tax on their worldwide income. Last year, a furious public debate ensued in France about a proposed wealth tax, and the citizens of California may soon vote on the introduction of a one-off 5% tax on the assets of billionaires who are resident in the state. Squillionaires, such as Sergey Brin and Peter Thiel, have moved business out of the Golden State in protest. On February 7th, opponents held a March for Billionaires in San Francisco to oppose the tax. Vilifying billionaires is popular, losing them is expensive, the organisers said. The big question is whether, in the pursuit of equality, governments are raising taxes on the rich so high that they are becoming counterproductive. At some point, swinging levies will start to discourage work and so harm the economy. Some see the exodus of billionaires from California as proof that it has gone too far. Others argue the same of the small number of wealthy foreigners who have left Britain in response to its tax changes. Yet in many places there are few signs of high earners slacking, even as effective tax rates have risen. The working hours of high-earning professionals have grown in recent decades, not shrunk. Even with an effective tax rate of 50% or so, millionaires and centimillionaires in California seem to be working harder than ever. Some rich people, from Mark Cuban, an American businessman, and J.K. Rowling, a British author, even take a grim pleasure in how much tax they pay. Some economists therefore argue that rich countries should tax the rich even more heavily than they do now.
International.
The Telegram. Too late. Trump envoys try to reassure Europe. A gathering of world leaders in Munich shows how trust has collapsed.
As a strategy for managing allies, the message, "You're on your own, suckers, but do as America tells you," has a number of flaws. More rational members of the Trump administration know this. That helps explain why the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and the Pentagon's Undersecretary for Policy, Elbridge Colby, headed to Europe this month to assure allies that America is not leaving them entirely alone, as some of them fear. Mr. Rubio addressed the Munich Security Conference, an annual gathering for political leaders, generals, and spy chiefs. He earned a standing ovation for nodding to historic bonds between America and Europe, Mr. Rubio's speech was well marinated in MAGA values. He urged Europe to protect its Christian heritage and avoid civilizational erasure by curbing mass migration. He dismissed those concerned about climate change as beholden to a cult. But because Mr. Rubio recalled his Spanish and Italian ancestry and thanked Europeans for sending troops to fight alongside America in many wars, his tone offered relief after the scornful criticisms directed towards Europe by America's Vice President, J.D. Vance, at the Munich conference last year. For his part, Mr. Colby urged European allies to worry less about transatlantic differences over values and to focus more on interests and the work of building armed forces capable of deterring Russia. Mr. Colby credited President Donald Trump with giving allies a salutary shock that would make NATO stronger. He outlined a business-like bargain. America will continue to extend its nuclear umbrella over NATO partners if Europeans take responsibility for the conventional defense of their continent. In return for staying around, America will continue to take the lead on such grave questions as the use and spread of nuclear weapons. Nodding to growing debate in some European countries about acquiring nuclear arms, Mr. Colby stated that America's government opposes so-called friendly proliferation by allies. This columnist was in Munich and heard the private responses of national leaders and officials from Europe and beyond. They did not buy Trump world's messages of reassurance. Trust is a big problem. Something broke inside the transatlantic alliance when Mr. Trump declared in January that he needs to own the vast Danish-governed island of Greenland as payback for America's long-time defense of Europe. Huddled in Munich coffee lounges and meeting rooms, politicians and diplomats offered metaphors for that attempted territory grab. Some compared Mr. Trump to a mafia boss. Others described the West as resembling an extended family thrown into crisis by lecherous demands from an old, powerful patriarch. Mr. Trump has backed down for now, cowed by direct warnings of economic reprisals from a handful of European leaders, by private appeals from Republicans in Congress, and by jitters in financial markets. But high-ranking figures in Munich worry, understandably, that his Greenland obsession will return. The Trump administration's muddled logic is another concern. America is pushing allies to take responsibility for conventional defense and the deterrence of Russia, including by investing in long-range weapons and the kit needed to project power far from home. In Munich, Mr. Colby talked of restoring a culture of burden-sharing that operated during the Cold War, when many European allies spent hefty sums on defense. Mr. Colby called the years after the fall of the Soviet bloc an aberration, when Europeans drastically shrank their armies, navies, and air forces, and American governments foolishly let them. This is selectively remembered history. With the exception of British and especially French nuclear weapons, which were in theory under the sole command of the French president, Cold War America jealously guarded its control of weapons that could hit Soviet territory in case it was dragged into conflicts started by hot-headed allies. Indeed, Mr. Colby is known to worry privately about precisely this risk. Delegates in Munich included Vipin Narang of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, a former head of nuclear, space, and missile defense strategy in the Biden-era Pentagon. To Professor Narang, it is hardly America first to push Europeans to buy potent conventional weapons that could be fired at Moscow against America's wishes. He called it a false distinction to say that America will handle nuclear strategy while allies do conventional defense. Once missiles start flying, America would be dragged in. There is not a war between NATO and Russia that does not touch on U.S. vital national interests, said the professor. Should an ally attack Russia, America may find it has written escalation checks that it has to honor. If America risks losing control of European escalation against Russia, The opposite problem is caused by Mr. Trump's embrace of hard-right political parties that want to appease Russia's President, Vladimir Putin. After leaving Munich, Mr. Rubio travelled to Slovakia and Hungary. Both countries are run by Trump-admiring, Putin-friendly conservative nationalists. In Hungary, Mr. Rubio endorsed the Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, who faces a tough re-election fight, despite years of efforts to crush the democratic opposition and independent news media. Mr. Rubio said Mr. Orban's success was essential to America's national interests. That fits oddly with Mr. Trump's demand.
(1843).
The Deported. Kampat Panaboon was a Texan dad who had never left America. He tells Timothy McLaughlin what happened after he was put on a plane to Laos. Timothy McLaughlin is a freelance journalist based in Singapore.
In May last year, somewhere over the Pacific, Kampat Panaboon became a man without a country. Panaboon, a 43-year-old from Amarillo, Texas, was an involuntary passenger on a charter flight as it headed westwards from Guam. It was the first time he had been outside America since arriving in Sacramento, California, as a child refugee in 1990. His hands and feet were shackled together. He was about to be dumped in Laos, a country he had never been to. Panaboon's old life ended abruptly on February 21st, 2025, a Friday. He had taken the day off work for a family trip to Dallas Zoo to celebrate his son Kendrick's 10th birthday. His wife, Jasmine, knew that their 4 children would beg for stuffed animals at the gift shop and that Panaboon would give in. He loved to spoil his kids. There were huge hauls at Christmas, and whenever the fair rolled into Amarillo, he would splurge on rides and deep-fried confections. It was a 6-hour drive from their home to Dallas. The Panaboons had set off the evening before and stayed in a budget hotel. On the morning of the 21st, they all piled into the family's Toyota truck. Kendrick rode up front on the bench seat. But before they could go and see the elephants, Panaboon needed to make a quick stop at Dallas's immigration office for his annual check-in, a procedure that for the past 17 years had been entirely routine. Until that day, Panaboon's life had been a classic American story, with a redemptive arc at its centre. Many years before, he had shot and injured a man in a fight. One consequence of this was that, though he lived and worked legally in Texas, he was technically liable for deportation. Deporting people convicted of violent crimes enjoys broad public support in America. The policy has been adopted by previous presidents, including Barack Obama. But within this category, individual circumstances can vary hugely. The worst of the worst includes those who turned their lives around long ago and became valued members of their communities. Panaboon's parents had fled Laos in 1976 after a communist army took over in the wake of America's catastrophic intervention in Southeast Asia. When Panaboon was born in 1982, his family were living in rural Thailand. Later they moved to a refugee camp. When he was 8, they were approved for resettlement in Sacramento, where the pastor who sponsored their application lived. After a tough start with a new baby in a crime-ridden neighbourhood, they moved to Amarillo, where they had relatives. Panaboon's parents got jobs at a beef packing plant and gradually built the foundations of a middle-class American life. They made sure Panaboon and his 3 siblings didn't completely forget their Laotian origins, occasionally taking them out to catch locusts, a popular delicacy in Southeast Asia. But the kids wanted to be as American as possible. Panaboon's older brother enlisted in the U.S. Army, where he went on to have a decorated career. Panaboon was drawn to other aspects of American culture: gangster rap, Tex-Mex food, and fast cars. He had a sweet disposition, his sister Mindy recalls, but a short temper. He was picked on at school for his name and accent, and was always getting into fights. After graduating from high school, he hung around Amarillo smoking weed and getting drunk with a group of friends Mindy called wannabe gangsters. He began to dabble in meth and accumulated a rap sheet. He even started carrying a gun. Then, one day, in 2004, he did something that would have profound implications for the rest of his life. It started as a drunken argument between Panaboon's friend and his acquaintances over what music to play. Beer was spilled, and Panaboon's friend decided he was owed compensation. The next week, he asked Panaboon and some others to visit his antagonists with him to demand the money. A fight ensued, and Panaboon shot a man in the hip. He pleaded guilty to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and was sent to a medium-security state prison. The 2 years he spent there changed him. A fellow inmate passed him a book by Napoleon Hill, a self-help guru from the 1920s, called Think and Grow Rich. Panaboon was enraptured by Hill's account of rising from Appalachian poverty to the heights of the business elite. He resolved to better himself and adopted a line attributed to Hill: "Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve," as his mantra. He took anger management classes and learned to play chess. In 2008, he was released from prison, but wasn't able to go home straight away. Although the rest of his family had become American citizens, and his youngest brother was born one, Panaboon hadn't bothered to do the paperwork, so remained a green card holder. Committing crimes like aggravated assault can result in someone's right to permanent residence being revoked. Panaboon was placed in detention while immigration officials worked out what to do with him. The family's lawyer told Panaboon he should mount a legal challenge to keep his green card status. But that would take time, and he was desperate to crack on with his life. So in order to get out, he signed a document agreeing to be deported. He knew Laos didn't accept deportees, so it seemed a meaningless concession. He would be allowed to live and work legally in America. Many other Lao Americans in similar circumstances did the same thing. As a condition of being released, Panaboon had to check in once a year with immigration officials, which he did without fail. He set about making up for lost time, marrying Jasmine, a naturalized American citizen originally from Myanmar, and having 4 kids in quick succession. He got a warehouse job at Ben E. Keith, a food and drinks distributor, at which he excelled. Co-workers nicknamed him the Beast for his relentless productivity. Bosses praised him in company newsletters. He won enough employee awards to fill a trophy case. "There was never a day he wasn't busting his ass," said a former colleague. He earned enough money for Jasmine to stay at home with their kids. He bought a house, paid taxes, and grumbled about paying them. On the side, he did a bit of crypto trading and retail investing, hoping to make enough money to take the plunge into entrepreneurship. He came to look back on the wannabe gangster period of his life with deep shame. At the immigration office in Dallas, a 2-story building just off Route 35, Panaboon told Jasmine and the kids to stay in the car. The process was usually over in about 15 minutes, so they waited. After Panaboon had been in the centre for 2 hours, a pair of agents asked to speak to him in a back room. They patted him down and questioned him about his tattoos. Then they informed him that he was being detained. Under Donald Trump's new administration, one of the agents explained, Panaboon would be sent to Laos. He was transferred to the Prairieland Detention Center in Alvarado, Texas. His bosses at Benny E. Keith were so concerned for their beast that they hired a lawyer to help him. The lawyer reassured Panaboon that he was unlikely to be sent to Laos. Jasmine was allowed to visit and slipped him another Napoleon Hill book. He was naturally quick to make friends and bonded with the other inmates, then watched with deepening gloom as more and more of them were taken away for deportation. Across the country, other Lao Americans were having similar experiences. In March 2025, Kampong Kesone drove to an immigration office in Fort Smith, Arkansas, to check in about a work permit. He didn't think it would take long, so he left his dogs, Piper and Duke, in the car. Only when an officer offered to crack open the windows for them did Kesone realize he wouldn't be going home any time soon. A month later, Sulintone Chantapan attended an appointment at the Dallas Immigration Office. He never came back. Both men ended up being deported. Some Lao Americans skipped immigration appointments altogether and went into hiding. Many of the people affected had, like Panaboon, never even been to Laos. One day in late May, Panaboon was told to pack up his belongings. He thought he was finally going home, but when he stepped into the forecourt of the detention centre, he saw that a number of Southeast Asian detainees had been corralled together, surrounded by immigration officers. Oh shit, he remembers thinking. It don't look good. Panaboon's parents spoke very little about their life in Laos, but his grandparents, who had also been resettled in America, would sometimes tell him stories. They left him with a dim impression of a violent communist dictatorship. Laos, like its neighbours, was scarred by centuries of meddling by foreign powers. The kingdom had been colonised by the French in the 19th century, but won independence in 1953. By then, communist forces were on the rise in Southeast Asia. North Vietnam had already been taken over, and the Americans were worried about the rest of the region going red, so they secretly trained armies in Laos to fight the North Vietnamese and the Pathet Lao, Laos's own communist forces, relying heavily on the Hmong ethnic group for soldiers. Panaboon's maternal grandfather fought with the American-backed anti-communist forces. He told Panaboon that he had narrowly escaped being killed by a Pathet Lao bullet. He was spared, he said, because of a sak yant, a sacred tattoo that is believed to provide protection. It didn't stop another bullet from hitting him in the arm. As the American military presence in South Vietnam grew, Laos was increasingly drawn into the war. The Americans expanded covert operations in Laos and, in 1964, started bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail, a jungle supply line used by the Viet Cong, which ran through the country. The bombing of Laos would continue until 1973, unleashing more ordnance than the Allies dropped on Germany throughout the Second World War. Villager after villager described seeing relatives and friends burned and buried alive, wrote Fred Brunfman, an American aid worker in Laos, after visiting the areas under bombardment. Their livestock killed, their homes and pagodas demolished, living in holes for months on end. The deluge of American munitions failed to defeat communist forces in Southeast Asia, instead giving them a huge propaganda victory. Phnom Penh, the Cambodian capital, and Saigon, the Vietnamese capital, both fell to communist armies in April 1975. 8 months later, the Pathet Lao conquered Laos. The king was forced to abdicate, and thousands of people were sent to prison camps for indoctrination. Hundreds of thousands of Laotians fled to Thailand, among them Panaboon's parents and grandparents. Similar exoduses were happening from Cambodia and Vietnam. In 1979, President Jimmy Carter called the scenes of desperate flight a challenge to the conscience of the world. Between 1975 and 2000, America accepted more than 1 million Southeast Asian refugees, about a fifth of them from Laos. It was the largest effort of this kind in American history, and created the country's modern refugee resettlement framework. Though some families struggled in unfamiliar and unwelcoming cities, it was, broadly speaking, a success. Many arrived with nothing, and within a relatively short time learned English, became economically self-sufficient, and started businesses. Puh became part of the American lexicon. A few of the refugees went on to get criminal records, but the Laotian government had no desire to accept deportees. Presumably it wasn't keen to embrace those whose families had opposed communist rule. For a long time, the White House didn't press the subject. Diplomatic relations focused on other topics. Laos wanted help clearing out unexploded bombs from the countryside, whereas the American government was keen to get its cooperation in finding the remains of missing American soldiers. Everything changed in Trump's first term. Days after the new president took office in January 2017, Homeland Security officials visited the American embassy in Vientiane, Laos's capital, and asked diplomats to encourage the Laotian government to accept deportees, according to a former State Department official. But Laos refused to change its stance, and Trump restricted Laotians from visiting America. This policy was reversed by the Biden administration, but introduced again when Trump returned to office in 2025, along with a 40% tariff. This time, Laos folded. Nearly 5,000 Lao Americans who had signed deportation orders at some point suddenly faced the very real prospect of being removed to Laos. Democrats in Congress have been trying to introduce legislation to protect Southeast Asian refugees from deportation because of the special historical circumstances involved. They are not expected to succeed. Panaboon's flight landed in Vientiane on the afternoon of May 27th. A minibus took him and 60 or so other deportees to a holding facility. When he craned to look out of the window, the low-rise buildings reminded him of photographs of America in the 1950s. Wow, he thought to himself, we are going back in time. Laos is better off than it was before market reforms were introduced in the 1980s, but remains relatively poor. It is heavily indebted, mostly to China, and its currency has weakened badly since the pandemic, making imports more expensive. At the holding facility, a man in uniform, whom Panaboon took to be an officer of some kind, addressed the deportees. Panaboon was scared at first. This was the regime his family had fought and fled from. What would happen now he was in its clutches? But the officer welcomed them. Speaking in Lao, which Panaboon could understand, he said that Laos was a developing nation and they could all help it. He also warned them not to talk about politics and said that no one visiting the men could take photographs of the facility. There was no chance of Panaboon getting a visitor. Nobody knew where he was. He had a few dollars on him, which he'd drawn from the account he'd been allowed to use in immigration detention, and used them to bribe one of the guards into lending him his phone. He logged on to Facebook and sent messages to Jasmine and his sister, telling them he was in Laos. The facility was passable. It reminded Panaboon of a cheap hotel. It was also an army training centre. Panaboon could often hear the snap of bullets and thought about his grandfather's near miss. He passed the time playing chess on a board he had made out of paper. He faced stiff competition from his regular opponent, a man whose 25-year sentence in a California prison had given him plenty of time to practice. There were a wide range of backstories at the holding facility. Some, like Panaboon's chess partner, had served long sentences for crimes that he didn't want to ask about. Others were there because of non-violent infractions like car theft. One had even received a pardon from the Republican governor of Arkansas for all the good it did him. The men were interviewed by Lao officials, who asked them questions about where they were born, their parents' names, their occupations, and criminal records. Eventually, the deportees were issued with bright yellow, non-national identification cards, with shirts and ties photoshopped onto their headshots so they looked smarter. They were told they needed sponsors to be let out of the facility. Panaboon's father and sister scrambled to track down relatives in Laos who might come to his aid. Most of the Panaboon's extended family lived in Paska, hundreds of miles south of Vientiane. Eventually, they found a cousin in the capital who agreed to help. Panaboon met her for the first time when she arrived at the holding facility with instant coffee, noodles, and toothpaste. At the end of June, she was allowed to pick him up. It was the first time he had been free to walk around since his detention in February. They drove for about 20 minutes to the small farm where she lived. It boasted a cow, some chickens, and a pond stocked with fish. Panaboon was to stay in a small outhouse. His family in America were sending the cousin money for his food, so this, for now, was home. With little else to do, Panaboon began to explore Vientiane. Everything about the city seemed dangerous. Gaping holes ravaged the pavements. High above the ground, construction workers teetered on steel bars, wearing nothing more sturdy than flip-flops. Drivers zigged and zagged on their motorbikes, rarely paying attention to red lights. He couldn't even work out how to cross the road. Back in America, Panaboon had always felt that if he were hit by a car, people would come to help him. He wasn't sure if that was the case here. Life in Laos often seemed chillingly transactional. He was disturbed by stories of families selling off their daughters as brides to Chinese men. In the States, we learn how to love. That's the main thing. They don't have that, he said. It's more like survival. In those first few weeks in Laos, Panaboon felt like a ghost. Life as he had known it was over, yet somehow he was still alive. He worried about his family all the time. It tortured him to think that they were being punished for his misdeeds. As a father, as a human being, I failed my family, he said. Jasmine raised nearly $3,000 from a GoFundMe she launched after Panaboon's detention. But without his income, it was impossible to keep up with bills and mortgage payments. She got a job with Ben E. Keith, Panaboon's old employer, working night shifts. This meant she no longer had as much time and energy to help with the children's schoolwork. Panaboon worried about their grades slipping and woke up at around 5 a.m. to call them after they got back from school. There is a 13-hour time difference between Vientiane and Amarillo. The 4 children took turns going through their homework with him. He tried to find a way of earning money. Some of the deportees wandered around Vientiane in a state of permanent confusion. But Panaboon could speak Lao, even if he couldn't read it. He bought a phone with money sent by his family and used it to translate signs and notices. It didn't bring him closer to a job, though. "The only thing you have right now is your phone," Mindy told him in one of their calls. "So make use of it." Napoleon Hill's words came back to him. "Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve." He decided to start a video diary of his experiences. He uploaded the first entry on Facebook in mid-July. The response was startling. It racked up thousands of views and more than 1,200 comments. Many of them were notes of encouragement. Panaboon started filming himself walking around Vientiane, taking the bus, visiting the market, checking out a new shopping mall. His Facebook viewers, many of them in America, watched him in real time, peppering him with questions about what was on the Starbucks menu. He had begun teaching some local children basic English and decided to post videos of their reactions to trying French fries for the first time. Some of his followers donated money for the Laotian kids, which Panaboon used to buy them snacks and school supplies. On Facebook, he updated his status to "deported but not defeated." I first came across Panaboon through his videos. By the time I visited him in Laos in early September, he had moved into his own place on a small marshy plot on the outskirts of Vientiane. It belonged to an acquaintance of his cousin who was renting it to him for just under $30 a month. It wasn't easy to find. There was no address, just a set of detailed directions. After we'd driven out of the capital for about 35 minutes, my driver turned off the main road and onto a dirt track pitted with giant potholes. He winced as the bottom of his car scraped the road. I motioned for him to stop and carried on by foot, walking past a few rake-thin cows before cutting across a drainage canal and through a cluster of ramshackle houses. Then I heard someone shouting my name and looked up to see Panaboon smiling at me from his porch. He was short and muscular, wearing a Hawaiian shirt that made him look a bit like a dad on holiday. I joked that we were a long way from Texas. "A very long way, man," he replied, his syrupy southern drawl containing a hint of the sing-song tones of Lao. He took me inside, explaining that the place had been abandoned for a long time before he moved in. A few cobwebs still hung from the ceiling. He had whitewashed his bedroom walls, installed an air conditioning unit, and strung up a pink mosquito net over the small bed. His kitchen consisted of a hot plate on a folding table. The bathroom had only a bucket shower. A goat kept shitting on his porch. He kept toiletries in plastic bags hung from nails on the wall. Among his few possessions were photos of Jasmine and the kids, and a card from his colleagues at Ben E. Keith, saying how much they missed him. He also had the copy of the Napoleon Hill book that Jasmine had given him in detention, now filled with his annotations. He had highlighted words that he didn't know: hypocrisy, manuscripts, charitable institution, and scrawled definitions in the margins. On the inside cover, he had jotted down useful email addresses and phone numbers. Not long before I arrived, Panaboon had landed a job at a car repair shop owned by a Lao American who'd enjoyed some of his Facebook videos. The pay was equivalent to $200 a month, which wasn't bad for Laos. He worried about getting hurt at work, though. Safety standards in Vientiane were a long way from those in Texas. He had heard about a car wash employee dying after getting electrocuted from shoddy wiring. He also hated the fact that he was now working during the few hours when the time difference allowed him to speak to his family. In his videos, Panaboon projected unflappable positivity, so I was surprised to find him rather downbeat. Jasmine was fed up with him, he told me. She complained that he was playing at being a tourist while she was stuck in Texas struggling to pay the bills. Recently, she had stopped speaking to him. He recounted the story of his deportation in subdued tones, occasionally stopping to ask if what he was saying was even interesting. At times he tailed off, as if he was just starting to process what had happened. We were treated like criminals, he said, before adding, I mean, we are criminals, but my case was 20 years ago. I still don't understand. Panaboon had some sympathy for the Department of Homeland Security. He mentioned Jocelyn Nungare, a girl who had been sexually assaulted and murdered in Houston, allegedly by Venezuelan immigrants who were in America illegally. They deserved to be deported, he told me. Some people he met in detention probably did too. But he didn't think it was fair that people like him had been lumped together with them. I feel like they're just kidnapping us, he said. The following morning I went back down the track to Panaboon's house, walking behind a row of barefooted monks with bowls slung over their shoulders as they collected morning alms. Panaboon was preparing to do a live stream about his experience through a Facebook group set up to help other Laotians facing deportation orders. He was nervous, and the cup of instant coffee he drank only made his jitters worse. He had written down an introduction and asked me to look over it as he struggled to load the web page. Nearly 150 people tuned in. Panaboon greeted them warmly as they logged on from across America. "Clarksville! Go say hi to my brother over there." He gave a brief rundown of his experience, then patiently fielded questions from the audience. Anxious relatives of those under deportation orders asked how they should prepare for being taken to Laos. Bring insect repellent lotion, he advised. Immigration officials will confiscate spray. When the event ended, Panaboon was concerned about the way he had come across and asked me over and over again how I thought it had gone. Next time, he told me, he would do better. After he'd been in Laos a while, Panaboon started posting his diary pieces on YouTube as well as Facebook. The videos often began with a Lao greeting infused with a bit of Texan affability. "Sa bai di, y'all!" They proved popular, attracting thousands of subscribers to his account. Some were directly affected by the deportations, but many were just part of the Lao diaspora. He was recognized recently at the market in Vientiane by a group of French holidaymakers of Lao origins. "Oh my God, I'm so happy to see you," one of the women said. "You are famous, you are, for my family anyway." He wasn't just in it for the fame, though. When I visited, he told me he hoped to generate enough ad revenue from the videos to give up shifts at the garage so that he could talk to his children more often. He'd already filmed at many of the conventional tourist sites, so I suggested he try the Lao People's Army History Museum, a massive complex in Vientiane celebrating the triumph of the Communist Revolution. When we arrived, the grounds were largely empty. We wandered among some aircraft and tanks that the Pathet Lao had captured in the war. Plaques in front of them decried the imperialist Americans. Panaboon made sure not to linger on these, in case they offended older Lao Americans among his followers. Inside the museum, 2 women sat with toddlers on their laps, watching a film about how the Pathet Lao had outlasted the American bombings. Beneath the screen was a large diorama of the Ho Chi Minh Trail that lit up and gave off little puffs of smoke as the narrator recounted the attacks. Panaboon called me over to a display case containing the old flag of the Kingdom of Laos, which the Communists had abolished in 1975. In the middle of it were 3 elephants. Then he showed me a tattoo of the emblem on his arm. He'd done it as a teenager, he explained, partly out of national pride and partly because it looked cool. Some of his relatives worried it would get him into trouble now. After we left the museum, we walked to a Western Union branch so that Panaboon could collect donations he had received from his followers. Sometimes this was possible, sometimes it wasn't. He handed over his Texas driver's license and his non-national ID card to the woman behind the counter. She consulted a colleague, then handed the cards back. Neither counted as identification. To the other stateless deportees, Panaboon has become a mentor. He makes a point of going to visit new arrivals after they're released from the detention facility. He tries to be encouraging and offer tips, including how to run a YouTube account. New videos of deportees narrating their everyday life in Laos seem to surface in my social media feeds all the time. Panaboon tells some of their stories on his own account too. Recently, he posted a conversation with John, a member of the Hmong ethnic group. John was deported from Minnesota and doesn't speak Lao. His first days in Vientiane were bleak. Now he's working at a brick factory where the interview took place. "When I followed you on the channel, brother, that's what inspired me," he tells Panaboon in the clip. Makes the whole picture look a little bit brighter. Some of the deportees still seem to think they have a chance of going back to America and ask me not to write down their stories in case it created problems for them. Other than a hazy sense that the next American president might be less hostile to immigrants, Panaboon didn't harbour such hopes. He did think about bringing his family over to Laos, but worried about the quality of the schools. He has no idea when or how he will see his children again. When asked about Panaboon's case, a spokesman for the Department for Homeland Security said he received full due process, adding that, under President Trump and Secretary Noem, if you break the law, you will face the consequences. Criminal illegal aliens are not welcome in the US. In January, Panaboon filmed himself making a video call to his 8-year-old.
Business.
Robots. Year of the Droid. China's humanoids are dazzling the world. But who will buy them?
The Spring Festival Gala is a showcase both of China's cultural riches and its technological might. The 4-hour state television program, staged in Beijing on the eve of each Lunar New Year, often features goose-stepping phalanxes of singing soldiers. On February 16th, the centrepiece was a troupe of sword-brandishing humanoid robots performing an elaborate martial arts routine. It was one of 4 humanoid-embellished acts that wowed viewers around the world. China's humanoid robotics industry is bustling. More than 14,500 automatons were delivered last year globally, up from around 3,000 in 2024, according to company reports and estimates from Omdia, a research firm. Nearly all came from China. Agibot and Unitree, the country's two leading humanoid makers, accounted for around 3/4 of the total. Elon Musk's Tesla shipped just 150 of its Optimus bots. What is more, China is also home to the world's deepest supply chain for humanoids. This worries some in the West, who believe that humanoids will eventually become one of the largest industries in the world. Morgan Stanley, an investment bank, reckons that $1 billion could be wandering about by 2050, with annual spending in excess of $7.5 trillion. For now, however, the path from back-flipping bots to a viable business is unclear. Most humanoids being purchased are, like those at the gala, purely for show. Few do any real work. China's state will probably remain the biggest source of demand for some time. Without local governments buying the machines, it would be difficult to keep the more than 100 Chinese humanoid makers alive, along with the thousands of suppliers that increasingly rely on them. It is not the first time China has lavished money on a new technology before there is much of a market for it, but doing so in the case of humanoids could prove a costly waste. Behind China's dancing robots is a rapidly expanding supply chain. Consider the Wujin district in the city of Changzhou. Its businessmen brag that around 90% of the parts needed to assemble a humanoid can be sourced there. Several known suppliers for Tesla's Optimus hail from the district. Realman, one of China's largest makers of robot arms, quadrupled its production capacity in February when it opened a new factory in the area. At the sprawling facility, a manager notes how the supply of land has tightened in the past year, owing to new robotics plants opening up. Wujin is just one node in a vast supply cluster for humanoid robots that stretches from Shanghai on the coast inwards to the lower parts of Jiangsu province, including Changzhou, and the upper parts of Zhejiang province, including its capital, Hangzhou. The region, known as the Yangtze River Delta, is home to Agibot, Unitree, and many other humanoid makers. Of the top 30 listed Chinese suppliers of parts used in robots, 3/4 by market capitalization are based in the area. The cluster is also home to artificial intelligence labs, such as DeepSeek, which is located in Hangzhou. Based in that city too is Alibaba, a tech giant, which this month released RinBrain, an advanced AI model for powering robots. The region's success reflects its role as an electric vehicle or EV hub, accounting for 2/5 of China's production. High-torque motors, inverters, batteries, LiDAR sensors, and other components are used in both EVs and humanoids, though their size often differs. In the past few years, many suppliers to the EV industry, which is awash in overcapacity, have shifted at least in part to serving robot makers. The region's suppliers have also been investing in technologies once dominated by foreign firms. Fine Motion Technology, a maker of gearboxes, raised its share of the Chinese market for the rotating vector reducers used in robots from 1/10 in 2021 to 1/4 in 2024, squeezing overseas rivals such as Japan's Nippon Gear. Visit the Yangtze River Delta and you will not have to look particularly hard to find a robot. One stands at a kiosk in downtown Hangzhou, serving coffee and other beverages. BotShare, a humanoid rental service launched in Shanghai in December, supplies automatons to retailers who station them at their entrances to wave at guests as they enter. An Agibot costs more than 100,000 yuan, that's $14,500, but can be rented for as little as 2,200 yuan. The trouble is that to become more than novel entertainment, Robots need to be regularly deployed in settings where they do the same jobs as humans, allowing them to gather data on which they can be trained. That is why finding situations where humanoids can perform real work is so important for the industry, notes Alicia Veneziani of Sharper, a Singaporean maker of robot hands that manufactures in Shanghai. A tiny fraction of the humanoids sold today end up in factories, where they often carry boxes, and are about 30 to 40% as efficient as a human at doing so. China's state is eager to help. Local governments have been setting up centres that allow companies to put their robots to work on various tasks and collect data. Some is then pooled and shared. Shanghai has set up one such centre that can accommodate 100 humanoids. The state's role is so pivotal that venture investors are picking robotics companies based not just on their technological capabilities, but also on the local government resources available to them, says one investor in Hangzhou. The state has also given subsidies to the industry. Robotics has become a priority for local officials across the country, who hope to get a share of the industry within their tax jurisdiction. But the government's most important role by far is as a buyer. It was the biggest purchaser of humanoids last year, according to industry insiders, and will probably remain so this year and next. Most are being used as frivolous showpieces. Agibots have lately become a staple of government parties in
Business.
China's car industry. Downshift. Shrinking sales at home will have big effects around the world.
Back in 2018, when Donald Trump was first menacing the global trade system, the world's largest car market suddenly went into reverse. After decades of uninterrupted growth, car sales in China began to backslide as its economy sputtered. Foreign car makers, which then controlled around 3/5 of the market, were hit hard. Now, forecasters are expecting China's car market to once again go backwards. Local car makers, which dominate the market today, thanks to their prowess in electric vehicles, or EVs, may bear the brunt this time. Even so, foreign producers will not be spared as Chinese rivals accelerate their expansion abroad. The scale of the current reversal in China is still uncertain, but the hazard lights are flashing. Having returned to growth in 2021, annual sales of cars hit 23.8 million last year, around 4% more than in 2024, according to the China Passenger Car Association, or CPCA, a government-backed trade body. Yet, in the final quarter, sales fell every month compared with the year before. The ever-hopeful CPCA thinks that sales will remain flat this year, but others are far more pessimistic. Bernstein, a broker, predicts a decline of 5 to 9%. There are other signs of trouble. Last month, the China Association of Automobile Manufacturers, another state-backed trade group, appears to have deferred the publication of its weekly sales data, a sure sign of growing anxiety over weakening numbers. Moreover, after years of bumper growth, even the sales of EVs may dip this year, thinks Gavkal, a research firm. The slump has several causes. One, according to Gavkal, is that purchases of EVs by companies and government bodies have run out of charge after a surge beginning in late 2024, when a subsidy was introduced for scrapping older cars, bringing sales forward. The scaling back of the subsidies this year will weigh on demand, as will the imposition of a new 5 to 10% purchase tax on EVs. The industry will also suffer because of tighter restrictions on dealers registering new cars themselves in order to boost their sales numbers and then exporting them as second-hand vehicles with 0 miles. As China's car market shrinks, its long-running price war, fueled by excess production capacity, will only intensify. That explains the government's latest effort to rein in discounting. On February 12th, China's antitrust watchdog published rules banning the sale of cars for less than the cost of manufacturing them. It is unclear how strictly this will be enforced, and less formal efforts to curb the price war have failed in the past. Executives at foreign car makers, whose combined market share has fallen by half since 2018, say they hope the initiative succeeds. They cannot compete with Chinese rivals on price. Unfortunately for car makers outside China, a slowing domestic market will lead to even greater vehicle exports from the country, says Tu Le of Sino Auto Insights, a consultancy. These have surged in recent years as Chinese car makers have sought more profitable markets abroad. Bernstein expects a further expansion in 2026 of 10 to 15%, reaching a total of 6.5 million.
Business.
Luxury. The king is dead. Long live the king. Giorgio Armani's bizarre will has caused a rift at his fashion label.
When Giorgio Armani died in September, the will left by the Italian fashion mogul offered a glimpse into the glamour of one of the world's leading luxury houses, and the dysfunction. It featured apartments stuffed with curiosities from elephant tusks to Japanese rugs, and surprising beneficiaries, including an aide granted millions in securities and access to the entrepreneur's yacht. The strangest thing of all, however, was Armani's succession plan. The designer, nicknamed King Giorgio, died at 91 without children. He left the company to which he gave his name and owned in its entirety to his foundation, family members, and long-time collaborator, Leo Dell'Orco, and ordered them to sell a 15% stake, specifying both the timing, within 18 months of his death, and the preferred buyers. Essilor Luxottica, an eyewear maker, L'Oréal, a beauty giant, or LVMH, the world's biggest luxury conglomerate. An additional stake of 30 to 55% was to be sold to the same buyer within 3 to 5 years. That has saddled the new leadership of Armani with the unenviable task of reviving a fading luxury brand amid a market downturn while securing a respectable valuation in a sale. A split on the board has emerged, with some determined to execute the designer's will to the letter and others wanting to focus on fixing the business. The choices they make could shape the future of Italian luxury. Founded in 1975, Armani transformed high fashion with its relaxed tailoring and clean silhouettes. The brand's sales rose from $14,000 in its first year to $100 million a decade later. Expansion followed into homeware, hotels, and even floristry, boosted by a wave of demand around the world for luxury. In recent years, however, things have changed. Armani's core fashion business has struggled, with constant discounting eroding the interest of well-heeled shoppers. The firm is increasingly reliant on royalties from cosmetics and other products made by others under its label. Figures for 2024, published shortly before Armani's death, showed revenue was down by 6% and operating profit, before depreciation and amortization, by 24%. The power of the brand will fade if nothing is done, warns Flavio Cereda Parini of GAM, an asset manager. The clock is ticking. Giuseppe Marsocci, one of the designer's lieutenants, has taken on the task of transforming Armani as its new chief executive. Luca Solca of Bernstein, a broker, points to an American rival, Ralph Lauren, which has recently enjoyed a surge in sales, as a potential blueprint for resurrecting Armani. Trim supply, refresh designs, splash out on marketing, and take control of pricing by selling more through the brand's own stores and websites. Much of that might have been difficult while Giorgio Armani was still around. One person close to the firm says he was a control freak and a dictator. As for a sale, the timing could not be worse. After a post-pandemic boom, sales of personal luxury goods fell by 2% in 2025, the second consecutive year of decline, according to Bain, a consultancy. Economic uncertainty and price hikes have weighed on demand. By listing his preferred buyers and setting a deadline, the late founder has weakened his company's negotiating position. Analysts reckon it can expect a valuation of $5 billion to $8 billion. The named suitors are not ideal candidates either. Start with LVMH. It has acquired Italian trophy brands in the past, including Fendi, Loro Piana, and Emilio Pucci. But the conglomerate is increasingly focused on high-margin accessories, such as handbags, rather than clothing, which Armani has focused on. The Italian label's operating margins were just over 17% in 2024, compared with around 40% for LVMH's fashion and leather goods division. Moreover, Bernard Arnault, LVMH's boss, typically seeks full control of brands, but Armani's will stipulates that his foundation retain at least a 30% stake and some decision-making powers. L'Oréal and EssilorLuxottica, which hold licenses for Armani beauty products and eyewear, respectively, might be a more natural fit. Buying a stake in the Italian label would save them shelling out on royalties. Armani, as the fourth largest fragrance franchise in the world, is crucial to L'Oréal. But buying into a fashion house would be out of character for a business that insists it is all beauty but only beauty. EssilorLuxottica has closer ties still. It has sold Armani eyewear since 1988, and the Italian designer also owned a 2% stake in the eyewear maker before his death. Its acquisition of Supreme, a streetwear label, in 2024 hints at a willingness to stray beyond spectacles. If a deal is not agreed, Giorgio Armani's will instructs that his firm instead be publicly listed. Many in Italy's luxury industry would rather that over a sale to LVMH, French, L'Oréal, French, or EssilorLuxottica, French-Italian. Some on Armani's board would prefer to extend the 18-month deadline and then make a choice based on how
business.
Bartleby. Stop optimizing, start pronking. The case for workplace inefficiency.
Imagine for a moment that you are not a human with discerning media habits. Instead, you have been turned into a gazelle and have just spotted a predator. Your first instinct would be to quickly get back into the car until you remember that you are a gazelle and cannot drive. Your second instinct would be to run away as fast as possible. You would probably not choose to bounce up and down with all four legs extended, using up energy while making yourself visible to the thing that wants to eat you. And yet, stotting, or even more delightfully, pronking, is a behaviour that gazelles and other prey animals routinely exhibit. Why they do so is a matter of debate among biologists. It may well be a useful signal to the predator that an animal is sufficiently fit and healthy that it's not going to be easy to catch, or that the source of danger has been seen. It might be for a different audience, a signal that a specimen with this much energy is going to make another gazelle very happy, but it entails risks too. Gazelles tend to skip stotting and start scarpering when a predator gets sufficiently close. The idea of costly signalling, incurring a penalty of some kind in order to send a message, is not just of interest to evolutionary biologists. The human equivalents of pronking are important in workplaces too. If a manager wants to thank a team member for their work, for example, there are various options. They can send a quick text or email, or they can use an employee engagement platform to send an industrialized message of appreciation. These options are a lot better than silence, and they have the advantage of being quick. But nothing beats a handwritten note for the very reason that it is inconvenient. Someone has taken the time and trouble to do something wildly countercultural. Find a pen and paper, write a note, perhaps even put it in an envelope. The costs that handwriting impose on the sender produce a clear signal that they really are grateful. Meetings are another example. It is normal for large numbers of participants to be paying absolutely no attention to what is happening in a meeting because they are working on other tasks. Some get-togethers are worse than others. Research conducted by Han Cheng Kao, now of Emory University, and his co-authors found that multitasking goes up when meetings are remote, when more people attend, and when they drag on. But people routinely check phones, send messages, and monitor emails in almost every gathering. Paying full attention to a meeting, especially a pointless one, may be a waste of time, but it signals commitment. It is white-collar pronking. What you say can also be stotting. Candor carries risks in hierarchical organizations. Every boss says they want honest feedback until you make the mistake of giving it. But saying what you think is also a way of earning trust and standing out. The willingness to say something distinctive, even if it risks giving offense, may become more valuable as artificial intelligence tools make everyone sound amiably alike. AI will change the calculus behind other signals too. Ethan Mollick, of the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, says that if he asks his students whether they would want him to pen a letter of recommendation for them or have an AI produce a better reference, they all plump for the AI version. However logical that choice may be, Mr. Mollick says there is a point to writing his recommendation letters by hand. The whole point is it takes 45 minutes. I'm setting my time on fire as a signal that I care about a student. Recruitment in general is a process infested by bots. AI tools send in applications on behalf of candidates. AI tools screen them on behalf of employers. The costs of having humans read through every application or conduct every interview are obvious, but there are benefits too. A paper published last year by Agata Mirovska of Neoma Business School and Yibid Arsenyan of Rennes School
Business.
American polarization. Right off the money. The MAGA movement has been better at trashing brands than building them.
Founded in 2021, Public Square began life as an online platform selling sunglasses emblazoned with scripture and the only pro-life diaper brand. It has not had an easy ride. Since its shares began trading in July 2023, they have lost more than 90% of their value. Last year, the business announced it would pivot away from conservative e-commerce towards financial technology. It is not the only company catering to the MAGA faithful that has struggled. The price of shares in Rumble, a video platform aimed at the anti-woke, briefly surged after Donald Trump's re-election as president, only to plunge again as users, revenue and profit fell away. Over the past few years, MAGA types, aggrieved at the supposed hostility of mainstream businesses towards conservative values, have set about building a parallel economy. The movement's adherents now have their own beer, ultra-right beer, pillows, MyPillow, razors, Jeremy's razors, telecoms providers, Patriot Mobile, and more. Many advertise on right-wing podcasts, radio and television. In 2024, Public Square hosted an event in the style of the television show Shark Tank, where would-be MAGA tycoons could pitch their wares. Yet building right-wing brands into thriving businesses has proved difficult. Most remain tiny. Many are unprofitable. It seems conservative consumers would rather press mainstream brands to hew to their views than buy politically charged coffee beans or SIM cards. The trouble for MAGA brands is that, although there are plenty of conservative consumers, a much smaller share want politics embedded in everyday purchases, explains Yura Lucanite, a marketing professor at Cornell University. Price, quality and convenience still shape most buying decisions, and although political positioning may help attract attention, it can spook the suppliers and distributors on which businesses rely. Has been more successful is in causing trouble for existing brands. Companies have become increasingly wary of finding themselves on the receiving end of a conservative backlash. Cracker Barrel, a southern-themed restaurant chain, suffered a slump in traffic last year after it removed a bucolic old man from its logo, drawing MAGA ire. It swiftly rolled back the change. "We deeply value the strong emotional connection our guests have not just to the old-timer logo or vintage Americana decor, but to the sense of tradition and nostalgia those represent," Julie Massino, its boss, said at the time. Its share price is yet to recover. Boycotts sting most when conservatives make up a large proportion of a brand's customers. The campaign in 2023 against Bud Light, a beer brand, after it sponsored a transgender influencer, is a case in point. Ms. Lucanite and her colleagues constructed an index of where various beer brands' customers fell along the political spectrum. Left-wingers drink Modelo and Corona. Right-wingers opt for Yuengling and Busch Light. Bud Light fell to the right of centre, making it vulnerable because more than half its devotees were conservatives. In the 3 months after the transgender influencer's post, 15% of regular buyers switched brands. A year later, Bud Light's owner, AB InBev, said the controversy had cost it an estimated $1.4 billion in sales. The beer ceded its spot as America's best-selling and has continued to lose share over the past year, according to Nielsen, a research firm. Yet, appeasing conservatives can also cause trouble. In 2023, right-wing activists
Business.
Artificial intelligence. Data juggernaut. India is in the midst of a data center investment boom.
Tour around Navi Mumbai, the younger and less glamorous eastern sibling of India's financial capital, and among the chemical plants, oil refineries and industrial parks, you will spot a handful of gleaming new buildings. Few people enter through their carefully monitored security gates, and little traffic passes by outside. These vast sheds are data centres, the infrastructure intended to underpin India's goal of becoming an artificial intelligence superpower. Data centres are rapidly appearing across the country. Its installed capacity reached 1.3 gigawatts or GW last year, according to JLL, a property firm. That may be small compared with America, 38.7 gigawatts, or China, 9.5 gigawatts, but is nearly triple the figure from 2020. And the growth is set to continue. During a global AI summit held in Delhi this week, the Adani Group, an Indian conglomerate, announced it would pour $100 billion into data centres by 2035. Others, such as NTT Data, a Japanese IT giant that is currently the largest owner of data centres in India, also have big investment plans, as do America's hyperscalers. India will struggle to rival America and China in the development of cutting-edge AI, but it is fast becoming an important hub for data centres. That is down to three things. The first is a government push to localise data. In 2024, India, with its vast population, produced by some estimates around a fifth of the world's digital information, but had only 3% of its data centre capacity. Since 2018, the Reserve Bank of India has mandated that financial institutions retain clients' data within the country. A law set to come into force next year may require that certain kinds of personal data, including some of the many social media messages sent in the country, also remain there. Government incentives are also fueling the data centre boom. When unveiling the budget earlier this month, Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, announced that foreign owners of data centres located in the country will enjoy a tax holiday until 2047, the centenary of India's independence and the target for the government's goal of becoming a developed country. Much of the effort comes from outside the central government. There is a bit of competition between states, says Rachit Mohan of JLL. In Maharashtra, the state which is home to Navi Mumbai and over half of India's existing capacity, data centres benefit from a favourable classification that allows them to pay 40% lower electricity prices than other commercial users. Karnataka, home to the city of Bangalore, India's tech hub, offers cheaper power for data centres that rely at least in part on renewable energy. Tamil Nadu and Telangana, two other southern states with thriving IT industries, also offer incentives. Local investment promotion authorities in a number of states help foreign businesses clear India's bureaucratic hurdles and fast-track the acquisition of land. The third reason for India's data centre surge is cost. Although Indian electricity prices are high relative to local incomes, they are cheap in dollar terms. Kotak Research, a firm of analysts, estimates that the cost of electricity is about a fifth lower than in America, where the electricity grid is already under strain. The costs of land and construction are lower in India than many other countries too. That is luring in America's hyperscalers, who increasingly treat India as a hub for training and running AI models. Alphabet is spending $15 billion on a data center cluster for AI in southern India. Microsoft has said it will invest some $20 billion in AI infrastructure in the country over
Business.
Gambling. Rolling the dice. The UAE aspires to be the next Las Vegas or Macau.
With its well-preserved fishing village and hilltop fort, the Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah, an hour's drive north of Dubai, provides a glimpse of bygone days in the United Arab Emirates, or UAE. It now offers a view of the future, too. On its otherwise barren coast, a 350-metre-tall casino is under construction. When it opens next year, it will be one of the world's largest. Over the past few decades, the UAE, in a bid to diversify its economy away from oil and gas, has built a thriving tourism industry and positioned itself as a hub for wealthy expats. Now its rulers are looking to another source of business: gambling. Last month, the country's civil code was amended to ease restrictions on the practice. That followed the issuance in November of the first online betting licence by the 2-year-old gaming regulator, which has since approved lottery operators and sports wagering platforms. It may seem like an odd choice, given that betting is prohibited under Islam. The change in policy might also seem inconsistent for a country that is trying to shake its reputation as a hub for dirty money, yet it is in keeping with the UAE's role as a place for those with cash to burn, be they from the east or west. Can it become the next Las Vegas or Macau? There are plenty of punters to go after. The Emirates may lack the historical sites or local cuisine that draw tourists to Europe and East Asia, but it attracts plenty of visitors nonetheless. A record 19.5 million tourists passed through Dubai last year, up by about 5% from the year before. Ras Al Khaimah, which welcomed 1.4 million visitors, expects that figure to reach 5.3 million by the end of the decade. And many of them spend big. The average tourist drops $1,414 per visit to the UAE, higher than for Las Vegas or Macau. Fancy resorts, high-end restaurants and extravagant shows are available in abundance. Then there is the UAE's growing number of foreign residents, who account for 90% of its population of 11 million. Many of those are household staff, construction workers and the like, but the UAE, with its low taxes, also attracts lots of millionaires, nearly 10,000 of them, with a total wealth of $63 billion migrated there last year, more than to any other country, according to Henley & Partners, a relocation consultancy for the rich. This explains why casino operators, such as America's Wynn Resorts, owner of the new site in Ras Al Khaimah, are betting big on the UAE. Wynn estimates that its casino will bring in gross gaming revenue, GGR, the difference between wagers and winnings, of $1.7 billion annually, a third of its estimate of the potential market. It reckons the number of high rollers betting at its tables will only grow. In an earnings call on February 12th, Wynn's boss, Craig Billings, pointed to the extremely aggressive investment by the UAE in infrastructure for artificial intelligence and its potential to draw in wealthy techies. The UAE is not just opening casinos, it is also tiptoeing into the fast-growing and potentially even larger market for sports wagers and online betting. In America, these brought in just under half the GGR of traditional gambling last year and are quickly gaining share. The UAE has already granted one license to Play 971, a local online gambling platform. Yet building a gambling industry also presents various dilemmas for the UAE. The new industry regulator is run by former executives from Las Vegas who understand how the business works, but they are treading carefully. Gambling companies looking to set up shop face stringent rules and high capital requirements, and are required to provide 5-year business plans. A lawyer describes the licensing process as sensitive and strict. The country's rulers are particularly concerned about money laundering. It is a touchy subject. In 2022, the Financial Action Task Force, a global watchdog based in Paris, added the UAE to the grey list of countries.
Business.
Schumpeter. Anarchic antitrust. Competition enforcement in America has descended into chaos.
It's no secret, Robert Ritchie told senators, this industry is full of greedy snakes and scoundrels. In January, Mr. Ritchie, better known by his stage name, Kid Rock, told a congressional committee that Live Nation should probably be broken up. Behind the scenes, the company, which owns Ticketmaster, America's dominant ticketing system, was contending with another God-fearing 50-something from the popular right, her name, Gail Slater. In March last year, Ms. Slater took the helm of the Antitrust Division at the Department of Justice, or DOJ, one of two top positions tasked with policing competition in American markets. The other is chairing the Federal Trade Commission. After getting the job, Ms. Slater talked about antitrust as a scalpel apt to remove the cancer of collusion and monopoly. Bosses preferred the image to the sickle wielded by her predecessors under Joe Biden, but still worried that she would block their deals. Ms. Slater, after all, had advised J.D. Vance on economic policy before high office dulled his anti-capitalist instincts. In the event, dealmakers need not have worried. By the autumn, Ms. Slater's authority at the DOJ had been diminished as the free market faction of the MAGA movement gained the whip hand over the populist one that is more worried about corporate power. Her top advisers were fired. On February 12th, after months of speculation over her future, Ms. Slater resigned. Shares in Live Nation jumped, a bet that her replacement will be more willing to settle an antitrust case against the firm before it goes to trial in March. The rest of corporate America is busily shaking hands in one of its biggest ever merger waves. After Ms. Slater's exit, many rushed to pronounce the end of the populist antitrust movement she and, to a greater degree, her Biden-era predecessors represented. One challenge for the movement's obituarists is working out what it was about in the first place. Populists criticized their predecessors from the Chicago school for focusing too narrowly on economic efficiency, the mantra that deals which increase consumer welfare are always good, they say, is a paltry response to concerns about excessive corporate power. Yet the movement's efforts to construct its own framework for measuring or judging that power have been unsuccessful. Big is bad is a workable slogan for politicians and protesters, but an impossible one to build predictable rules around. Populist antitrust may be gone, but those hoping for a return to an orderly, technocratic and generally permissive regime should not kid themselves. A new era of competition enforcement has arrived in America. Call it anarchic antitrust. Its locus is the White House. Donald Trump has liberally marshalled America's antitrust apparatus to pursue a number of his policies. At the president's direction, the DOJ and FTC are investigating everything from the price of meat to companies' diversity policies. In December, Mr. Trump signed an order urging an investigation into ISS and Glass Lewis, the proxy advisors, which are both a duopoly and ESG mad. House builders are thought to be next. He has even weighed in on the country's biggest takeover saga, opining in December that the purchase of Warner Brothers Discovery, a media giant, by Netflix, the world's biggest streamer, could be a problem. Well-connected lobbyists are more powerful than ever. In 2025, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, or HPE, a maker of IT gear, bought Juniper, a rival, for $14 billion. Ostensibly, national security arguments trumped the antitrust ones made by Ms. Slater's department. Letting the pair merge would allow them to better compete with China's Huawei abroad, ran the logic. But Roger Alford, Ms. Slater's deputy, who was fired weeks after the deal closed, later said its approval reflected the rule of lobbyists. Another merger whose approval raised eyebrows was the purchase of Anywhere Real Estate, America's second biggest property broker, by Compass, its biggest. In both cases, the buyers reportedly sought counsel from Mike Davis, an influential MAGA advisor. Live Nation has also consulted him, though a person close to the firm says he plays no role in negotiating with the DOJ. After Ms. Slater resigned, Mr. Davis responded in a social media post on X, "Good riddance." At the same time, states have been building their own antitrust regimes to replace what they see as soft-touch federal oversight, adding to the chaos. Last year, Washington and Colorado became the first states to require firms to notify them before consummating a deal. Events leading up to the approval of the HPE deal are being scrutinized as part of a lawsuit involving a group of state attorneys general who were unhappy with the perceived influence of lobbyists. Even if Live Nation settles its case with the government, some states are reportedly planning to continue the fight. A system where authority over the world's most important companies is divided between groups of MAGA insiders and a patchwork of local attorneys general is certain to prove an arbitrary and costly mess. But a less obvious consequence of the revolution underway in American antitrust is that it puts the country on a collision course with its allies. The idea that Britain might hold up a deal between
Finance and economics.
Investing in Russia. El Dorado in the tundra. The Kremlin has promised America $12 trillion worth of deals. Do they add up?
Over the past year, two parallel sets of talks have been held about ending the war in Ukraine. American-led negotiations with Russia have produced proposal after proposal, but no agreement on territory or security guarantees. Meanwhile, other envoys from the Kremlin and the White House have been discussing business. Volodymyr Zelensky, citing Ukrainian intelligence, says Russia has promised deals worth $12 trillion to America in return for sanctions relief. One insider reckons a package has already been agreed on. In Europe, fears are rising that President Donald Trump could force Ukraine into crippling concessions by June, his latest deadline for peace, to chase gold in Russia. Promises of enrichment have long lain at the heart of Vladimir Putin's strategy. Before the Russian president met Mr. Trump in August, The Economist understands a note was drafted for Russia's National Security Council explaining how to sell the greatest deal to Mr. Trump. Since last April, Kirill Dmitriev, who runs a Russian state fund, has met Steve Witkoff, Mr. Trump's special envoy, at least 9 times. Individuals close to the Trump family have been in talks to acquire stakes in Russian energy assets. America has been offered deals for Arctic oil and gas, rare earth mines, a nuclear-powered data center, and a tunnel under the Bering Strait. Both sides stand to benefit. Russia is suffering from low oil prices and stricter sanctions. America's president wants results before the November midterm elections. The idea of America winning a $12 trillion prize, equivalent to 6 times Russia's annual economic output, is plainly hyperbole designed to please Mr. Trump. What might the real reward for peacemaking be? To distinguish the treasure from the trap, we spoke to dozens of former officials, intelligence professionals, energy executives, and corporate confidants. Optimists argue that Russia's cheap energy, vital minerals, and 145 million consumers could be a huge boon to Western firms. Our analysis, however, suggests that the available riches are a small fraction of what the Kremlin is touting. Worse, China is already beating America to those prizes that are on offer. Sanctions might appear to have curbed Western firms' enthusiasm for Russia, but look closely, and plenty are still interested. Insiders say that Western oil majors met with their former Russian partners during ADIPEC, an energy conference in Abu Dhabi in November. Many American lawyers worked overtime last summer after Mr. Trump pressed Ukraine into a new set of negotiations to study possible scenarios in which sanctions were lifted, says Patrick Lord of Risk Advisory, a consultancy. Much preparatory work, in other words, has already been carried out. The Russian branch of the American Chamber of Commerce still holds regular events on topics ranging from food and consumer goods to taxes and human resources. At least 5 American firms that have left Russia, including Apple and McDonald's, have recently registered new Russian trademarks. The Economist understands that when Mr. Putin met Mr. Trump last year, he offered to return $5 billion worth of assets that Russia seized from ExxonMobil, an oil major, in 2022. Kirill Dmitriev has been largely successful in his efforts to whet the appetite of the American business community, says Charles Hecker of RUSI, a think tank in London. Before 2022, the Western firms that did business in Russia were largely European rather than American. Now, America hopes that by bringing Russia in from the cold, its companies can reap the benefits. 3 prizes might be on offer: a boom in trade, access to stranded assets, and the chance to extract natural resources. Start with trade. In 2021, when the European Union was still doing business with Russia, its sales of goods there came to 90 billion euros. That's $106 billion. Those included 40 billion euros worth of machinery and transport equipment, much of it to serve Russia's mining, oil and gas industries. Other big categories were chemicals, 20 billion euros, and manufactured goods, 9 billion euros, such as consumer appliances and scientific kit. Russia's goods imports from America, by contrast, were just $6 billion, though if Mr. Trump and Mr. Putin now strike a deal, American firms might well grab a bigger share of Russia's business. Commodity traders could also win from a reopening. Russian exports of energy, food and metals are now being handled by obscure brokers, shadow tankers and state-backed insurers that evade sanctions. But that system is expensive to run, and Russia would relish the financing Western merchants can offer. Once sanctions fall, they might be invited to skim logistics fees, financing charges, and trading profits from these sales, which amount to some $300 billion annually. Russia is the world's biggest wheat importer, says an American trader. We would like to be involved. Another prize may await American firms that operated in Russia before the war, and those that can capture niches once occupied by Europeans. Some never left. The Kiev School of Economics, or KSE, estimates that 324 American companies, ranging from Allied Mineral Products, which makes ceramics, to Zoetis, a drug maker for animals, remain up and running in Russia. Their combined profits, however, are small, stretching to only a few $1 billion in 2023. This cash has nevertheless been accumulating in Russian accounts and might be repatriated if capital controls and sanctions were lifted. Meanwhile, Western firms that left might return. The KSE counts more than 1,500 of them, with many in finance, electronics and consumer goods. Plenty sold their Russian assets at steep discounts to local partners. Some sales contracts give Western firms the option to repurchase assets after the war. In discussions with America, Russian officials have suggested that firms without such contracts may nevertheless be given the chance to buy them back. Those assets, though, have last been valued at a total of just $60 billion. Moreover, American companies can hope to sell only so much to Russians. The country's annual economic output is $2.2 trillion, less than Italy's, and its middle class is shrinking. The KSE estimates that in 2021, the total annual profits made by the 1,500 foreign firms operating in Russia, for which it tracks earnings, were a mere $18 billion, from revenues of around $300 billion. What most excites Mr. Trump's envoys, therefore, is the potential for American firms to take stakes in mega projects that could transform the world's commodity markets. Russia's National Security Council document describes its treasure trove of Arctic and northern resources that a dozen sovereign and private funds from the USA and other currently hostile countries would rush to exploit. Everyone, it adds, will earn a lot of money. Naturally, Presidents Putin and Trump could potentially receive Nobel Prizes. The prizes on offer could indeed be large. Most of Russia's oil fields are old and significantly depleted. To prevent production from declining, the country needs vast injections of foreign technology, workers and capital. This might foster a shale revolution in West Siberia, which may have 12 billion barrels of recoverable oil and gas, estimates Artyom Abramov of Rystad Energy, a consultancy. That's about 7 years' worth of crude production from the Permian, America's main shale basin. Arctic Russia has even more untapped potential. With enough investment and an oil price near $100 a barrel, reckons Rystad, the region might yield nearly 50 billion exploitable barrels starting in the 2030s. Central to this ambition is Vostok Oil, a project run by Rosneft, Russia's largest energy firm, which requires 15 new towns, 3 airports and 3,500 kilometres of power lines at a projected cost of $160 billion. The venture has been delayed by sanctions, but Rosneft claims it could produce up to 2 million barrels of oil per day by the 2030s, equivalent to 2% of the world's current production. What is more, Russia's far north is thought to harbour 29 million tonnes of rare earths, equivalent to 74 years of global output. To exploit them, the country is developing the Angara-Yenisei Valley, a $9 billion Siberian processing hub overseen by Sergei Shoigu, who runs Russia's Security Council. Russia hopes that a special economic zone, new infrastructure links and tax breaks will lift its share of global rare earth mining from 1.3% today to 10% by 2030. This might include heavy rare earths, which are the scarcest and most valuable. A White House that is eager to end the war in Ukraine and enrich Americans could hardly fail to see the attractions of this prospectus. But how big would the peace dividend actually be? Releasing the Russian economy from sanctions is easier said than done. Western countries have imposed nearly 23,000 penalties on it in recent years. Mr. Trump's pen can strike out some, but lifting many others, including on most banks and energy projects, would entail consulting a Congress that numbers many Russia hawks. Spooks and diplomats think that Europe will be very reluctant to lift its own sanctions, and history suggests that lingering uncertainty would put off multinationals. Very few returned to Iran after key sanctions on it were suspended in 2016, despite prodding from European governments. Perhaps Mr. Trump would succeed in convincing others to give Russia a chance, but he has little control over how it runs its own affairs. Even pre-war, foreign firms in Russia were often one wrong move away from politically motivated punishment. The situation is even dicier now, says John Kennedy, a former British trade official currently at RAND Europe, a think tank. The taxman is rapacious, the courts are corrupt, contracts are worthless. The Economist understands that the Russian firm that bought the local franchise of McDonald's, which retained an option to repurchase, will demand extra money before considering the request. Moreover, a peace deal that leaves Ukraine demoralized and defenseless would encourage Mr. Putin to invade again, which would mean sanctions snapping back. Capital controls would return, and the military-industrial complex would crowd out other sectors. Western firms would be back to square one, or worse. Another complication is that many niches that were abandoned by Westerners in 2022 have since been occupied by firms from Asia, Turkey, and elsewhere. China supplied 62% of Russia's goods imports in 2024, up from 25% before the war. The highway linking Moscow's main airport to the city, once bordered by European and Japanese car dealers, is now lined with Chinese ones. Russia's unlimited friendship with China, which is as unequal as it is unlimited, has seen 30% of Russia's trade denominated in yuan. Russia is also flooded with parallel imports of Western goods, illegally resold from the Gulf or China, that would undercut new sellers. iPhones cost less in Moscow than in London, notes Nabi Abdullayev of Control Risks, a consultancy. As inflation and unemployment surged after the war, the Kremlin would have little incentive to discourage black markets. In science and technology, the Russian government is calling for more autonomy, not openness. Native lawyers, accountants, and admin, often graduates of American or British universities, have replaced Westerners, says Thane Gustafsson of Georgetown University. Even in resource extraction, state giants may prove reluctant to share shrinking spoils. An oil superglut this year and next may depress the global crude price to near $55 a barrel, a third of its level when joint ventures between Russian and Western firms peaked in the early 2010s. Another glut of liquid natural gas will also cut exporters' profits. Those mega-projects for which Russia needs Western help are fraught with difficulty. Most surveys of the Arctic's mineral wealth date back to Soviet times. How much can be profitably extracted is unknown. To an extent, all we have is Rosneft's word, says John Gawthorpe of Argus Media, a price reporting agency. Building roads, railways and ports is costly and precarious, especially in the far north. Shipping oil from Vostok would require some 50 ice-class tankers, yet it has only one, notes Craig Kennedy of Harvard University. Some oil blocks included in the projects overlap with licenses held by other Russian firms or state agencies, creating thickets of legal and political risks. Before BP, a British oil major, sold its stake in a local joint venture to Rosneft in 2013, it spent years wrangling with its Russian partners. Could ExxonMobil, which sealed tie-ups with Rosneft in the early 2010s to invest $500 billion in Russia's Arctic, Black Sea and shale basins, be open to talking to its former partner again? Exxon wound down its Russian operations after 2014 when Russia's seizure of Crimea triggered Western sanctions. If so, it is unlikely to bet too much. The risks of committing huge sums to Russia for decades, when no one knows if a ceasefire might last a month, have ballooned, and the rewards are smaller at a time when big offshore drilling opportunities exist elsewhere. Russia's rare earth dream faces the same practical difficulties as other Arctic ventures, plus one more. China, which has a near monopoly on rare earth mining and processing worldwide, keeps a tight grip on the know-how required to extract and refine such ores. It has so far proved reluctant to share it with Russia, lest it become a rival or leak secrets. All this suggests that, for as long as Mr. Putin is in power, there is little potential for a new El Dorado in Russia. Suppose Russian imports returned to the levels of 2021, with America supplying an improbable 50% of that, or $190 billion a year. Then suppose the total revenues of all foreign firms in Russia recovered similarly, and American ones grabbed half of that too, $150 billion. The two would still only amount to annual flows, not profits, of $340 billion a year. It is extraordinarily unlikely that even these flows could last uninterrupted for the decades they would take to amount to anything near the Kremlin's $12 trillion promise. That American firms might extract trillions of dollars worth of resources from the Russian Arctic similarly looks wildly unlikely. Individuals close to the White House might nevertheless secure lucrative deals for themselves. One Washington insider says some have talked with Kremlin envoys about board seats at Russian companies. New property developments and the rents from utility assets such as pipelines could line a few more pockets. Mr. Dmitriev has form in such attempts to sway American officials. A report on Russian espionage, prepared in 2020 by the American Senate's Intelligence Committee, counts 152 references to him, mostly concerning efforts to
Finance and economics.
Europe's economy. Markets and muscle. The EU is thrashing out a new set of economic policies.
Times are desperate. That was one message from an informal meeting of EU leaders in Aldenbiesen, a castle in Belgium, on February 12th. Geopolitical threats from Russia, China, and lately America have convinced many in Europe that business as usual will not do. Economic reform needs to be sped up. After the meeting, Ursula von der Leyen, the head of the European Commission, promised to present a plan, One Europe, One Market, by March 20th, when leaders next meet formally. It will prove controversial. Already a proposal by Stéphane Séjourné, the industry commissioner, on how to support European industry looks likely to be delayed, not for the first time, after 9 departments in the Commission voiced objections. The stakes are probably high enough to force EU leaders to find a compromise. If not, a subset of members may well press ahead. Any compromise is likely to combine the EU's traditional liberal approach with more muscular protective measures. First, in the liberal vein, is a push to lighten the burden of regulation on European firms. The EU has already passed laws that simplify existing rules. The longer-term goal is to cleanse the whole body of EU law of hundreds of thousands of pages of unnecessary gold plating added by national governments. This would mean further centralization of rulemaking and might also make European enforcement easier. Second is a quest for more trade agreements. Lately, the EU has struck deals with Mercosur, a bloc of South American countries, and with India. More are in the making. Including such deals in a broader economic package is an attempt to win over countries that are sceptical of more open trade, such as France and Poland. The third part sounds familiar, a more complete single market. But some ideas look unambitious, while some novel additions have an illiberal tinge. Deeper integration of capital markets, aided by common supervision, has long been on the agenda, but national governments' lack of enthusiasm has limited progress. The Commission hopes for a bolder mandate, but details remain vague. A European 28th regime of corporate law, alongside the 27 national ones, could make it easier for firms to operate across the bloc. This, too, is an old idea kept in check by member states unwilling to cede sovereignty. The Commission seems to intend to use competition law to promote larger firms, or European champions, as they are now unapologetically called. The idea is that continental champions might be better placed to compete with American and Chinese giants. But it could undermine competition within the EU, and in any case rests on shaky empirical foundations. Fourth is a new element: Buy European clauses in public procurement and government subsidies. These were the most controversial part of Mr. Séjourné's scheme. Some already exist. Requirements that weapons be mainly bought from EU firms were included in a €90 billion, that's $106 billion support package for Ukraine in December, and the EU's internal defence funding scheme, worth €150 billion. But they face fierce resistance. Smaller and more liberal member states fear that they will increase costs by excluding cheaper suppliers, and risk alienating allies too. Populist opposition parties in Poland and Romania read Buy European in defence as Buy German or French at poorer countries' expense. Such clauses are likely to be limited to cases where economic or national security is at stake, or where states want to support the development of nascent technologies. The settlement therefore looks like a mix of the useful, the potentially harmful, and the inconsequential. But EU leaders may have less to worry about than they suppose. Industrial production has edged
Finance and economics.
Gambling regulation. Super forecasters. Prediction markets are rife with insider betting. Is that a problem?
Last summer, one Rico Suave 666 won more than $150,000 on Polymarket, a betting platform. Their true identity was not clear, but the source of the winnings was. Rico Suave 666 had bet, with suspicious accuracy, on the precise timing of Israel's attacks on Iran. Now Israel's government might have pierced the veil of anonymity. On February 12th, it said it had arrested 2 men, one of whom had recently been an army reservist, for placing bets using classified information. They have been charged with bribery, obstruction of justice, and serious security offences. The incident is a particularly dramatic example of a much broader trend. Prediction markets, which allow people to bet on anything from the outcome of a sports match to the timing of a missile strike, have ballooned in recent years. So too have worries that they are hotbeds of sharp dealing, with some punters using privileged information to fleece others. Several wagers on Polymarket have raised eyebrows. In January, a user placed profitable bets on the toppling of Nicolás Maduro shortly before Donald Trump, America's president, ordered the capture of the Venezuelan dictator. Last year, the odds on Maria Corina Machado winning the Nobel Peace Prize shot up hours before she learned that she had. And it is not just Polymarket. Kalshi, another platform, faced grumbling from traders about seemingly informed betting on Spotify's most streamed song in December. Informed betting can be perfectly legal. Polymarket operates an offshore platform not subject to American regulation. Kalshi and Polymarket's American platforms are regulated by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, but the rules on insider trading for commodities, a category which includes bets on prediction markets, are much less stringent than those for securities, such as shares or bonds. Yet if the platforms, regulated and unregulated, cannot convince people that their markets are fair, plenty will be put off from using them at all. Sometimes they are alerted to potential bad actors by savvy and concerned users. Know Your Customer, or KYC checks, such as requiring users to prove their identities, can help as well. They allow platforms to monitor suspicious trades and freeze accounts that seem dubious. Subsequent investigations can uncover the user's employer, affiliated companies, and even their location at the time they placed their bets. If they want their account unfrozen, they have little choice but to cooperate. Why do regulators not simply ban betting on privileged information? The cost of doing so would be to banish highly informed traders, whose activity brings the betting odds on events, such as the outcome of an election, closer to the probability of those events occurring. Accurate estimates of such probabilities are a positive externality, useful even to people who do not bet. In stock markets, insider trading is prohibited because if ordinary savers thought the market was rigged, they might be discouraged from buying stocks and providing companies with growth capital. Prediction markets have no such capital-raising function. A ban on insider betting might therefore do more harm than good. It is suggestive, however, that in securities markets, one group faces special scrutiny. The Stock Act of 2012 takes care to emphasize that government officials, in particular, must not trade on insider information.
Finance and economics.
Buttonwood. Plugging into the motherboard. The financialization of AI is just beginning.
This year, just 5 American tech giants are set to make $700 billion worth of capital expenditure as investment in the data centers needed for artificial intelligence surges. Investors have long quipped that data is the new oil. Now they are backing firms to spend far more to process it. By comparison, the oil and gas industry invested just $570 billion in exploration and production last year. Yet, in another sense, data, or at least the chips on which it is stored and manipulated, still lags far behind oil. Graphics processing units, or GPUs, play a tiny role in financial markets. True, some loans use them as collateral, but they remain hard to price and to sell on. There is practically no market for GPU derivatives, which allow traders to parcel up and offload risks, such as that of a price crash. Chips and the processing power they generate, or compute, are therefore ripe to be financialized by Wall Street, just like oil, housing, and myriad other assets before them. A wave of new innovators hopes to do just that. Take One Kronos, a fintech firm established in 2016 to make share trading more efficient. The company aims to launch a market for compute on which bundles of goods can be auctioned by June. It has paired up with Auctionomics, co-founded by Paul Milgram, who won the Nobel Prize for Economics in 2020. Then there is Orn, which has launched an index tracking the prices of chips, including Nvidia's popular H100. The startup also plans to sell put options, derivative contracts that pay out if prices fall sharply on physical GPUs. Eventually, the combination of trusted benchmarks and liquid derivatives markets could support bonds collateralized by baskets of GPUs, much like those backed by bundles of individual loans. Few investors possess detailed knowledge of Californian consumers or Ohio's office market. Many, nevertheless, snap up bonds collateralized by credit card debt and commercial mortgages. To build such a market, some fearsome obstacles must be overcome. Perhaps the biggest one is that the most advanced chips tend to lose their value fast, as even whizzier ones come to market. Morgan Stanley estimates that this could prompt Alphabet, Microsoft, Meta and Oracle to record depreciations worth $680 billion over the next 4 years. Any estimate like this is subject to huge uncertainty, since no one can know for sure how the technology will progress. This represents a big risk to buyers of loans collateralized by GPUs that might unexpectedly tumble in price. Even now, for the biggest buyers of chips, comparing the most recent models to those of a decade ago is like comparing a supersonic jet to a horse and cart. Then there are the difficulties with trading compute. Users need to be fairly close to their data centers, which, unlike fuel, cannot be shuttled from one place to another. And so prices vary a lot from region to region, since it is not easy for trade flows to match supply to demand. If such obstacles could be overcome, however, the prize of more sophisticated financial instruments would be a hugely valuable one. Derivative contracts could help allocate risks, that particular types of chip suddenly become worthless, for instance, to traders who actually want to take them in exchange for a premium. That might allow companies with business models which depend on GPUs to worry less that their assets might rapidly become obsolete and focus more on improving their operations. Conversely, compute-hungry startups would find it easier to borrow if their loans could be collateralized with chips, then bundled together with others and sold as bonds. Perhaps the frenzy of innovation in GPUs, and hence their risk of unexpected depreciation, will have to cool a little before financialization can proceed at full throttle. But American executives, eyeing its potential benefits, have good cause for optimism. Plenty of them worry that competitors, especially in China, could emulate their scientific and technological achievements. They can probably afford to fret less about threats to America's exceptional
finance and economics.
Tax policy. Sneaky stimulus. Can the president juice America's economy before the midterms?
Donald Trump knows well that American voters tend not to reward subtlety. But in one respect, the president, during his first term in office, managed to hide his light under a bushel. Republicans often gripe that the bumper tax cuts they implemented then did little to prevent an electoral drubbing at the midterms in 2018. This was because, though cumulatively large, the tax cuts arrived in dribs and drabs, and voters barely seemed to notice. Again and again, Republicans insisted that the proof is in the paycheck, to little avail. Even Paul Ryan, then Speaker of the House of Representatives and a chief architect of the cuts, failed to communicate their scale. He found himself pointing to piddling tweaks that would barely have covered a year's membership at Costco, a popular superstore. Republicans are determined not to repeat this mistake. With the president's approval ratings looking dismal and unpopular cuts to healthcare and welfare spending on their way, they face an uphill battle to retain control of the House of Representatives in November's midterm elections. On the other side of the ledger, however, they can point to a series of tax cuts set to arrive not gradually, but in one giant slug. Americans can expect jumbo-sized refund checks after the tax filing season wraps up in April. The average taxpayer in 2026 will get $3,800 back from the government, compared with $3,000 over the past 2 filing seasons, estimates the Tax Foundation, a think tank. On top of that will be plenty of headline grabbers, such as no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. Even these are just the most visible side of the White House's efforts to juice the economy and make Americans feel richer. Beyond the bazooka of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, Mr. Trump has an array of subtler weapons. They are not conventional stimulus measures and are certainly not targeted at the neediest. Instead, these backdoor efforts to dump more cash into the economy will reward a handful of Mr. Trump's favoured constituencies. Most dramatic is the decision to gut the tax-enforcing powers of the Internal Revenue Service, or IRS. Joe Biden increased the agency's staff by 20,000 during his presidency, which almost certainly helped swell tax revenues. Mr. Trump has now reversed that. As a result, those who attempt to fiddle their taxes are more likely to get away with it. In a paper published in 2025, Nathaniel Hendren of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and his co-authors estimated that $1 spent improving the IRS's capacity to audit richer taxpayers yielded $12 in extra tax revenue. The additional revenue that Mr. Biden's hiring spree might have gathered has now been forfeited. And chaos at the IRS might harm collections even more. A recent report by the Inspector General painted a hair-raising picture. Layoffs and the government shutdown in October and November had disrupted the agency, leaving it severely behind with preparations for the 2026 filing season. Backlogs of unprocessed tax returns have worsened. Hiring for filing season is well behind schedule. Research by the Yale Budget Lab estimates that the effect of 22,000 layoffs at the IRS will be to lower revenues by around $10 billion this year and $20 billion by 2029. In a roundabout way, the shake-up at the IRS will put more money in Americans' pockets, or at least those of people who are unscrupulous in their tax affairs. The members of this group tend to be wealthy, with the sorts of complicated tax returns that enable chicanery and the resources to exploit lack enforcement. The richest 5% of people are responsible for about half of all unpaid taxes, estimates the Yale Budget Lab. Mr. Trump's administration is also taking aim at the regulations which determine how taxes are applied. In doing so, it has given companies plenty of opportunities to pay less tax. The scope of levies on share buybacks has been narrowed, and attempts to crack down on the use of complicated and tax-avoiding partnership structures have been rolled back. The Treasury Department has also nullified the Corporate Transparency Act, a law intended to make the workings of shell corporations more visible. Collectively, these changes could result in companies paying, at minimum, tens of billions of dollars less in tax over the next decade. Many of the biggest beneficiaries will be firms that already strain against legal boundaries in order to lower their tax bills. The money they save will hit the economy, in a fashion. Lower tax revenues will mean a wider government deficit, and therefore more net spending being ploughed into America's economy, even if tax breaks for firms and wealthy individuals do not raise aggregate spending as much as giveaways to less well-off taxpayers. That might contribute to a pre-election sugar rush and, eventually, a nasty inflationary hangover. With some of Mr. Trump's other policies, such as raising trade barriers and choking off immigration, constraining the economy's supply side, stoking demand at the same time, is especially dangerous. It will be all the more so if Kevin Warsh, Mr. Trump's nominee for chair of the Federal Reserve, persuades his fellow rate setters to ease monetary policy. A final boost to Mr. Trump's stimulus efforts might come from an unexpected quarter. The Supreme Court will soon rule on whether the reciprocal tariffs imposed on other countries by Mr. Trump using emergency economic powers were unlawful.
Finance and economics.
Free exchange. Bureaucrats versus bootstraps. A new study of whether America's welfare state really reduced poverty.
In the mid-1960s, President Lyndon Johnson declared unconditional war on poverty and created the modern American welfare state. A nationwide program of food stamps began in 1964. Two big public health insurance schemes, Medicare for the old and Medicaid for the poor, started in 1965. Over the following decade, welfare payments grew at an annualized rate of more than 15%. Today, 1 in 8 Americans receives food stamps. All in, America's welfare state offers help worth about 15% of GDP a year. Conservatives have long argued that Johnson's programs were a failure. Funneling money to the poor, in their telling, blunted the incentive to work, ultimately trapping people in penury. In 1988, President Ronald Reagan argued that the federal government declared a war on poverty, and poverty won. Thomas Sowell, a 95-year-old economist at the Hoover Institution and social media sensation, has argued that programs created in the name of compassion ended up rewarding behavior that kept people poor. For a long time, most economists dismissed Mr. Sowell's arguments as the ravings of a right-wing ideologue. But on certain points, Mr. Sowell is right. A new paper by Richard Burkhauser of Cornell University and Kevin Corinth of the American Enterprise Institute, a free market think tank, presents remarkable evidence on trends in poverty since the 1930s. It is the result of dedicated scholarship using data from old censuses to estimate family incomes. Some of the number crunching is dizzyingly complicated, with the authors totting up monetary values for everything from farm labourers' room and board in 1939 to veterans' payments in 1959. The paper has two messages, one encouraging and one troubling. The good news is that America has many fewer poor people than it used to. This overturns the conventional wisdom derived from the official poverty measure, or OPM, which in 2024 counted an individual as poor if their income was less than about $16,000 a year. The OPM has been more or less constant for 50 years, at around 12% of the population. Right-wing types hold this up as proof that the welfare state creates behavioral pathologies. Left-wingers think it shows that America's welfare system is insufficiently redistributive. In truth, the OPM is flawed. It fails to account for taxes, non-cash handouts, and much else. Messrs. Burkhauser and Corinth use a different measure for poverty that accounts for taxes, transfers, and some perks. Someone counts as poor if their real income would have ranked them among the poorest 20% of Americans in 1963. Today, that would mean earning less than around $12,000 a year. By this standard, 49% of Americans were poor in 1939. By 2023, only 4% were. Include health insurance in the calculation, and progress looks even more impressive, with poverty having fallen from an even higher rate in 1939 to just 1.6%. Perhaps the most heartening figures in the paper concern black children. Going by the author's measure, the poverty rate for this group has fallen from more than 90% in 1939 to less than 10% today. A depressing notion often believed on the left, that America is a rich country full of poor people, is simply incorrect. Johnson's war on poverty might therefore look like a success, but the second part of the paper questions this conclusion. Was his welfare state necessary, or would poverty have fallen anyway? Mr. Sowell has repeatedly argued that the drop began before the mid-1960s. In other words, all that is needed to reduce deprivation is the magic of free market capitalism. The paper's authors show that Mr. Sowell is correct on the data, finding that the pace of poverty reduction was no faster after the war on poverty was declared than before. That may be an understatement. From 1939 to 1963, the poverty rate fell by about 29 percentage points. Over the following 60 years, it only dropped by around 16 more. Moreover, the authors go on to examine the causes of America's shrinking cohort of poor people. Before the 1960s, they find poverty fell because people earned more money, while few got more from the state. None of this is slam-dunk proof that welfare was unnecessary, but it is suggestive. From the mid-1960s onwards, things changed. Poverty continued to fall, but only because government benefits became more generous. Improvements in market income were far less important, and welfare dependency rose. By the 1970s, close to 30% of black Americans were dependent on the government for at least half of their income, for instance. A country that had once enabled its citizens to escape poverty by working hard turned into one that reduced poverty by writing them checks. It is possible that growth in market incomes would have stalled after the 1960s, regardless of Johnson's actions. After all, the post-war boom was never going to last forever. Perhaps, too, some people would never have earned enough to escape poverty, owing to low educational attainment or disability. If so, then a bigger welfare state might have been the only way to keep poverty falling. This conclusion, however, seems too defeatist. After the welfare reforms of the 1990s, both poverty and welfare dependency dropped, with growth in market incomes taking up the slack. Ultimately, it is impossible
Science and technology.
Surveillance tech. Frontier AI. The algorithms on the front lines of America's deportation push.
Government notices on software contracts rarely make for intriguing reading. Yet one published on April 17, 2025, by America's Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, the muscle behind President Donald Trump's crackdown on undocumented immigrants, stood out. The agency was urgently seeking a powerful new artificial intelligence model to find and prioritize individuals eligible for deportation, ranging from those who overstayed their visas to violent criminals. A prototype of the streamlined end-to-end immigration lifecycle software called Immigration OS was to be delivered by Palantir, an American data analysis giant, by the end of September. The White House seeks 1 million deportations annually, so ICE is under pressure to get people out. But such technological moves to speed up immigration enforcement have troubled many observers. A lawsuit filed on January 15th by the American Civil Liberties Union described ICE's recent operations in Minnesota as a crude dragnet that had led to scores of unlawful detentions, many carried out with excessive force. Recent rulings suggest judicial discontent is growing. I understand why people would be scared to death of these tools, says John Sandweg, an acting director of ICE, during Barack Obama's second term. He fears they will sweep up large numbers of undocumented but otherwise law-abiding people, who leave brighter paper trails than hardened criminals. Some are disturbed that AI models contributing to what ICE agents call targeting packages have their origins in military and intelligence software developed to fight terrorism. Courts have begun to question the legality of domestic mass surveillance. If Immigration OS proves to work as intended, these tensions will only grow. Immigration OS was made possible by the White House's willingness to spend. In the 13 months since Mr. Trump's second term began, and before a congressional standoff over enforcement operations triggered a partial government shutdown on February 14th, ICE's parent Department of Homeland Security, or DHS, had awarded, by one tally, $1.2 billion in IT contracts. Of that, more than $81 million went to Palantir. Officials are tight-lipped about the technology, as is Palantir, but Patrick Lechleitner, who led ICE in the final stretch of Joe Biden's administration, says Immigration OS will make information collected for criminal cases also usable and useful for civil immigration cases. ICE has been adding to the types of data it crunches for years. Information on vehicle, phone and utilities usage is now hoovered up, as are data from local police, jails, courts and commercial databases, not to mention social media. but navigating several computer systems, what one former senior ICE official who requested anonymity calls swivel chair analytics, has slowed things down. AI, he believes, will paint a unified picture on a single screen. One priority is weeding out falsehoods in visa applications. Simon Hankinson, a former State Department official in charge of technology for vetting visas, says such fraud was still rampant when he left in 2022. Fishy claims for asylum can also be spotted. Mr. Hankinson, now an immigration researcher at the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank in Washington, D.C., says applicants have often recycled stories of political persecution. That will be harder to pull off with AI vetting. Fed enough data, algorithms could also match names across hitherto disconnected datasets. In November, the Social Security Administration, America's pensions body, said it would comply with DHS requests for data to identify and locate aliens. Records kept by departments of motor vehicles have also been useful, in part because many states issue driver's licenses regardless of immigration status. Suspicious activity reports, in which banks flag potential signs of financial crime, offer clues too. So do records from organizations like welfare programs that interact with people on society's margins. How well all this works, however, is unclear. Emily Tucker, director of Georgetown Law's Center on Privacy and Technology and a co-author of reports on ICE, believes accuracy is poor. Last month in St. Paul, Minnesota, ICE pulled a man in shorts from his home in freezing weather, only to learn that the sex offender they were seeking was in prison. Officials have kept quiet on rates of false positives from AI. A related problem, says Stephen Hubbard, a data scientist at the American Immigration Council, an advocacy group, is that the inner workings of Palantir's AI are so opaque no one seems to know exactly how assessments are made. Palantir did not reply to requests for comment. Opposition to ICE's methods is therefore growing. Courts have restricted access to some data. On February 5th, a federal judge ruled that the Internal Revenue Service had illegally shared taxpayer data with DHS and barred further access. Many government bodies, especially in blue states and sanctuary cities opposed to aggressive immigration sweeps, are not sharing. ICE is using two main tactics to get the data anyway. One is to obtain records via subpoenas and court orders. Preparing the paperwork for a judicial warrant can take an investigator 2 or 3 days. With AI, many now get the job done in less than an hour, says Doug Gilmer, a former senior ICE officer, who periodically advises DHS on the use of AI for combating human trafficking and other serious crime. The time savings will probably result in more requests for warrants. According to Mr. Lechleitner, Immigration OS is even being configured to alert agents to the existence and location of potentially helpful information that privacy rules have kept off limits. The idea is for the software to then advise agents on steps to obtain lawful access. Another option is to purchase data. Some government bodies that refuse to share records with ICE nevertheless sell them to data aggregators that do. In Illinois, Cook County, home to Chicago, has disallowed data sharing for civil immigration enforcement, for example. But the county's jails sell records via intermediaries to LexisNexis Risk Solutions, which does have a contract with ICE. Hannah Lukel of Just Futures Law, a non-profit that files lawsuits to restrict immigration enforcement, says such arrangements are often murky enough for local officials to be unaware of ICE's backdoor access. Other data sources abound. ICE already buys data from ad firms that track consumer behaviour. Automated license plate readers provide additional information. ICE can also request footage from the more than 2,000 local police and fire departments in America that have partnered with Amazon's Ring video doorbell service, though users can opt out. ICE agents in the field can also snap and upload pictures for facial recognition. One system developed by Clearview AI, an American firm, contains more than 70 billion pictures of people scraped from the public internet. Clearview's chief technologist, Amos Kyler, says ICE's Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI unit, uses the database to find matches of priority suspects. Another firm, which has signed a secret contract with HSI, uses images from CCTV or body cams to find other pictures of the same objects, be they online or in other surveillance footage. The system, says the firm's chief technologist, does this by matching distinctive marks like a dented bumper or a tear in clothing. Such capabilities may invite mission creep. ICE has already begun to process images and social media details of activists attempting to hinder arrests. But the effort has also sucked in data on law-abiding protesters, potentially chilling political speech. Moreover, critics fear that these protesters are being targeted by a Trump administration that has called opponents
Science and Technology.
AAAS, Part 1. The Nature of Nurture. The Human Exposome Project will map the environment's effects on health.
If timing is everything, then Thomas Hartung picked a bad moment to make his move. Dr. Hartung is an environmental toxicologist at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, who has spent his career trying to replace animal testing with specialized tissue cultures called organoids, and more recently, with artificial intelligence. Last May, he announced his most ambitious endeavor yet, to create a human exposome project. It is ambitious because it aims to do for environmental influences on the body what the Human Genome Project did for genetic ones. And it was badly timed because it came shortly after the election of an American administration that is the most hostile to environmental matters in living memory. Nil desperandum. At the moment, Dr. Hartung's proposal, which he discussed at this year's meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science in Phoenix, Arizona, consists mainly of good intentions and a secretariat of enthusiastic researchers from around the world that is coordinated from Johns Hopkins. But it remains an interesting idea. Several studies suggest that the causes of disease are about 20% genetic and 80% environmental, numbers certainly not reflected in the relative effort put into investigating them. With the exception of infectious diseases, examination of the environmental causes of illness has been piecemeal. Gary Miller, a toxicologist at Columbia University, who also addressed the meeting, compared the current state of affairs with genomics' early days, when genes of strong effect, such as those which encourage cancer, had been found, but the intricate system of feedback loops which runs the genome was still a black box. What he, Dr. Hartung, and others are attempting is the creation of an entirely new discipline, exposomics. This would look at all types of environmental exposures, physical, biological, psychological and social, as well as chemical, systematically, and from conception to grave. That will be far harder than the Genome Project. Gene sequencing labs are just factories that repeat the same task. Exposomics will require collecting vast amounts of data about a huge variety of things, from specific, local concentrations of chemicals to the strength of people's friendship networks in both the physical and virtual worlds, and then working out how these interact with each other and with the genome to cause illness. That means shifting mindsets, coordinating the efforts of existing organizations, establishing new ones, and encouraging the creation of new tools that will make the study of environmental exposures systematic rather than piecemeal. In particular, it means making extensive use of AI to process the huge and disparate amounts of data involved. It will also mean raising cash. The Genome Project had, from the beginning, a small number of reliable and well-heeled funders, whereas its exposomics counterpart is a hand-to-mouth operation. Exposomicists hope AI will help them get going. They believe models analogous to large language models could make sense of multiple different environmental factors and how they interact, as well as correlating these with disease states, thus linking cause and effect more precisely. By studying blood chemistry, for example, such a model could search not only for pollutants that might have been absorbed, but also for metabolic chemicals which reflect other types of environmental influence. AI may help with another problem too. Over the decades, a lot of relevant data have been collected, but by inconsistent methods and in inconsistent formats. This makes them hard to integrate and interpret. In a reversal of the old computing saw garbage in, garbage out, however, AI can now digest such studies in large numbers and derive new conclusions and novel hypotheses from them. It has already identified risk factors for cardiovascular disease beyond the well-known ones of smoking, air pollution, and lead. And this is only the beginning. AI will also have an important role in assessing the magnitude of potential threats. Dr. Hartung has, for several years, been modeling the toxic properties of novel molecules using AI trained on the known effects of existing ones. His ability to do this is increasing by leaps and bounds. In 2015, predictions made by the model he was using at the time were 65% correct. Last year's version was 91% correct. If exposomics is to work, this ability to absorb data and make associations will need to be fed with new data as well as recycled studies from the past. That will require better tech and political will. Though data collection technology is not improving as fast as AI, it is improving. The sensitivity of mass spectroscopes, which are crucial tools for identifying and measuring chemical pollutants, is doubling every 3 to 4 years. Similarly, sensors designed to detect specific known pollutants are getting smaller, cheaper, and easier to link wirelessly. These can either be scattered into the environment or made into wearable devices that track an individual's exposure. And on the psychosocial side, if companies and individuals prove willing to give permission, which has yet to be tested at scale, social media sites could be invaluable data sources. Large research projects called biobanks are also proliferating. These collect relevant non-medical data about participants along with their medical histories, tissue samples, and genomes, and the consent of the sampled is there from the get-go. Both the UK Biobank and the China Kadoorie Biobank, to take 2 examples, are tracking more than 500,000 people. Politically, Europe is leading the way. Though America's National Institutes of Health has backed Dr. Miller and some colleagues to create an organization called Nexus, that's Network for Exposomics in the US, this has had only a few $1 million of funding. On the other side of the Atlantic, by contrast, as Jana Klanova of Masaryk University in Brno in the Czech Republic explained to the meeting, the European Union is creating 2 new projects to the same ends. These are follow-ups to EHEN, the European Human Exposome Network, a pilot which was backed by the EU in 2020 to the tune of €105 million. That's $115 million. None of this, of course, guarantees success.
Science and Technology.
AAAS Part 2. Peerless perovskites. A much talked of material may have found its killer app.
The unusual electronic and optical properties of perovskites have long been touted as useful for improving solar cells and television screens, but these materials have never quite hit the big time. Existing approaches have hoovered up all the investment and attention, and perovskites remain confined to specialist applications. A niche is now opening, however, in which there are no incumbents. For, as a session at this year's annual meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science in Phoenix, Arizona heard, perovskites could be just the thing for making so-called neuromorphic computers, which would process information in a similar way to brains. Conventional computers have separate memory and processor units, between which data have to shuttle in a time and energy-consuming fashion. Neuromorphic computers would eliminate this by processing data and storing them in the same piece of hardware, as happens in a brain. In this organ, neurons and the synaptic junctions between them contrive to do both jobs simultaneously. Perovskites, named after a mineral discovered in the Urals in the 19th century, are compounds with the chemical formula ABX3, where A and B are positively charged metal ions and X is a negatively charged non-metallic ion. In a perovskite crystal lattice, these ions are arranged into octahedra that have large spaces between them. Depending on the identities of A, B, and X, and particularly on whether X is a halide, a group that includes chloride, bromide, and iodide, this arrangement permits other atoms to enter the crystal structure and thereby change the perovskite's properties, including, as Wolfgang Tress of Zurich University of Applied Sciences explained to the meeting, its electrical ones. Choosing the right ions can allow a halide perovskite to have an electrical resistance that switches between high and low when a current is passed through it, making it what is known as a memristor. As memristors can stand in for both neurons and synapses, they could be used to build a neuromorphic computer. Dr. Tress works on the synapse side of things. Real synapses become more effective with use and dwindle with neglect. Dr. Tress's artificial ones mimic this by changing how readily they pass current. Using silver electrodes encourages silver atoms to leak into the perovskite. Here they form highly conductive but fragile filaments. As long as these filaments remain intact, the memristor has low resistance. When they break, its resistance rises. Applying a current to a memristor can either make or break the filaments, depending on its voltage. Crucially, once filaments are broken or repaired, they stay that way until actively changed by the application of an appropriate voltage. These changes, by altering how current flows through a network of memristors, act both to store data and to permit its processing. To replicate a neuron, as Bruno Eerler of ARMOF, a physics research institute in Amsterdam, explained, you need to combine a memristor with a capacitor. Real neurons work by combining the signals they receive from other neurons and, if and when the result exceeds a particular threshold, generating an electrical spike of their own. Capacitors are temporary stores of electric charge, so can act as adding machines for incoming current. Once the amount of charge in such a capacitor exceeds a preordained threshold, it
Science and technology.
Well informed. Can the shingles vaccine slow aging? The evidence is surprisingly strong.
Dementia is tragically common among the elderly. In 2021, 57 million people worldwide were thought to have the condition. Aging is a risk factor for many other ailments too, ranging from chronic inflammation to a decline in organ function. A growing body of work, however, suggests that simply taking a course of the shingles vaccine can meaningfully slow the decline. New data suggest that it cut dementia risk, for example, by 20%. Shingles is a painful skin condition caused when the chickenpox virus, which can lie dormant in the body for decades, is reactivated. Although older versions of the vaccine included a live version of the virus, these have largely been replaced. Shingrix, the shingles vaccine most commonly used in America and Britain today, contains small amounts of proteins taken from the virus's surface in order to stimulate the immune system to fight the real thing. Many public health authorities recommend the shingles vaccine for people between 65 and 80, although the range varies by region. The sharp age cutoffs used in the rollout in each country or region, combined with the large number of people vaccinated, has set up an ideal natural experiment for researchers keen to study their effects. In recent years, Pascal Geldsetzer, a researcher at Stanford University, has used this technique to examine dementia prevalence data for populations in Australia, New Zealand, and Wales. In a paper published in The Lancet Neurology this month, he and his colleagues also looked at 464,000 residents of the Canadian province of Ontario. The findings across all 4 regions point to the shingles vaccine reducing the number of people who develop either dementia or mild cognitive decline later in life. Our best guess is that shingles vaccination averts 1 in 5 new dementia diagnoses over a 7-year period, says Dr. Geldsetzer. A study published in the Journals of Gerontology, Series A, in January, suggests that the encouraging results are not limited to dementia. Researchers assigned a healthy aging score to 3,800 adults above the age of 70, based on 7 measures, including inflammation and accumulated changes to DNA. The researchers concluded that those who had previously received the vaccine had significantly lower levels of inflammation, as well as a better overall score. Why exactly this might be remains unclear. One possibility, says Dr. Geldsetzer, is that the seemingly dormant chickenpox virus may continuously damage the body until such time as the vaccine helps fight it off. The inflammation it causes may even play a role in the onset of dementia. The other possibility is that the shingles vaccine provides a broader boost to the immune system by encouraging the production of white blood cells, for example, in which case other vaccines may yield similar benefits. Many important questions need to be answered.
Culture.
Book review. The story of Gisèle Pellicot. A nightmare on Main Street. How a horrifying rape case has changed French law and minds. A Hymn to Life by Gisèle Pellicot with Judith Perignon, translated by Natasha Lehrer and Ruth Diver.
Do you know your husband well? Do you trust that he would never hide anything from you? Gisèle Pellicot's ordeal began with questions. A police investigator was interviewing her in southern France after her husband, of nearly 50 years, Dominique, had been caught taking photos up women's skirts at a local supermarket. She thought that was the extent of his crimes. Instead, she learned that for at least 9 years, her husband had been drugging and raping her while she was unconscious and finding strangers on the internet to do so too. He kept recordings of these acts on a hard drive in a folder called Abuse. In 2024, Mr. Pellicot and 50 other men stood trial and were found guilty of rape and assault. An additional 30 men could not be identified or brought to justice. In choosing to make the case public and not insisting on her right to privacy, Ms. Pellicot argued that shame has to change sides from victims to the accused. The horrific case captured global attention and led to a change in the law in France, expanding the definition of rape from penetration using violence and coercion to sexual acts committed without consent. Ms. Pellicot has become a feminist Joan of Arc, emerging from humble origins to battle not only her violators, but also misheld beliefs about sexual assault. She was awarded France's highest honour, the Légion d'honneur, and named one of Time magazine's most influential people. How did Ms. Pellicot become a crusader? In her stirring new memoir, A Hymn to Life, she portrays herself as an accidental heroine. She is the granddaughter of peasants and grew up amid poverty and heartache, losing her mother to a brain tumour when she was only 9 years old. Women's issues were never her priority. She was focused on escape. I listened to the talk of the times, the fight for birth control, for legal abortion. I understood, but these were not my battles. My victory was building the kind of family life I had never had, she writes. She and Mr. Pellicot had different but dire family circumstances. They met when they were young, married, and moved in together near Paris. Their childhoods were straight out of a Zola novel, their children later remarked. It was a love story, until, of course, it was not. Even in retrospect, Ms. Pellicot is not sure when her husband became a man she did not know. She had an extramarital affair soon after the birth of their third child, and remembers feeling overcome with guilt. There were money problems too, so much so that nearly all their belongings were repossessed. but there was no hint of a lurking monster. It was when they retired to southern Provence that Mr. Pellico's dosing and coordinating of abuse happened more frequently, perhaps because she was isolated from her children and grandchildren. Her memory lapses from the medications became so severe that she started to wonder if she might have a brain tumour like her mother. More two-faced than Janus, Mr. Pellicot expressed concern and chauffeured her to medical appointments. The scale of Miss Pellicot's suffering is extraordinary, but the emotions she has grappled with feel familiar. Miss Pellicot writes about how being made aware of her husband's crimes blasts apart her life. Take the question of memories. How should she categorize the joyful ones? There was nowhere to take refuge, not the past, not her home, suddenly full of shadows, hiding places, nooks and crannies, and poison, not even among family. One of the book's sombre threads is how her husband's violations distanced her from 2 of her 3 children, who all coped with his crimes differently. Her daughter, who discovered her father had taken lewd photos of her, feared she had also been raped and found it an additional betrayal that her mother was unwilling to confirm incest had taken place. Part of the reason Miss Pellicot's trial captivated so many people was that it laid bare the myth that sexual aggressors are always strangers. Since Miss Pellicot's trial ended in December 2024, there have been other instances, including in Germany and Britain, of men charged with drugging and raping their wives. It also evoked more universal anxieties about fidelity and truth in marriage. You know, whenever my husband brings me a croissant from the boulangerie in the morning, I always wonder what he's trying to hide, a forensic pathologist confessed to Miss Pellicot, not very helpfully. Unlike the powerful perpetrators who were part of Jeffrey Epstein's network, Miss Pellicot's abusers were everymen. There was a firefighter, a nurse, lorry drivers. Most lived within a 50-kilometre radius. They were tried together, a battalion of them, so Miss Pellicot had to face them each day in court. They did share one thing, a sense of entitlement, she writes, an attitude of complete indifference to whatever anyone said or thought, because power had always been on their side. In the defence lawyer's combative questioning and the men's judgmental stares, she was made to feel, as so many victims of sexual assault have before her, that she was the one who was not to be believed, that she was the one on trial. Ms. Pellicot's book, which has been published in 22 languages, is arriving as women's painful stories are attracting legions of riveted readers. 2 of the top 5 non-fiction books on the New York Times' bestseller list are tales of either marital betrayal, Strangers by Belle Burden, whose husband cheated and abandoned her, or sex abuse, Nobody's Girl by Virginia Giuffre, a late accuser of Epstein. Ms. Pellicot's memoir splices together both themes. Yet what could be a dark and depressing chronicle propels forward with the force of Ms. Pellicot's quiet courage and instinct for self-reflection. The literary flourishes of Judith Perrignon, a writer and collaborator on the book, help too. Ultimately, Ms. Pellicot offers a cautiously hopeful message about how people can overcome trauma to forge a new life. It is also a detective story, as she seeks clues and a final judgment about what motivated her husband. She tracks down a former best friend who had spoken ill of Mr. Pellicot decades earlier. She pours
Culture.
Tech detoxes. A concrete solution. Addicted to your phone? Brick it.
You want to spend less time on your phone, but what is the best way to slash your screen time? The internet, ironically, has some ideas. Chain your mobile to the wall. Print out your Instagram feed on dozens of pieces of paper. Or practice abstinence by ditching the device for long stretches. The latest method to go viral promises a more concrete solution. Youngsters are turning to the brick, an app-blocking device. Reviewers declare that the brick changed my life, and I won the war against my phone. The grey cube, which costs $59 and is about the size of an AirPods case, claims to reduce screen time by 3 hours a day on average. To use the device, you choose the apps you would like to disable and touch your phone to the brick. When you are ready, you can tap your phone against it to unbrick. The brick has built up a following, especially among people aged 20 to 35. Downloads of the Brick app in January were up nearly 600% year-on-year to 170,000, estimates Sensor Tower, a research firm. And the device is part of a broader trend, the rise of anti-tech tech. There are a plethora of tools designed to remove digital temptations. Opal, an app that does the same thing as the brick, claims it has kept users off their phones for over 200 million hours since its creation in 2020. Others offer incentives or gamified experiences. On Forest, another app, the longer you stay off your phone, the more virtual trees grow. Nurture enough, and the firm will plant a real sapling in Africa in your honour. Some people are foregoing flashy phones entirely. Dumb phones without touchscreens, once a symbol of elderly tech ignoramuses, are now seen as a cool, wise choice. There is a big urge to disconnect, says Ilya Knepelhout of the Offline Club, a group that hosts hangouts and getaways where phones are forbidden. The club has spread to 19 European cities and Bali since launching in Amsterdam in 2024. Devices are also locked away at unplugged restaurants and cocktail bars and on digital detox retreats. Anti-screen time influencers are packing #analog bags, otherwise known as purses and backpacks, with pens, notepads, cameras and other curiosities from a bygone age. There are even rehab programs for social media, which pledge to help phone-addled clients engage more with the physical world. It may sound a bit like Alcoholics Anonymous, or better yet, Internet and Technology Addicts Anonymous, which is a real thing. You do not need to Google to understand the reasons why people are trying to get off their phones. Many are experiencing what researchers call digital overload. There is a feeling that you must always be reachable, always be connected, says Zena Feldman of King's College London. Most American adults under 30 say their phone is the first and last thing they look at every day, according to a recent YouGov poll. Nearly 40% sleep with it next to them in bed. Even internet lingo captures how bad this feels. Phone addicts are said to doom scroll and suffer from brain rot. Concerns about data privacy and misinformation are also becoming more common. According to a study by EY, a consultancy, those seeking digital detoxes are worried about data leaks and rampant harmful content. Instead of juice cleanses, people are opting for data detoxes to get rid of data bloat, unwanted information about them online. There is a paradox at the heart of the current trend, however. Gen Z may have declared 2026 the year of analog, but they have done this on TikTok. The brick has gone viral on social media. The Offline Club communicates largely through
Culture.
Backstory. The new inheritance plot. As How to Make a Killing shows, an old fictional theme is back in vogue.
Money drives people nuts. So can families. Together they are combustible, need and greed, mixing with primal resentments and rivalries. This is why, like the marriage plot, the inheritance plot is sometimes a staple of fiction. Today's tetchily unequal age is one of those times. Witness How to Make a Killing, a droll film out in America on February 20th and elsewhere soon. On the eve of his execution, Beckett Redfellow confesses his crimes. Played by Glenn Powell, charming even as a serial killer, Beckett is an outcast from a minted Long Island family. Disdained for his poverty by a teenage crush, he is nevertheless a distant heir to the Redfellow fortune. He just has to bump off the relatives ahead of him in the queue, which he proceeds to do in amusingly elaborate ways, crossing a name off his family tree with each hit. This mordant romp is a loving remake of Kind Hearts and Coronets, an Ealing Studios classic released in 1949 and set in Edwardian England, in which an outcast from a noble family schemes to inherit its title. How to Make a Killing mimics some of its predecessors' murder methods, such as an explosion in a photographic darkroom, and adapts others. A victim drowns off a yacht, not a punt. No hot air balloons are shot down by bow and arrow, but another use is found for that weapon. There are other telling updates. The original is sleazier. The producers of the new movie evidently felt a killing spree was more forgivable in a modern hero than adulterous hanky-panky. In Kind Hearts, the childhood sweetheart sports extravagant hats, played, just as scene-stealingly, by Margaret Qualley. Now she goes in for Chanel miniskirts. What is most striking, though, is how perfectly the story fits the current economic mood. For like the Gilded Age, this is a plutocratic era. Once again, the lifestyles of the 0.001% set an impossible standard of luxury. Then it was mansions. These days it is jaunts in space and berserk weddings. Some folk fantasize about an elevator ride to the summit. It's scary to dream small, says Ruth, Jessica Henwick, a teacher who is the moral centre of the new film. They all want to be millionaires, she observes of her pupils, but none of them want to have an actual job. The super-rich are different, but in the split between inheritors and inherit-nots, less different than they were. The West is experiencing what is often called the Great Wealth Transfer, whereby expiring baby boomers pass on their assets to the tune of tens of trillions of dollars. Many people still get little or nothing. Yet surges in the housing and stock markets mean quite a few are inheriting rather a lot. The opulence in How to Make a Killing is otherworldly, and murder is an extreme reaction. But the grating sense that some lives are unfairly smoothed by dumb luck is becoming widespread. In time, this trend may influence social and fiscal policy. It is already colouring art. Stories about contested estates and devious legatees are in vogue. From The Perfect Couple, about inheritance-related antics in a rich clan in Nantucket, to I, Jack Wright, ditto, but in Britain. From The Inheritance, a drama about squabbling Irish siblings, to the confusable Inheritance, a reality TV show. In Saltburn, another outsider connives to swindle a posh family by means foul and fouler. These stories turn on wills and trusts, much like some of Jane Austen's and Anthony Trollope's novels, or Bleak House, The Hound of the Baskervilles, and several Agatha Christie mysteries. The concerns of those books and periods seem closer than in past decades. Like many of those earlier inheritance plots, How to Make a Killing lampoons the mania that lucre and families can generate. Money does buy happiness, Beckett insists, from death row, which somewhat undercuts his judgment. Despite the satire, however, the film's sympathies are squarely on rapacious Beckett's side, and it wants yours to be too. Villainy is often seductive. Watching an audacious heist come together is fun.
Culture.
Theatre and musicals. The show must go on. Why understudies are seeing their wages rise.
The bedrock of Broadway. That is how Hugh Jackman, an Australian film star, described understudies during a curtain call of The Music Man in 2021. Beside him stood Kathy Voitko, an understudy who had stepped in to play the leading lady with a few hours' notice and one hasty rehearsal. Rewarded with a standing ovation from the audience, she cried. It was a reminder of just how reliant Broadway and West End productions are on understudies, the invisible men and women of the theatre world. These stand-ins come in many different guises. For a play, they are often the familiar figure you might picture, a talented whippersnapper waiting in the dressing room for their chance to dazzle and suppressing temptations to spike the star's drink. For a musical, understudies are usually part of the all-singing, all-dancing ensemble who have learned the lead's parts too. If they are called upon, there are swings, understudies who fill in. Swings regularly cover up to 10 different roles. Some cover as many as 20. Understudies make up about a quarter of a big show's cast. In some cases, there are as many performers off-stage as on it. But despite weeks of rehearsals and pay, understudies may never see action. They are considered an insurance policy for a theatre producer hedging against the risk of a show being cancelled. Refunding just one night of The Lion King on the West End or Broadway could cost up to £200,000. That's $275,000 in lost revenue. When you consider that fees for an understudy covering 2 roles are around £1,000 a week in London or $2,900 in New York, it is a small price to pay for Hakuna Matata. Understudies' rates are rising faster than those of standard performers. In October, Actors' Equity, an American union, announced its latest agreement with Broadway producers, providing a 3% increase for the base rate paid to all actors and a 30% increase for additional swing responsibilities. Swings now earn an extra 6% over a standard performer on the minimum pay rate. In Britain, they earn nearly 15% more. Equity, the British Performing Arts Union, is seeking an increase of around 50% for those additional responsibilities across their main collective agreements. Why are understudies coming out on top? It is an incredibly difficult job, says Charlotte Bentz of Equity. We want that essential contribution to be properly recognised. Learning the vocals, moves and lines of up to 10 actors, some of which might be lead roles, is no easy feat. They have less rehearsal time, so their memories must be better and vocal ranges wider, all the while being ready to perform a role with little warning. Long accustomed to waiting in the wings, understudies are now being showered with more attention. One social media account celebrates the West End debuts of understudies. A video of Hannah Lowther in an emergency rehearsal just 4 hours before a performance of Heathers to cover a leading role she was not officially an understudy for garnered nearly 60 million views and made her a TikTok star. You're On Tonight, a new podcast, offers understudies a chance to soliloquize about their unique job. One episode features David Tarkenter, who was the cover for a one-man show starring and directed by Ralph Fiennes. "You're not paid to go on," he has said. "You're paid to be ready to go on." He never went on. Another features Clive Marlowe, who is the longest-serving understudy of all time, having been caught up in Agatha Christie's The Mousetrap for 15 years. He has performed 75 times, about 5 times per year.
Culture.
A bumper harvest. Playing the tuba. Europeans are enjoying a potato glut.
They are calling it the Kartoffelflut, the potato flood. Germany, the largest producer of spuds in the European Union, is enjoying the biggest harvest in a generation, owing to optimal growing conditions and increased tuber cultivation. Last year's yield was 17% higher than the long-term average. Belgium, France and the Netherlands have also had a bounty. In fact, there are so many potatoes. One farm near Leipzig had a surplus of 4,000 tons that they are being given away. Some 200 distribution points have been set up across Berlin. Gasthaus Mutter Hoppe, a restaurant, had a ton of taters to dish out. A waitress says they ran out within days. The Berliner Tafel, a food bank, took 22 tons. Schools, homeless shelters and even the zoo have stocked up. If you were to have an abundance of any crop, you would pick the potato. Not only does it store well, but it is filling and calorie-dense relative to other vegetables. It also lends itself to an extraordinary variety of meals. Germans are making potato dumplings and pancakes. The organisers of the giveaway have launched a recipe challenge to inspire Kartoffelcooks, sharing tips for soups, salads and plenty more. As Sam memorably says in The Lord of the Rings, you can boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. The spud's role in human history is no small potatoes. After the discovery by Spanish conquistadors of cultivation in the Andes, the potato became a staple food worldwide. Potatoes now feed over 1 billion people in more than 150 countries. Crop failure can have disastrous consequences. After the harvest in Ireland was blighted in 1845, 1 million
Culture.
Book review. The Life and Death of Boris Nemtsov. The Anti-Putin. Was Vladimir Putin's tyranny inevitable? A new book makes you wonder. The Successor by Mikhail Fishman, translated by Michel Berdy.
Formerly, the successor to Russia's first post-Soviet president, Boris Yeltsin, was Vladimir Putin. In every other sense, ideologically, morally, temperamentally, Yeltsin's successor was a liberal politician, Boris Nemtsov. Yet, instead of governing Russia, Nemtsov became a champion of Russia's increasingly beleaguered opposition, before being gunned down in 2015 near the Kremlin, the victim of a Chechen hit squad. Reading The Successor, a chronicle of Russia's emergence from Soviet communism and its subsequent collapse into dictatorship, you cannot escape an unsettling question. Yeltsin had once wanted the presidency to go to Nemtsov, a preternaturally gifted statesman and a committed pro-Western believer in capitalism and liberal democracy. Where would Russia and the world be today if only the old man had stuck with him instead of shifting to the former KGB officer from St. Petersburg? Nemtsov is still a hero to plenty of Russians. The Successor was published in Russia soon after the war with Ukraine began in 2022 and became a bestseller. Mikhail Fishman, one of Russia's leading independent journalists, wrote his book after he made a popular documentary about Nemtsov. Born in 1957 in Sochi on the Black Sea, Nemtsov grew up in Nizhny Novgorod, 400 kilometers east of Moscow. He trained as a physicist and became interested in politics almost by accident, after his mother started to protest against the city's plans for a nuclear-powered heating plant. Fearing that she would be arrested, he joined the movement so that he would be able to protect her. Nemtsov was a natural. By 1990, he was standing for national office against the communist establishment. While they rode about in official cars, he sometimes arrived at meetings in a cheap Moskvich. In a television debate, instead of wearing a suit, he borrowed a friend's sweater. In answer to other candidates' overblown promises, he declared, "I won't promise anything, except one thing, I won't lie." Nemtsov caught Yeltsin's eye as a legislator. He won his affection by standing with him against an attempted coup in 1991. The Kremlin appointed him governor of Nizhny Novgorod, where he launched Russia's first privatizations. He built roads, invested in phone networks, and took on red directors, who ran their companies as fiefs. He even fostered a free press. Nizhny Novgorod became a showcase for how post-Soviet Russia could prosper, and its governor, reaffirmed by a popular vote, became an international star. In 1994, Yeltsin suggested that he could be the next president of Russia. However, after Yeltsin lured Nemtsov to serve in Moscow, everything turned to ashes. His stunts irritated the political classes and blew up in his face. He sponsored a presidential decree that officials should surrender their foreign-made limousines for Russian Volgas, which just happened to be made in his hometown. But the Volgas were unreliable. His own car supposedly broke down on the way to a cabinet colleague's party, and he was left marooned at the side of the road as officials passed by, hooting with laughter. The graver problem was that Yeltsin's administration descended into chaos. Miners went on strike, oil prices fell, the government could not finance its budget, and foreign investors fled. After a default in August 1998, Nemtsov resigned, and that cleared the way for a very different sort of operator. Mr. Putin is Nemtsov in the negative. One man was charismatic, attractive, flamboyant, open, tall, and impulsive. The other, grey, cold, cautious, private, short, and calculating. One wanted to be loved, the other to be feared. One chose democracy, the other yearned for power. Although some of Mr. Yeltsin's people were nervous about Mr. Putin and his KGB past, few saw his potential to dominate Russia. One reason he succeeded was luck. The price of Ural's crude oil rocketed from $18 a barrel in August 1999, when he became Prime Minister, to $130 a barrel in the summer of 2008. For the first time, Russians felt rich. Mr. Putin was also competent. He reined in regional barons. He proved his loyalty by using kompromat, compromising information, to see off a zealous prosecutor who was pursuing the Yeltsin family. During the Second Chechen War, he delighted ordinary Russians by talking tough. People had had enough of chaos, and he was someone with whom different interest groups thought they could live. That explains how Mr. Putin outmaneuvered Russia's oligarchs. In the late 1990s, Boris Berezovsky and Vladimir Guzinsky, two media barons, used their networks to wreck the reputation of Nemtsov for refusing to grant them influence and assets. By contrast, Mr. Putin accepted Berezovsky's help to get him into power, and when the oligarch presumed to claim a kingmaker's privileges, he destroyed him. Like Yeltsin, the oligarchs believed the tyranny of one-man rule was over. Filthy rich and puffed up by hubris, they thought they could pull strings in the Kremlin. In fact, once they had brought down Nemtsov and democratic politicians like him, there was nobody left to stop the forced march towards despotism. By the time of his assassination, Nemtsov was back in office, elected to the regional parliament of Yaroslavl, a city northeast of Moscow. Russians were becoming unhappy at Mr. Putin's endless repressive rule. Nemtsov had a purpose again, and an important part to play too. It was not to be. A few months after Putin annexed Crimea and fanned conflict in eastern Ukraine in 2014, Nemtsov let rip on live television, calling Mr. Putin fuck.
By invitation.
The $1 trillion question. Dizzyingly high CEO pay is fine. It just needs to be earned. What's changed is not the level of talent, but its importance, writes Alex Edmonds. Alex Edmonds is a finance professor at London Business School and the author of Grow the Pie, How Great Companies Deliver Both Purpose and Profit.
The 2026 proxy season is about to begin. Proxy statements are already landing in shareholders' inboxes, and boards are bracing themselves for the most awkward item on the ballot, the say-on-pay vote. Last year, a quarter of large American firms faced meaningful opposition to their remuneration reports, a reminder that unease over executive pay is no longer confined to fringe activists. This disquiet reached operatic levels towards the end of 2025, when Tesla asked its shareholders to approve a pay package for Elon Musk that could be worth $1 trillion. The backlash was swift. The Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, CalPERS, and New York City's retirement systems all announced that they would vote against it. The controversy spilled out beyond corporate circles. Pope Leo XIV lamented that, "We're in big trouble." Reluctant as this humble academic is to disagree with the pontiff, the episode signals no such thing. But it does add urgency to a question that sparks heated debate. How much is a chief executive really worth? This question extends well beyond Mr. Musk. The average CEO of an S&P 500 company takes home $19 million a year, 285 times the pay of the average worker. By 6:44 a.m. on January 2nd, he has already earned what a typical employee makes in an entire year. Such statistics are arresting, but they also invite confusion, and confusion can, as any good Catholic will tell you, be forgiven. So, why is CEO pay so high? The first reason is to attract a great boss. Critics often argue that no individual could possibly be worth $19 million a year. They also note, correctly, that CEO pay has not always been this elevated. In 1992, it averaged $4 million for S&P 500 bosses. CEO pay has nearly quintupled since then, vastly outstripping the one-third rise in average worker pay. Are corporate leaders that much more talented than their predecessors of a generation ago? What has changed is not the level of talent, but its importance. Companies are vastly larger than they used to be. The median S&P 500 firm was worth $3 billion in 1992. Today, it is $40 billion. If the CEO improves his firm's value by just 1%, that was worth $30 million then, and $400 million now. Seen in that light, a $19 million pay package no longer looks so excessive. The key idea here is scalability. A CEO's decisions, restructuring a company, improving corporate culture, launching an innovation, affect the entire organization. The bigger the firm, the larger the impact. By contrast, an engineer who can service 10 machines creates the same value whether the firm owns 100 machines or 1,000. Indeed, rising pay linked to scalability is not unique to CEOs. Anyone with scalable talent, athletes, actors, musicians, influencers, is paid far more today relative to the average wage than in the past. The second role of executive pay is to spur strong performance. Public debate focuses on how much CEOs are paid, but what really matters is how. A $19 million guaranteed salary is very different from $19 million in shares. To receive the full payout, Mr. Musk needs to lift Tesla's market capitalization to $8.5 trillion, 6 times its current level. These and other conditions mean that his expected payout is far less than the $1 trillion maximum. A common objection to lavish pay is that good CEOs should be intrinsically motivated. If a boss needs to be bribed with bonuses to work hard, the board has hired the wrong person. Relying on professional pride sounds appealing, but it is unrealistic. Even intrinsically motivated people behave differently when they are owners. Homeowners take better care of the property than even the most conscientious tenant. A salaried executive may cling to the status quo to protect their job. A co-owner is more likely to swing for the fences. This matters particularly for someone like Mr. Musk, whose time is also claimed by X, XAI, SpaceX, and politics. Incentives help determine where effort is allocated. Research shows that CEOs who own a substantial fraction of their firm's shares deliver 4 to 10 percentage points higher annual shareholder returns than poorly incentivized peers, and this is causation, not just correlation. That said, not everything about Mr. Musk's package is exemplary. It relies on discrete performance thresholds. Bonuses are paid if Tesla's value crosses $2 trillion, then $2.5 trillion, and so on. But shareholders do not suddenly cheer when the market value edges up from $2.49 trillion to $2.51 trillion. Such thresholds create perverse incentives, encouraging executives to manipulate short-term performance to clear an arbitrary hurdle. This problem is widespread. Executive pay packages are notoriously complex, stuffed with performance measures and all-or-nothing targets. Such contracts can lead bosses to focus on what is measurable rather than what matters. For example, incentives to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion often end up rewarding demographic box-ticking rather than genuine cognitive diversity or inclusion. A simpler solution would be to pay CEOs primarily in shares that they cannot sell for 5 to 10 years. That would align them fully with long-term shareholders and encourage them to think like owners rather than like employees, optimizing a bonus formula. The final purpose of CEO pay is to communicate what an organization values. Some firms cultivate a performance culture by using incentives, such as sales commissions, throughout the workforce. Tying the CEO's pay to performance reinforces that culture, signaling that exceptional effort can be exceptionally rewarded. Public debate often frames a high ratio between CEO and average worker pay as unfair, but fairness is not the same as equality. Firms that prize performance see it differently. Fairness lies in rewarding
Obituary.
Obituary. Jesse Jackson. The man who blazed a trail for a black president died on February 17th, aged 84.
He heard the crack of the gun, then saw the impact, blood gushing from the neck and jaw, the tie blown off. The date was April 4th, 1968. The place was Memphis, Tennessee. Immediately he raced upstairs to the balcony of the motel where Martin Luther King lay dying. As he told it, he cried out to him, cradling his head, letting his mentor's blood pour over his clothes. All King's closest aides had rushed to help him, but it was he, Jesse Jackson, burning with grief and righteous anger, who flew back to his base in Chicago to appear on the Today Show with King's blood still on him. He told the audience that there had been a crucifixion, a man of love killed by hate, the man of peace killed by violence. He had been there, and for a certainty he would also be there when resurrection came. Other witnesses remembered King's end differently. It hardly mattered. He knew he was the man with the energy, electricity, and sublime preacher's oratory to carry on where King had left the civil rights cause. Fired by this persuasion, he carried on for half a century, campaigning, protesting, motivating, and getting under the skin of those who thought he was mostly serving himself. He was adamant that he was not. It needed a leader, someone with intelligence and courage, will, discipline, divine inspiration, to make King's long arc of moral justice bend just that bit faster. Twice, in 1984 and 1988, he ran for president, the first African-American man to do so for a major party. His platform was partly classic left liberalism, taxing the rich, cutting defense, and using the savings for social programs. But he also had a glorious vision of an America where the disinherited and disrespected, the despised and rejected were taken up, cared for, and placed at the center of national politics, where there was true equality of education and opportunity and abundant jobs, where the priority of government was to feed the hungry, clothe the naked, and choose not the nuclear race, but the human race. Jesus' Sermon on the Mount showed how the Democratic Party could revive itself this way, block by block, precinct by precinct, vote by vote. Broader still was his mission to transform the American mind, from conflict and self-interest to cooperation, with all colours, trades and professions working together to find common ground for the common good. From finger-pointing to clasped hands, his political vehicles, eventually combined, were the National Rainbow Coalition and People United to Save Humanity, or PUSH. Their names said it all. America's great diversity put him in mind of the quilts his grandmother used to make, using every scrap and patch of wool, silk, gabardine, and crocker sack. Sewn together, they made a thing of beauty. They also made the perfect metaphor for an expanding, all-embracing Democratic Party. Those quilts told a story of personal poverty he loved to emphasize. It was not untrue. Born to a teenage mother with runs in her stockings, abandoned by his father, he was largely raised by his grandmother in a shotgun shack with a slop jar by the bed. A boy good for nothing, probably. Yet he was clever, loved words, and naturally took charge. As a star quarterback, he learned to think tactically and motivate people. Until he went to college in Illinois, he was in the segregated South. An early memory was being led by his mother to the back of the bus. It did not take him long, just to the moment he was turned away from a public library in his hometown, Greenville, South Carolina, to start organizing protests. His future as a minister was put on hold then, though he later resumed it. In 1965, he met King by chance and felt his whole body tremble as his hero greeted him by name. His activism had been noted. They did not always agree, but he, at least, knew he was the heir apparent. When he ran for president, though, the nation as a whole turned its back on his dreams. The sight of him winning primaries sent establishment Democrats scuttling to find a candidate safer, whiter, and, they vainly hoped, properly electable. In 1988, he was overlooked even for vice president. But the quarterback played a long game. His drive to get African Americans to register had increased the total vote in the 1984 Democratic primaries in Georgia and Alabama by almost 80%. PUSH made itself felt at ground level in long-neglected places, not only organizing boycotts of prejudiced businesses, but also paying for college scholarships and saving poor homeowners from foreclosure. Teach the illiterate, house the homeless. He led children of all colours in chants of, "I am somebody," and urged adults to keep hope alive. Their time would come. In 2008 came that highest of high moments when his party produced the first African-American president. With his oratory, his slogan, "Yes, we can," and his deliberate pitch to those disrespected ones, Barack Obama followed the very path Mr. Jackson had mapped out in 1984. That remained the way he saw himself. He offered leadership, but he was truly a trailblazer, a freewheeling public servant whose place was ministry, not elected office. He preferred to be, like King, a moral force. He was not much impressed with the groups, such as Black Lives Matter, that were trying to provoke the whole system from outside. By his later years, he had learnt to work with a boundless loving heart, both with capitalism and with institutions that were still doggedly white. Anger should be turned into votes. The rainbow vision persisted. So, too,